All right. Good morning, and welcome to a momentous day. And from myself and my co-host Adam Owen, good morning. Welcome. So,
good morning, everybody. Good morning, Francois.
I see you got there on mute. Adam, sorry, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the beauty of live streams. I was just hearing myself talk.
We were chatting in the green room about how important it was to mute and unmute, and the first possible opportunity to get that right. And look at what I've just done. Anyway, good morning, Francois. How are you? Great to see you. Are we excited about today?
Man, I am beyond excited. It's been a year in the making, almost about 8 or 9 months, and things really started coming together in this last month. And just very excited. We have a room full of authors this morning, and they are all just ready to rock and roll. In fact, they just started writing, and we will introduce them to you. But I mean, Adam, what does a day like today mean to you? Like, what makes this so exciting?
Oh, well, there's some nerves in that author's room today, Francois, because we're taking on quite a big task. It was once written that there's a book in all of us at some point, and we need to just sort of get that out there. But who's ever got time to write a book? It takes a huge effort. So today, what we've done, we've brought together some fantastic financial planners, and the idea is that they will, quite literally, in a day, collaborate to write a book. And the thing that I'm most excited about today, Francois, for me, is that we're really, we're going to achieve something huge in just one day, and it's more about what it shows that we can achieve when we work together. We're going to have this book that will be available to the profession. It will help people who are new entrants. It will help people who are working through their career. And we're going to do that in just a day. Now, there will be a little editing afterwards, in all fairness. We can't write and edit a book today, but we will get the whole book completed. And I think we've got some things coming up as well where we're going to be interviewing people and actually meeting our authors and some special guests. So tell us a bit more about that.
So excited for that. I don't know what's going on this morning. So we really excited for that part. So we've got some very special guests joining us. They are not part of the authors who are writing. Well, 3 of them are not, and then 2 of them are. Really excited to have Lelani Besaidenout from the FBI. She's the CEO of the Financial Planning Institute here in South Africa. She's going to join us for a quick interview. We're also going to have Kim Potgieter, who's written several books, very well-known personality in financial planning in South Africa and abroad as well. And then also we have Juanita Forster this morning, and really looking forward to her because she works with business, and she's also recently co-wrote a book with Bill Harrop from the UK called Staying in a Helicopter, and the other one is called Win. So really amazing to be able to talk to the 3 of them. I want to ask them some great questions and just get into why and what did that book mean for them, their business, their growth. And then also, I mean, did they just go sit down and write the book, or did they also go through all this motions that everybody else in the virtual writing studio this morning is going through? So really excited about that. And then we're also going to be talking to Wouter Snyman. He's written quite a few books, very well-known person in financial planning as well as Kobus Klein. So we're going to be interviewing them. And then in between all of that, because we're going from 9 until 3 o'clock this afternoon, so we are going to interview all of the authors that are writing today. There's 14 of them in total. When I get goosebumps, literally, I wish you could see this. I know it's an HD camera, but it doesn't show my goosebumps at all. But I am so excited for what is happening. And just for everybody, and it's all volunteers, right? They just put up their hand and said, this is fantastic. We want to do something for the profession. We want to get involved. And how can we do that? So that for me is a big one. I see we've got a good friend here in the chat in Hiran. My friend, good morning. Nice to see you all the way from the UK. Thank you very much for saying hi. And Adam, I mean, how do you see this day going? We've got a big target. Just talk us a little bit through what that target is and how we're going to report on that target.
Absolutely. So we're going to hit, we hope, 36,000 words. That is our target total for the day, and that in itself is it's a decent sized book. It's when we measure anything in the thousands, that sounds like a lot. So our authors have started already now, just as we set the clock live, and they will be furiously sketching out their ideas. What they have is a chapter title, and they have a keyboard, and nobody's prepared anything in advance for this. We are doing it in just the 6 hours, and they will, once the live stream is finished, they will be able to continue and finish off during the day, but the rules are that it is in a day. So once we get into tomorrow, Saturday, then that's it. What we have is our finished book. And so we'll be checking in every hour or so with our authors, and we'll be getting them to let us know their word count. And so we'll be letting our audience know the word count, and we can follow along. And as we bring them in, we'll be talking about just how their chapter's progressing, because these things can develop. We may find that one or two of our authors, when we check in with them, are sat there with writer's block, just having a part of this marathon of a day where they just can't think what to write next. So we'll be asking our audience to chip in with ideas if that is the case. We may find that actually some of our authors fly through their chapter, and we'll be talking to them about how their experience has been. So it's going to be a really interesting organic development for our day, and as we go through, we'll also be talking about some of the techniques that people use, and looking at how we can take this idea that you can achieve something in just one day. And hopefully, the goal with this, more than anything, is to inspire everybody to just give it a go. We've got so many fantastic ideas in the financial planning community, and just to be able to share those ideas and get them out there. But all too often, we think, well, actually, I'm not a writer. We sort of define things, don't we? Somebody is either a writer or not a writer. They're a podcaster or they're not a podcaster. And in actual fact, I think we should democratize as much as we can, and everybody can have a go. And it's about just writing as if nobody is watching and nobody's going to read it sometimes, and just see how you can get your ideas onto a page. We all generally write, we'll send emails and messaging, but we were talking to a couple of our authors in the green room earlier, and they were saying, Francois, weren't they, that actually it can take them a long time to craft a simple email. And when we think about how often we will sometimes sit there and think really hard about, very carefully about the words that we say, that can often put us off from then going on and doing something creative in, when we're actually writing. But creative writing is a little different from messaging on an email, and that's the thing that when we experience it day to day, and our experience of writing maybe isn't a fun thing. But writing to share your passion and your interests and share that information with the world, that's a very different prospect. So we are very much hoping to inspire today.
Absolutely. What I'm very excited about, apart from, as you can see on the screen, the next our guest will be Lelani Bezuidenhout at 9:30 South African time. And that's in about, about 20 minutes. We're going to have her on, and I'm going to have a great discussion with her. So really looking forward to that one. But but the one thing that I'm very excited about is just every hour as we bring up where we are in terms of our target for the words and the book is the totalizer. So I really like that. That's all your idea, but I really like that. And this is sort of, what it would look like. Let me just maybe use a different way. So we'll show this on the screen. There's the total is 36,000. So as we start asking authors to report on their progress, this is going to start at, obviously, let's say maybe 1,000, and then go up 3,000 and 5,000. And we want you to comment, send messages to support and to help them get there, because we want to get to that 36,000 words by the end of today. So that's going to be cool. I really like little things like this. So this is a great idea, Adam. So I mean, what is the sort of the kind of main idea, I guess, behind this book, and why are we doing this, and what are we writing and trying to achieve through all of this. Now, for me specifically, I mean, Adam, if we can sort of chat about this, is, I obviously last year I was part of this in the UK when you guys did it there. I wish I could have said this was my brainchild. It's not my brainchild, but we are bringing it to South Africa and also making it something special here. But the main thing here is we've got these 14 people, of which I think there's 2 of them that has written books before, and more than 1 book. The rest of them have never written a book before in their life, but all of them have aspirations in order to do so. And I said to them before we started, is that my biggest dream for today is twofold. The one is that obviously what we produce at the end of the day has a massive impact, positive impact on the financial planning profession and on individuals in the financial planning profession, not just only in South Africa, but worldwide. But secondly, that it becomes the spark that lets them take that first step into writing their own book that is within them. And I've heard this often. I mean, everybody's got a book in them. So quite keen to sort of get your take on that. But I mean, is like, I believe that's true. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it is most definitely. But I think that actually what I'd start with is everybody's got a blog in them. When we think about writing for maybe the trade press, or even just to write a blog and pop something on screen, then we have this opportunity. The internet now facilitates any number of different opportunities to get us out there. So when we do that, I think that we very much sort of miss out if we don't get our words out there. And oftentimes it's because we fear people's reactions. There's any number of possible reactions from the internet, isn't there? But I think anybody has got the opportunity to pop together 700 to 1,000 words. And it doesn't take as long as you might imagine it could take. And the one thing that when we did this in the UK last year, and the one thing that everybody was really quite amazed with in terms of our authors was just how quickly they actually got through the content. For those who've never written before in this way, you can actually get through the content really quickly if you write from the heart, and if you write with or about your passion, and if you write with that one reader in mind. There's so much content out there that really isn't particularly positive, and we have a 24-hour news cycle and all of the stuff going on. Imagine if everybody just shared something positive, 500, 600, 700 words, and gave the opportunity to get that out there, or was given the opportunity to do so. And for me, that's really what the magic of this experience is. It's that chance, and it takes a little bit of putting together, Francois. Let's be fair. You've been charging around for a good few weeks now. So we have the chapters, but it's maybe worth sort of talking about how those chapters came about. So why don't you tell us just what the process was in deciding how the book structure looks?
Sure. Sort of our first thing was to get authors and say, listen, I want to be part of this. So obviously asking first Propulsion Pro members, like, who is up for this? And then we sort of also went, wider than just the Propulsion Pro members. And we also asked, and there was quite a few people that put up their hands. Obviously a few people, like life happens, and they withdrew right at the end. But still people are involved, and that was sort of the starting point. And then we said, okay, so if we were going to write a book for the financial planning profession, and the aim is to help like new entrants, maybe people who are stuck in business, maybe people who just want to take things to another level, to raise the bar, as we like to say, then, what needs to be in that book? So we asked the authors, like, what do you think should be in there? And they shared like a whole host of things. And then I had I wouldn't say amazing job, but the hard job to go and look at those things and say, okay, so can we group some of these things together? Can we come up with a title and a structure sort of that covers then all of these? And I must say, it is amazing when we have these people sharing all these ideas, and some of them have shared multiple ideas. It's like we really had a long list. and then to say, oh, okay, we do this, then this, then this, then we do this, then we do this. And so what we've done is we've structured the book into, I can't remember, 3 or 4 parts, and then each one of those parts focuses on something very, very specific. The first part is all about your own development. So it is who you need to become in order to really become and be the best. So we talk about things like, who am I, positioning yourself and things like that. Then also it's the second part goes about practice management, because now how do you build this business, or how do you revamp, or like I said the other day on the show, renovate your business, So it's not only for somebody who's new. This is going to help anybody that's in financial planning in the profession. And, whether you have a practice within another business or whether you have your own FSP, financial services provider business, it doesn't matter. This is going to work. And then also there's some other things that we look at, things like, living your legacy every single day. How do you raise the bar for the profession? So all of those, almost those Maslow self-actualization kind of things, where you really want to take things to another level, because obviously everybody starts somewhere and then moves through. So I think there's going to be something in there for everybody. We are trying to sort of write a book that will be evergreen and that the content will always be relevant and that can be applied to any situation. I think that is a big part of it. So we're not going into technology specific tools and things like that. We are talking about technology and the role it plays, because we talk about building a hybrid practice. We talk about all those kind of things. We talk about how clients would like to work with you. So all of those things will for sure include technology. But what we are not going to do is write about, this tool and that tool and that tool, because tomorrow that tool is not around anymore, probably, because there's something newer and shinier and, just like that. So, yeah, I think that's sort of the main idea with the book. I think just the main thing for me is that this book is literally for anybody wanting to join the financial planning industry or who is in the financial planning profession or industry then. And if we can help people, come into this profession for the right reasons and then start building things correctly from the start, to focus on the right things from the start, that I think is then we'll say, what we achieved, what we set out to. Adam, the one thing, I don't know if this happened in the UK as well, but as you put this book together, you realize there's like 3 or 4 or 5 other books we will be writing in future, because there's certain of these topics that could be a book on its own.
That's so true, Francois. Yes, you do realize that what you leave out is vast when we're doing a project like this. But the chapters that you've rested on, I'm just glancing down at them now, and the chapters that you've rested on, I think there's some really interesting stuff in there. I'm really looking forward to hearing about the hybrid practice, but also, the legacy, the ultimate value proposition. I think that's going to be a fantastic chapter for existing practitioners. But then there are, the early part of the book really is incredibly, there's an opportunity there to be incredibly open to people who are actually just looking to start out. And so there's something for everybody in the way that you've structured the chapters as a team. And I think that is really the essence of this whole project. Is you can see just from the chapter titles and the way that that's come together, you can see the collaboration in there. And we've got people together with all sorts of different experiences of the profession, and it's just going to be fascinating to see how this develops. I can't wait to read it. You and I will be reading it over the weekend, won't we? Because we won't get a chance to do so today, but it's going to be really exciting. And then to be able to get that out there to our communities and to share it with the wider financial planning population, it's just going to be absolutely fantastic. But I think we should probably note today as well, because we've got a little while until our first guest, haven't we? We should probably note today, Francois, that you are in a different to your normal studio, and it's looking fantastic behind you there. Tell us a little bit about your setup today, because I know that you are in a temporary setup, but you've done a fantastic job with it.
Yes. I must say I missed I actually this morning almost got some tears in my eyes when I set up my normal setup from at least I've got my big standing table, I've got my 3 screens, I've got all my things here in arm's reach, because last week I was doing it from my bar counter. So it is we're busy renovating our house, so obviously it's just dust and like it's just a story. So we're temporarily living down in the area where my entertainment area is really. It's big enough for that, but obviously not ideal for this kind of thing. So behind me is a cabinet that I've got because I do miniature figure painting. Miniature figure painting, not finger painting. That's something you do in preschool. But this is this is some of the models, but there's also some stuff like this Gandalf over here. I bought it like that, so I didn't put it together or paint it or anything, but all the other stuff around it I did. And then obviously, as you can see over there, that is, like my wife once said, I look like Mr. Incredible. I don't know I think it was before he got back into shape. Definitely that very first movie right in the beginning, that's me. But anyway, so I've got all these Mr. Incredible little figurines and that. And then, yeah, everything you see is stuff I love. I mean, you'll see all the Marvel stuff, and there's Arrow. So that's the Green Arrow. I'm busy, like I love music, so busy learning some EDM stuff and so on. There's Batman. So Batman. So yeah, really I'm big into the superhero stuff.
Yeah, but it's really interesting that everything that you've got behind you there started in print. You know, when we think about Gandalf from the Lord of the Rings, Marvel comics, everything came in a print medium in the first instance. And I think because these days we have super high definition, CGI driven, amazing visuals, that the pure pleasure of working through a graphic novel, for example, some fantastic books out there that don't have to be thousands of words, that can be incredibly entertaining, inspiring, emotional. They can take you on a complete journey. And even now, when I think about some of the books that I read in the professional books that I read, I don't know if you've ever come across Patrick Lencioni's 5 Dysfunctions of a Team, one of my favorite all-time books. But it was written as a parable. So it's not like your normal business book. It's actually a story. It's a narrative. And that has now been converted to a graphic novel. So, imagine a world where we converted all of our financial planning texts to graphic novel format. I know that I'm probably making a big stretch here, Francois, but, maybe we could base a financial planning super character on some of our authors today. So there's all sorts of things that you can play around with, even if it is just in our own imagination. But that's maybe the thing about writing and books, is that I think there's a real distinct link between your backdrop there and we think about the great modern works. You've got Gandalf there. The Lord of the Rings is 990 pages, depending on which version you have. And Tolkien, it was he focused on it. He talked about it. He had all of that amazing detail in there. Our authors today are doing 36,000 words, but actually they will have a little experience of what it is to craft a book. I know it's not necessarily going to be a novel in the size of the book, but it is still a process. So when we do what we're doing today, and our authors are doing that today, they are very much following the footsteps of all of those other people who have sat there and got that book out of themselves. And I think that's fascinating. I think we carry on traditions that go back thousands of years, and that really does just for me strike a real chord.
Yeah, and it's such a valuable actual observation that you're making around how things started off in print, become a lot of stuff. And these days, actually, what you're seeing, not so much something like this, but where you are seeing, like more TV series. Like I see Wheel of Time has just been put into a, and that's also a classic they've got a huge following. So there's quite a few books that are now being either, sort of put into that. But you're also talking about, we can do whatever we want. So on the weekend, actually, because of a podcast I listened to and all about this new Web3 and all of that kind of stuff, I'm trying to sort of learn a little bit about that. And there's one particular guest was talking about this movie called Ready Player One, and to go and watch that, and I've watched it before, but just sort of. And then when I watched it now really on the weekend, I was like, this isn't so far removed, So the other thing I want to say is like, you get content like this, for example, around financial planning, but then you go to, you can actually use augmented reality, virtual reality, and that kind of stuff to make this so much more real. Actually, it's actually weird to think about it. And that was quite amazing. And I then think about things like lockdowns and can't go anywhere and stuff. Like, people are going to start using those things more and more. So I think we're in for a great sort of journey and a great ride going forward. But yeah, excited to see then, where this book goes. Who are a couple of the authors? Like, we haven't mentioned names yet. Like, sorry, I just, like, if there's anything you want to add to that, you're more than welcome. But like,
I was having exactly the same thought as you. Actually, I was thinking we should probably talk about some of our amazing authors. Actually, so talk us through some of the people that we've got building some of these chapters for us today.
Yeah, so there's quite a few. So let me sort of just make sure I get that right. So so there's the who am I is sort of one of the first chapters. We've got Ignatius Miller and Hannes Visser. They're both young guys. They are writing about who am I. So that's all about personal development and you as a person. So they are writing about that. So they're co-writing that. So that's amazing. And then we have my mindset, because a mindset in this business is extremely, like in any business, I guess. If you want to go into business for yourself, mindset is where it's at. So we've got Carol Lindsay writing about that. So that's very exciting. She has a lot of insights in that world. So really excited to see what she comes up with. And then my personal brand, obviously, because personal branding, I think this is a very personal profession. And there we have Kobus Klein writing that chapter. So really excited. Kobus has done extremely well with building his personal brand. He recently received the Harry Bruce Award from the Financial Planning Institute, which is a lifetime achievement award, basically like in the Oscars, So that is absolutely amazing and well deserved. Then we've got my perfect client and the problems I solve for them. So this is now moving more towards the the practice management side. So we've got Wouter Snyman. He's built a two. He's been around for many years, written many books. So really a great author for that chapter. Then I get to know my client, not their money. So there we've got Alice Mayberg writing on that. So really excited to sort of see. She's also a financial coach and so on. So very much into that world. And so she's going to write about that. And then, I'm going to stop it sort of there. And then we can maybe after the interview, I will, you can maybe share more of who they are from there. But I think for now, let's sort of see, let me chat to Lelani, and then we can take it from there. Anything last words from you, Adam, before we sort of do this?
Francois, I'm just still incredibly excited. I can't believe we're already half an hour in as well. So I'm going to head into our author's room, find out how everybody's getting on, just see that I can see there's loads of stuff going on already in the chat. They've probably written nearly 3,000 words just in the chat at the moment in the author's room. So we can see there's lots of collaboration going on. That's absolutely fantastic. So I'm going to go and do that, and I'll see everybody later.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, Adam. Say hi to the guys there. All right. So happiness. So it is my privilege then. And like many other shows, they are late sometimes with doing things. Here we are 1 minute early. So I am going to welcome Lelani Besaidenout to the Write a Book in a Day Challenge. Lelani, good morning. Goeiemôre.
Good morning. That's just awesome and something to be so excited about. Well done, Mr. Datois. I think this is really, really well done. And I wonder if it's even possible, but I suppose the proof is in the pudding. So well done on this initiative.
No, thanks. Yeah, and it was like, I might have done a lot of the organizing, but this is like there's a lot of people behind the scenes sort of, and specifically Adam, like we've been talking about this for a couple of months or quite a few months now. And even when we started PROpulsion Pro, that was the first thing we said, we got to do a Write a Book in a Day challenge. But it's been there. Then every month we talk about it. And then, oh crap, it's the end of the year. This needs to happen. And I couldn't think of a better way to start December than to just write a book in a day. I mean, how awesome is that?
I mean, to do it in a day. I mean, the other day I was authoring an article that took me about 2 to 3 hours. That's just an article. So you're going to do this in a day, and the day only has 24 hours?
Unless we only gave them 6. We said to them, 3 o'clock, you got to be done. So let's see if there's a bit of pressure, because you know what they say, you give yourself a day, it'll take a day. You give yourself 2
Exactly.
hours, it'll
That's
take 2
true.
hours. So let's see.
Elon
Let's
Musk
see.
said that, yeah. So
Yeah.
Utaba strong. I wish you well.
Baie dankie.
Reg.
Lelani, just thanks so much for your time. I think I
Sure.
couldn't think of a better guest to open here with than to be able to talk to you. I'm very fortunate to have known you now for quite a long time, and to also do a lot of work, together with the FBI. I mean, you and David and Seema and everybody is intricately. Nikki is like involved in our show, so you do the news, like you've committed to this at the beginning of the year and every single week. So I think we've got a great relationship with the Financial Planning Institute, but also the individuals at the FBI, which is very important. So just before I get into the interview, just a massive, massive thank you for always, not always, you do say no, but most of the time when you can, you always say, yes, let's make this happen. Just a massive thank you from my side.
It's only a pleasure, and thank you to you for your commitment to the profession. It's contagious, so keep it up. Well done. Thank
Cool.
you.
Thank you so much. Lani, so why did I want to sort of talk to you? Because I said to you, don't prepare anything. This is just, I want to have just a conversation with you, because I think, like, really, this is my opinion, but I'm sure that, anybody watching this would agree with this, that, I mean, you have become the face of the financial planning profession. There is an industry, but the profession, I mean, that is where you and David and Nikki and Seema and Adele and everybody else, Kobus, everybody that works at the FBI, that's what you think about. It's a next level, kind of thing. It is not just, you're not just in an industry like this. Is we are moving forward. We are raising the bar for this. And also, just by the way, we're going to share later on, like, that's exactly the topic that David is writing on as part of this. So David Kopp is also part of he's also one of the authors. But it's just a book like this. I mean, there are many books out there. Many people have written about similar things, but bringing 14 people together, of which 12 of them have never written a book before, as far as I know, what would that bring to the profession, do you think? I mean, without knowing exactly what the end product is, but a book like this, just covering everything almost from A to Z, that we think is most important for someone to know, what would this mean to the profession?
I think first of all, it's a fantastic initiative, and I think with the time limit that you have, this is going to be something that's straight from the heart. You're not going to have somebody that's an editor that changes it so much that it actually loses its zen as a qua. But the person who authored, and what that person wanted to say, it loses meaning sometimes. So kudos, well done to editors out there. But sometimes editing a book, you edit the spirit of what the person wanted to say out. So I think what we're going to get at the end of the day, and I cannot wait for it, I think you're going to have something that's going to come straight from the heart. There's a song like that, I know. But yes, it's how people feel, and the individuals that you've chosen for the book are everybody that's very passionate about the profession of financial planning. So I personally cannot wait for this book to come out. Plus, it's one that is condensed into the critical issues that we have. It doesn't have a lot of fluff that's going to come with it. It's straight to the point. It's not going to take you 3 to 4 to 5 days to read. It's something that you can read, and within a short space of time, you're going to have information overload.
And what do you think? I mean, the importance, like anybody, I know you like a prolific reader of all sorts of books, right?
Yes.
There's nothing that you and I, when we have a conversation, that you don't bring up at least 60 books like this, and the title, the author, page number 5, they said this, and like, you are just amazing with that. But I'm not over exaggerating. I just want to put it out there. It is the absolute truth. Almost. My question is then, like, you read all of these books and you have all of this knowledge, because it feels like often in the profession, people are looking for that silver bullet, or there's this one thing that's missing. I don't know what it is, but if I'll know when I see it, kind of thing. It's my feeling, and I've done that for a long time in my business. So you're looking for that thing that's going to make things start tick over. But how important is taking action off the back of a book like this? Because this is obviously not just going to share like what you should be doing. There's going to be some practical, like, how-tos in there.
It's very important to actually implement those tips. I mean, I've read quite a few books that's added absolutely nothing to my life besides taking and stealing time from me. But then there's books where there is tips that really you take in and you implement it. And I actually want to invite you to my office one day. Is the team at the FPI also know it's a bit freaky, but we've got a lot of whiteboards, and there isn't a whiteboard at the FPI where my scribbling is not on. Because I take what's in my mind and what I've learned, and I literally just put it on the board to say, here's a few steps that we can implement in doing a few things. I think the most important, and where I am my silver bullet, what I'm seeking for this point in time, is I don't know how to handle people these days anymore. Everybody's emotional. Everybody's tired. Everybody's got baggage. So at this point in time, I'm literally grabbing a lot of books to help me. How do I deal with people from an emotional intelligence point of view? Because we all are carrying so much at this point in time, and just adding something as thin and as small as this onto somebody's pile is going to be the last straw on the camel's back, and you may end up breaking that person. Meanwhile, you're not the one that broke the person, but that little last bit, you broke that person. So for me, I'm looking at tips that I can physically implement in terms of working with people, whether it's clients, whether it's individuals reporting to me, whether it's my own husband and my own children. How do I work with people from a very high level emotional intelligence point of view? Because I feel that is what we sometimes still lack, is emotional intelligence. So you have to take tips from a book, write it down, and actually implement it in a very practical way into your practice. And remember, these are individuals that went through something. And they want to give you the tips how for you not to get there, how to not fall into that ditch. I was in a ditch. This is how I came out, and this is how you build the bridge to walk over it and not to fall in the same ditch I was in. So I do feel that books is how we learn from people centuries to centuries. And I think I always bring the Bible in. I think the Bible, the biblical principles that we have in there, is for centuries, and we still learn from that today.
And yeah, and that's such a great answer. And it's, you think about principles as well. Like principles never
Principle-based.
change. They stay principles. We apply things, or we think about things differently because, you don't see people. You need to look at a camera and you hope somebody's looking back at you, that kind of stuff. But it's still the same principles. If you want to connect with a human being, there are principles. If you want to be good, there are principles for that. So absolutely. And I mean, my question as well would be, I don't know, this is going to be a fun question. I think, like, I'm just standing here thinking like Lelani. I've got two questions. I hope I remember the other one. But my big question to you right at this second is, not knowing what is in the book, what would you like to see in a book like this? What is it that the profession needs? What do you think needs to be in a book like this?
In a book like this, profession actually needs how to. I was actually asked the same question yesterday. There's two things for me, is how to be a mentor for someone. We don't know how to be a mentor for somebody else, and how to truly add value, and without continuously selling yourself. This is me. This is how great I am. I've achieved all this. Pow, wow, I'm so cool. Get off your pedestal with a lot of respect and really hone in on the person who you're busy mentoring, their needs. So for me, it is, I would like to see, how do we truly mentor somebody without making it about you? Because guess what? When you're mentoring somebody, it's not about you. It's about the mentee. So that's the one thing. How do we become better mentors without building our own empire for a mentee? Because it's for that person. And then the second thing I would like to see is, how do we serve a service and be of greater serve? How do we serve the greater population of South Africa better? How do you find time? We don't have time. We know it's one of the scarcest commodities at this point, commodities at this point in time, is how do you give time back to society? So being a mentor without putting yourself first, but the mentee. Sorry, I still have a little bit of a cough. And how do you serve South Africa and the world at large from a financial inclusion point of view and a social inclusion point of view better? So those are the two things I would really like to see in this book.
Yeah, no, and those are amazing things. And I think there are definitely some of that in there, but I think there's also, certain things that, and this is great. We can even give feedback now to the authors and say, guys, you know what, I think this, what you're talking about, like mentor, mentee, this might fit into that section, and maybe think about writing about that as well. So that's awesome. Have you been pondering writing a book?
I have, and it would most likely be about my experience in the last 20 years in the industry and what I've experienced, how people have changed, and where we are transitioning from somebody who's in an industry and just selling policies to, and I've been fortunate to see this happening since 1998 to today. And I've always been boots involved with brokers. And actually at a meeting, face-to-face meeting with, I love meeting with face-to-face if I can. And the 1 hour meeting we had turned down to almost a 3 hour meeting, just going ideas around in terms of how do we improve the profession. And I would love to write a book to say how we've transitioned from the early 90s to today, moving from an industry more towards a profession. So that is something that I would really write about, but also my experiences in working with people, and specifically from a female point of view, and the challenges. And I know, this is, but there was challenges, and how can we write a book to help up and coming young females to deal with some of the challenges that I may be faced in my younger 20-year-olds, which I'm definitely not anymore.
Yeah, well, at least if in your heart you still feel. I still feel like I'm a trick. Look, my body disagrees completely, but
you're still as naughty as somebody that's in matric.
Yeah, so yeah, don't let my wife hear that. So, but Leilani, I mean, this is sort of, this. I think that's going to be a fantastic book like that. I think people love hearing the stories and real life experiences, and also then one's personal takes on these things.
Yeah.
And that's the other big thing which I love about the book that's being written today is that, I think there's going to be a lot of that. What has my experience been like from the author's point of view in these certain things that I'm writing about? And that's what I love, because it's not a technical book. It's not about, you got to do risk planning and then investment planning and then this and then it's nothing like that. There's a financial planning handbook for that, luckily. So we are writing about like enjoying this profession, making a difference, having an impact. And yeah, it's so important to get that message out.
I think there's also something that jumped into my mind now, is there's two things, a live and let live principles. How do you do that? And the next thing is, and I've said this a million times, that is, how do you make, and I said this to the member yesterday as well, is how do you take your stumbling blocks and you actually make it stepping stones? Because I've realized that sometimes somebody just can't get over that stumbling block, and you take it maybe a little bit too personal, but if you've paid the price, you've learned the lesson. Don't keep on stumbling over that same rock. Make it a stepping stone and move to the next level. And I think that's something that we really need to help people with, is how do you get over a stumbling block, and how do you follow the road of least resistance, like water would flow around the rocks. If you can't move the rock, or you can't get over the rock, or you can't use it as a stepping stone, how do you flow around it? How do you take the path of least resistance? I pick up that people are battling these days to get over even the smallest little rock that's in the road. It could be because we're tired, because we may be COVID lacked. A lot of people had COVID, and you're battling with those long-term COVID effects. But I find that people these days break their neck over the smallest little rock in the road. And sometimes it's not necessary to actually fall over the little rock. That how do we handle small challenges and not blow it out of proportion? People are really battling with that these days.
Yeah. And this is the thing, like, I've got one other question I want to ask about. I just quickly want to comment on that, because like last year, roundabout, like I think I actually did a webinar for the FBI, but I also spoke about it on the show and so forth, where we were talking about the future, like in this new way or this new environment, like what's happening. And one of the points I made was, guys, we got our lives back, our personal time. Amen. We got that back. And then I also said, but, okay, be very careful not to let other things fill that time now. And what's happened? People are working nonstop, back-to-back meetings. I have more time. Some start earlier than what they used to start. There's no more break. Let's talk. When I go into the office, it is frustrating to say the least, because everybody comes and have a quick 5-minute chat with me. And if 10 people talk to you, that's an hour gone, right? almost okay 50 minutes, but it's an hour basically gone.
Need to listen to more than one person.
You know, but this is why we're at
Yeah.
this point where people cannot take any more. And it's as if, and everybody's sort of thinking like, you've got to be available, respond every single second. Like if I send you this message now, you've got to respond now. I'm like, no, guys, you got to get used to me not responding immediately because I'm trying to get out. So yeah.
Somebody gave me advice to that a little ago, I think about 2 weeks ago. What you tolerate becomes acceptable. So so you just need to, if you tolerate listening to 10 people at the same time, well, then everybody knows it's acceptable. And I think at this point in time, it's literally about setting up healthy barriers at this point in time, because I battled with that as well. I'm a listener, I'm a relator, I'm a coacher, I'm a mentor, I'm a natural leader. Those are some of my strengths. But you can't at all times be there for everybody at the same time. And I think the moment that you start setting those little boundaries around, it's not boundaries to keep people out. It's boundaries to make sure that you can stand strong so that you can be there for everybody. So I think we need to start, and I think if we start respecting other people's time, in other words, not do that to them, it will have the same ripple effect coming back to you. So yes.
Absolutely. Great stuff. Leilani, now we're out of time. The one thing I wanted to ask you, you've got to answer this very quickly.
I'll try.
So my last question just around is all the books you read and you're looking at things like for emotional intelligence, helping you with a specific problem you've got. All the books you've gotten together to sort of help you. Do you read every single book cover to cover, or do you go look for specific things? And, once you found something, you stop there and then so basically you use parts of a book and not necessarily the entire book. And you don't also read from cover to cover, or are you like me worrying that you're missing out on something if you don't?
Certain authors' books, I read cover to cover. I actually consume those books. But then other authors' books, because I'm used to their writing style, I would go to the end of the chapters and just look at the highlights, because they bubble a lot before they get to the point that they actually want to try and make. But certain, like Patrick Lencioni, I read his books from start to end. Stephen Covey, read the books from start to end. But certain authors, just go to some of the end of the chapters and just look at the bullet points that they're making. Was that short enough?
That's short enough. Leilani, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. And I hope you'll check in I know it's hectic, but if you want to check in during the day, just pop in, say hi, and just see how things are going and see where the totalizer is. That'll be great. And then just thank you for everything you do. Keep well, and we'll definitely chat soon.
Same to you. Ditto. Thank you for everything you're doing. Blessings. Goodbye. And also my warm regards to your wife as well. Keep well.
Thank you very much. Same, madam. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Bye.
All right. So I'm going to head on over to the virtual writing studio and get some totals and see where we are in terms of that. But first, before I leave, I just have Adam, welcome back. Adam is going to talk to two of the authors that we have that's busy writing their books, and that's Ignatius Miller and Hannes Visser, writing about Who Am I? And I am very happy that they do know who they are, so we're not asking them the question, but maybe they may ask us in the chapter. So Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Francois. And yes, I've got the great pleasure now to bring in a couple of our authors. So I'm going to bring in Hannes and Ignatius. Hello both, how are you today?
Hi, good morning, Adam. Very well, and yourself?
Hi, Adam. Good, and you?
Hi, yeah, really good today. And well, it's flying by already, isn't it? I can't believe that we're already 50 minutes into our Write a Book in a Day challenge. So before I ask you how your chapter's going, maybe if we start with you, Hannes, tell me a little bit about just what it was that got you interested in being part of this project.
Yes, thanks, Adam. It's such a privilege to be part of such a big writing a book in a day challenge. I mean, how often do a person write a book, firstly, and secondly, how often are you able to write it within 24 hours, even less? So yeah, that's the main reason why I joined the initiative.
Absolutely. And have you had any sort of experience of writing professionally before? Have you done anything for our trade press or things like that, or is this your very first opportunity?
Never. This is my first opportunity. You know, in university we would write, you know, let's say 1,000-word what's the correct word? Can't get on the English.
Assignments or dissertations, yeah.
yes, yeah. So 1,000 words max. So today we're going a bit more. So it's going to be good. Hopefully we can get it done in time.
Yeah, it sometimes feels like a marathon when you're stretching beyond what you've experienced before, doesn't it? I see that definitely. And Ignatius, so tell me how it's going back there in our writers' room. Then, how are we getting on so far?
I think we are making excellent progress. Really, we've started with the intro already. We set out the content, and also just the ending are part of it. And we are currently, I think, about 600 words at the moment. So we are making good progress, at least. So I'm quite happy with it.
Fantastic! 600 words in 50 minutes. Look at this. We'll be done in a couple of hours at this rate. I'm very impressed with that.
This was part of the preparation. So now the real struggling graft comes into work. So yeah.
I think that's really interesting, isn't it? Because tell us a little about your chapter then. So you've got the first chapter of the book. So how are we launching this book?
We're launching it hopefully with a bang. Really, it started with a bit of just history of personal experience, where we started, and like I was 23 when I started as a financial advisor. So I struggled to find myself, how to get people to trust me, and how do I look after their money, especially at this young age. If I come across somebody, let's say 50 and 60, how to make sure they trust me and we're going forward with this plan. So there's a bit of that background, and then also just a broad spectrum of who you need to be to make progress and accelerate in this field, at least. So that's the intro bit.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And you're each writing this one chapter together. So you're one of our collaborative groups in the book. So how are you actually separating the various aspects of the chapter? Did you talk through that in advance? Are you actually looking to work it out as we go along? Tell me what the process for you is. It's always interesting to get inside of the creative writing process, the mind of the creative. So Hannes, tell us a little bit about what it's like to work with Ignatius.
Yes, Adam. So we beforehand we just got together and we got the layout of our chapter. So I'll be doing the introduction. I'll be talking about who I am just broadly, with some practical examples in there to find out who you truly are. Because I mean, people go through life. Sometimes when they pass away, they don't even know who they are. So it's difficult to establish who you really are. So we've got some practical examples in there. We'll be talking about how you approach clients, your personality type, and how that fits into being a better financial advisor. Ignatius will be focusing on your comfort zone, how to move out of that. And he'll also be focusing on his a current narrative, like how you perceive yourself, and a new narrative, how you want to be perceived. And he'll also then just do the ending. So we've got our layout, I think, quite good.
Sounds fantastic. And Ignatius, I think we're all slightly out of our comfort zone already this morning. So tell me a little bit about what you're going to be writing about on that topic.
That's a very good question. I haven't decided yet. So once I'm there, I'll let you know, Adam.
I absolutely
need to figure that out.
That's a fantastic thing about this whole process, though, isn't it? Yeah, we are flying by the seat of our pants without actually knowing quite what's going to happen until we get there. And I mean, thank you for your absolute honesty there as well. It does. I'm sure Francois is sat in the background listening away to this, thinking, "What? We don't actually know what's going into the main part of this chapter." But no, it's fantastic that we are just letting this creative process just happen and evolve in front of us. So Hannes, have you got any ideas of what you're going to be writing about in that introduction in sort of more detail, or are you literally just going by the seat of the pants as well?
I've got a broad idea, Adam. Let me just check here. So first and foremost, I'll be talking about who am I. We normally think that a person is a fixed being, but it's not true. I mean, people evolve and people change, and it's quite difficult to determine who you really are. I'm sitting here writing a chapter, and let's say 100 or 200 or 1,000 people will read it, but I'm not even sure who I am. So I think this book journey will help me myself as well. I'll also be looking at your personality types. Again, that's something that I did, I think, in 2013, determining what personality type I am. So again, it will be a learning experience for me as I go through this chapter. And I mean, we've got until 3 o'clock, so hopefully I can maybe know myself better by then. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's really interesting, because it speaks to what we were hearing about in the previous interview, doesn't it? That actually, we don't have a lot of time to write the book. So writing from the heart and writing about what you know is really great. But Ignatius, I know that then means that we're a lot more vulnerable, aren't we? We're sharing a lot more of ourselves. So how does that make you feel, Ignatius, when we're entering into this process?
A little bit on my nerves, really, because this is already out of my comfort zone. I especially entered so that doing something out of the box, totally new to me. I'm not a writer at all, so this is why I'm collaborating with Hannes, so that we can see where we get to the end of the day. But really, this is something new for me, and I'm quite excited, really, about taking part. So yeah.
Brilliant. Excellent. Thank you. And I'm hoping that some of the nerves back there in the writer's room are settling down now. We did have a talk before we went live, and there are a lot of nervous people back there, or there were at the start of this, because I think it is so much outside of everybody's comfort zone. I think that the fact that you're writing that into the first chapter as well is really apt. I think it's an excellent way to just set the whole book up, because we know, don't we, that anything that we try new is going to generate that tension and those nerves. But as a profession, I think that we're really great at taking ourselves out of our comfort zone. When you think about how things like this have developed, but the show that Francois has been doing, and all of the work that all of you do to get yourselves out there on screen and spread the word. So, Hannes, how important do you think it is that we are regularly taking ourselves out of our comfort zone, and then reaching out to more people beyond financial planning?
Yes, Adam, I think it's extremely important to push yourself out of your comfort zone. I mean, if you just stay there, you never grow. And I'll also mention that in the first chapter as well. So yeah, we just need to continue pushing ourselves, and in the end, hopefully you are a better human being. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I've taken up so much of both of your time, and I know the one thing that is so valuable today is indeed time. So I'm going to wrap us up there. Thank you so much, chaps. It's been an absolute delight and a pleasure to speak with you this morning. We'll see you later on as well. I'll be dropping in the writer's room to catch up, and we will be heading for our totalizer, our first totalizer count fairly shortly. So I'll be looking forward to seeing those numbers from everybody as we go along. But for now, thank you so much, and we'll see you soon.
No, thanks, Adam. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
So I'm going to bring Francois back in. Francois, how's it all going back there?
No, it's actually, like, I must say the vibe is quite cool, and they a lot more relaxed than before we started this morning. Like, everybody's making a little joke, and even when sending the numbers through of where they are, some say I'm on 17,500 words, ha ha ha, just a joke. I'm on 400 and whatever. So, so I think it's nice and lighthearted, and people are busy. There's been like quite a lot of words written so far. So I haven't received all of them. I think there's 3 or 4 that is out, well, 2 now that's outstanding. And then that I just need to get, but then we have the totals. But I don't know, Adam, will you sort of do that? I did it here in a little spreadsheet quickly, but we can, it's like now to get it to you is now the problem. But I will check and then add it up, and then just maybe send you the total, because I need to update that totalizer as well. But apart from that, lekker, it's a lot of moving parts, as you said, ducks underneath and then just calm on top. Cool, Steve. I'm looking forward. Thanks for that. I think it was quite cool to hear their stories and what they're writing about. And now I'm very excited for my next guest, none other than Kim Potgieter. So we are about to bring Kim onto the screen as well and give her a warm welcome. Just a quick reminder. So at 11 o'clock, where am I now? Yeah, at 11 o'clock, we have here Anita Foster. She's the next guest. So looking forward to chatting to her as well. But with that, I'm going to bring Kim onto the screen and into the show. Kim, good morning. How are you?
Hi, Francois.
I'm great. Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much for taking time and spending it with us. I just want to double check. Is it on your side where the video is also playing, or is it because I'm just hearing myself double? So I just want to make sure. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, no, it's cool. So what I'll do, that's all good. Kim, sorry, warm welcome. I really appreciate your time and the effort to be here. Quick 15-minute chat to you. You are the author of several books now, and I know you love each one of them like a child. I see how passionate you get about this when you talk about this, and you share it with everybody, which is absolutely amazing. But I want to take you back to before you wrote that first book. I'm keen to sort of, how long did it take you to take that first step and to actually then start writing that book?
So, Francois, I think I'm a little bit different maybe to some of your other authors in the sense that I always get help with my books. So I'm very fortunate to have a team that supports me. So I basically had thought about writing a book for at least 5 years, at least. And most times it was a voice in my head that said, Kim, who are you to write a book? What makes you think that you can be an author? And I think that for most people is something that they have to grapple with first before they actually get the confidence to write a book. And I'm not sure if many people can resonate with me, but that was certainly something that I went through. Then I had another voice. You know, I've got lots of these voices that are active and that are going on in my life, saying to me, but you have a message that you want to share with people. And it's a really important message. You know, there's only so many people that I can get to see one-on-one. And I did. I really believed that the message that I had could change lives. So I started thinking a little bit differently. Okay, maybe you can do it because what you're going to do is going to help people. So it kind of changes writing a book from an ego point of view to writing a book because you're going to make a difference in the world. And I think for me, I mean, the people who know me know that I'm a big Brené Brown fan. And she talks a lot about keeping who you are a secret from the world and showing up authentically. And all of a sudden it became less important to me that the book had to be perfect. Because I think when we think the book has to be perfect, what that does is it makes us kind of wait until one day and then it's too late. So that changed my kind of thinking. What also really helped me in the lead up was doing a blog first. If you're thinking of writing a book, I mean, one of the steps for me was, okay, we're going to write a book. So I had it on my big picture goals that there was going to be a book, but I thought, let me start with a blog. And even starting with the blog, I thought, well, okay, who's going to read it? And then it became important to me that even if one person read it, I'd made a difference for one person. So I didn't think about the thousands of people that had to read it. I thought about the one person. And I just started writing my blog for one person. And that got my confidence, because when people responded to me and said, oh, I read your blog and it really helped me, I was starting to think, okay, I can do this. So, Francois, I think my long answer is it's a process. And first, it's a process with yourself, with your confidence, convincing yourself why you're doing it. And it is important to understand your why. Just why is it important to do this book? Because, you know, you say it's like having a child. It actually takes much longer. It takes much longer than the 9 months of being pregnant, putting this book together. And let me tell you, if you ever want to feel vulnerable in your life, put a book out there. Because when you put a book out there, you're putting your whole self out there, and then you're sitting waiting for people's responses on it.
And Kim, I'm just thinking, I mean, there's many things you do. It's the books, but then you also do speaking and you do webinars and you do events. And there's a whole host of things. You're very out there in terms of getting your message out there, because just writing the book alone is not enough. It's what do we do off the back of that, which I think is very important. But how do we, I mean, which one of those things do you think, or I mean, you would know by this point, like, is the book the precursor to everything else that one wants to achieve? So if that why of yours is true, or it's as you say, it's authentic and it's humble and you're doing it for the right reasons. It's not that ego thing. It is a thing of, listen, I want to make a difference. I want to make an impact. I want to educate. I want to make things better. I want to help things progress. I want things to sort of get better. If that's the thing, is the book part of a bigger plan, or is just writing a book enough, I guess is my question.
Sadly, writing a book in South Africa is definitely not enough. We have these grand ideas. I think when we see some of the overseas authors and we see how they've sold 1 million books and we go, oh my gosh, that could be me. The book's just one element. I really do believe that the book's one element. If I go back, when I wrote, and I think it's also a journey, because when I wrote my first book, Retirement, which was 7 years ago, I definitely hadn't worked enough on my brand. I kind of launched the book, then realized I didn't have enough of a brand, and then I started building up a brand. This year, when I released Midlife Money Makeover, which was great, was I already had built the brand from the first book. So this book was a lot easier to go out there and promote, and there was a lot more people that were already following me. And just so I know it's a mixed answer, but kind of like it's a catch-22, because do you wait so long that you build your brand before you release your book? And I mean, a lot of people do have strategies around it and plans around it. You can join those courses where you can actually put together a whole way of self-publishing your book, self-marketing your book, and getting it out there, more this funnel system, and that's the way of doing it. I suppose for me it was a little bit different. That's not my only job that I have. I mean, my main work that I do is being a financial planner and helping people plan their finances, writing financial plans. So this was an add-on for me. So potentially I wasn't in the position where I was writing the book to make my money. I was writing the book to share a message. And I must say, I mean, what you're saying is so true. It builds your brand. So with Retirement, it did build my brand. It brought a lot of clients in for Chartered Wealth Solutions. I mean, because people read the book and then they came into us as a company. So it did a lot of good for us. So it's a bit of a mixture. If you could, in the ideal world, I would tell you to build your brand first and then release your book. Again, when if there's a whole conversation here, and perhaps we're going to get to it, about self-publishing or publishing, going through a publisher. When you go to a publisher, they do like to know that you have a brand and how many people are following you and how many people are potentially going to buy your book. So that's a great one to get them to agree to publish your book. So those are some of the considerations that you must be putting in place. But what I do worry is sometimes that we take too long getting the brand going, and then somebody else releases the book, and then all of a sudden we say, well, you know, what would be the point of us releasing our book? We kind of missed it.
And you know, sorry, there's so many questions that's running through my mind as I'm listening to you, because like my question does become, like, that first book that you wrote, you say your brand wasn't as strong then as it is now, but wasn't that a critical part of building your brand as well? So it's almost this, like which comes first, the chicken or the egg? So you can't write a book if you have absolutely no brand, but you also don't probably need the biggest, most well-known brand, most respected brand out there before you can write a book. If you've got a bit of a track record, you've got a bit of a following, you've got a bit of people who know who you are, you know, because those are also the people that go out and say, like, whoa, like Kim has written this book, or this one has written this book, and you got to read it. And I mean, do you think, like, obviously there's a lot that happened between the two books, but how much did that first book help you build your brand? I wasn't going to say exponentially, or was it the speaking that came after it, or what was the book that catalyst for that?
Absolutely, the book was the catalyst for it, because when you have a book, obviously you get a lot of publicity that you wouldn't normally get. So, and it's a lot of publicity that you're not necessarily paying for. In the sense that many people want to interview on their radio programs, they want to interview on their podcasts, so a lot gets written about your book. People are reading your book, and people can then identify with you as a person. So many people read the book, and then they said to me, Kim, reading the book was like you were speaking to us. So they were coming in, so from a client point of view, and then I started getting a lot of workshops, because people said, well, this is exactly what we want our company to hear about. So I started getting workshops, and getting the workshops then gets you the talks as well. So, but you've got to be ready for it, Francois. I still remember when I'd written my first book, and it was about to go to print. I mean, it was just close to going to print. And I had a realization that I had to have a website. I never had a Kim Potgieter website. And I put a hold on the book going to be published, so we could include the book into the, we could put the website details into the book. Because then I started realizing that I wanted to connect with people. So I'm sharing this so that people don't make that same mistake. So I was then sitting developing a website, and then I put into the book reflections that people would go through the book, find the reflections, and they could go to my website and get it, because then I was starting a relationship with my readers, because it's not worth you writing the book and then you don't start a relationship with your readers. So mine was real trial and error. I can't say that I had a strategy person helping me. And if you think that your publisher is going to help you, so both my books were with publishers, but my publisher didn't sit down and tell me things like that. They were quite happy for my book just to go out. They weren't thinking about future business that was going to come in for me. I had to think about the future business that was going to come in for me. And it was a little bit, as the book was ready and I was reading it, I realized that I didn't have that in, so I quickly added it in. So that would be one thing as well for your people on your on the call today, is bring in your own website where you can then have contact with people who are reading it. They can then subscribe to your blogs or your podcasts or whatever your form of communication is. Because once people have read your book, they do want to hear from you again.
Because it does feel like you're getting to know that person, right? As you say, so here's something that I'm picking up from what you're sharing, is that if you are planning to write a book, you've actually got to think a little bit down the line. Because my question was going to be like, do I just focus on getting the book written, or should I just step back and say, let's write the book, but also then what are the possibilities that could come from this? What would I ideally like to come from this? For example, somebody might want to go and get into media and speak on stage. Other people, maybe I just want to start like a podcast on the side to also do this, or maybe I just want to do training I want to create a course off the back of this. So there's all these different things, but I think often, and this is the biggest thing, like in my show, for example, the things that I gotten better at is the things that I saw I did and shouldn't do by watching myself afterwards. So I go and watch the recordings. And it's almost, I think, the same thing with writing that book. You realize like, no, now people are asking me can you do a workshop? Okay, so now we do workshops, so that's cool. And then it goes like, oh, but can you come and talk about this here? And it's almost these things. I guess my question to you, Kim, is, did you foresee those things, or were those like aha moments as you went on after that first book? Because I think that those things are amazing realizations for me. But was that what happened with you?
I certainly hadn't had it pre-planned, not with the first one. The second book I've been much more organized with. The first book, it was, oh my gosh, somebody liked my book and they want me to come in and do a workshop. I better get a workshop put together. So I think sometimes if we were trying to think of it all, it would be so daunting. Imagine writing a book, doing a workshop, knowing what your keynote talk's going to be. It was more having that open kind of attitude where I said yes to everything. I wanted the book to be spread, and a good way of selling your book is to do talks, is to do workshops. You realize when your book goes into exclusive books or into bookstores, it's only got a certain lifespan. you're the one who then promotes your book the most afterwards. Talks, workshops, your website are all great ways of then promoting your book. So I think you have to be ready, and you have to be willing to say yes to the opportunities that the book presents. So that would be my biggest thing, is to have that ready. I'm not saying you would have to have the workshop or the keynote ready, because it is a gradual process. And then I think also, Francois, just once the book was launched, the most incredible part was meeting the people that had read the book. I used to get so excited when people used to come to see me, and they'd bring my book and they'd have all the reflections, and that filled in, and they brought it to me to show me the work they'd done. And then they started coming with their stories of how to change their life, how they were looking at retirement differently, how it challenged their thinking. And that really, I mean, it gave me so much more insight into people, and I could carry on sharing that. So literally, as that first book was finished, the second book started happening in my head. And I say, for me, a book takes 5 years. And when I'm saying it takes 5 years, it's 5 years of reflections, hearing, getting people's stories, and also me doing the learning in order to create the next book. So that was a great kind of, and thank goodness for it. I think it must be terrible if you've written the book and then you don't get that kind of feedback. I was really fortunate to get that, and then hence why then I realized I wanted to write a book for a bit of a younger age group, and Midlife Money Makeover was then for the 45-year-olds plus. But another thing also that I found, just as a useful tip, was you've got such beautiful content in your book afterwards to start pulling out ebooks, because you've got your book, and then I pulled out 2 chapters as ebooks, and I'm going to do the same now with Midlife Money Makeover, because there are many people that can't afford to buy your book, or many people that don't, whereas if you've got an ebook, then they can get access to it, and it can still add value, so they don't necessarily have to get the whole book. And that's a great way of getting an ebook quite in quite a simple way of just pulling out different chapters from your book.
Yeah, and now, Kim, I have another big question, which I think a lot of people ask, and this is probably a struggle. But before I do that, I first want to compliment you on something, because if there's something that you, and Chartered Wealth for that matter, does extremely well, you know exactly who your audience is. You're not going out there writing books for other financial planners or writing blogs necessarily, although you talk a lot to financial planners and you do engage and you do help, right? And you do all of that stuff, and you've got the amazing internship program where you bring people through the ranks and all that good stuff. But the one thing that you guys are extremely good at, whether it's client events, or events in general, whether it's the books and everything, it is aimed at your target client, or you have an idea of who you're writing for, and it might be wide, because obviously a book is about self-help, right? So if anybody can pick up your book and get help that they probably cannot get directly from you, just because of time and maybe distance and things like that. But at the end of the day, like, you've got to be very clear on who you are writing for, and obviously the message. So that's the one thing that's my observation anyway, from working with you for a little bit this year. So I want to ask you, on the other hand, then, whether you can comment on that. But then my big question here to end off with is, how do you decide on what you're going to write about? Where does the ideas, because I think that's where a lot of people get stuck. It's like, I can write about a lot of stuff, but what do I write about? So that's what I want to sort of, just as a closing thing, how do you decide?
So for me, Francois, it wasn't really deciding what I was going to write about. I had a message that I wanted to share. So it really came to me of this is the message I wanted to share. So this is work that I do every day with clients, and it was just that I wanted to share it to a broader audience. So for me, it is my why, it is my purpose, and that's what I share. What you do have to be careful with when you do write these books, from my personal perspective, is not to try and put everything in them. I think sometimes we get so excited that we just want to give way too much information. And where I've got a lot of help from, and I have had writing coaches that have helped me, is to simplify my message and not to overload the people and overwhelm them with too much. So I've had to be careful not to give everything that I'm passionate about, because then it's too much and you lose the reader. It's to really be specific about what you want to get across. So it's simpler than what you think, because we all over give. Even when we talk to people, we want to give them way too much, and then at the end of the day they don't take out the main messages. So I've simplified it when I've written the books so that people actually leave with the message that I intended to give them. So mine's been more purpose than me thinking about what my topic is that I'm going to be writing on. And because mine always is your relationship with money, I have to test everything. Is money in it, and is life in it? And if life and money are in my books, then I know I'm on track. You know, I don't want to go and write on different things. That is for me what the purpose is of my blogs, of the purpose of my my meetings with clients, and then with the books and the talks that I do.
Absolutely amazing. You are a huge inspiration. I don't know if you know that, but really, really amazing, Kim. And thank you so much. Just from my side, thank you for your time this morning. Thank you for sharing so openly. Thank you for what it is that you're doing. Keep doing that great work. And yeah, just all the best for the rest of the little bit of the year that's left. And then have a good rest and stay safe. And hopefully we'll catch up next year again.
I look forward to it, and thank you for having me, Francois.
It's a big pleasure. Thank you, Kim. Bye-bye. All right, so that is Kim Potgieter, and what an amazing person, and just the journey and the learnings from that alone, I think in that short little interview is absolutely amazing. Before I we bring on another author, which is going to be Carol Lindsay, let me just bring on Mr. Adam Owen, and then Adam, we need to share the totalizer, like where are we at 10 o'clock, so after an hour of writing. I know it's now 20 past 10 already, but as at 10 o'clock, we were on, let me just see, you're on mute, but there we go, 7,034 words. So we are almost, what is that? That is, oh, my math. So let's go 10, that's almost 20% of the way there. Are we not? I think. You're on mute, Adam.
Francois, would you believe it? You see, I'm so desperate not to talk out loud on screen and over talk, and then I forget to unmute myself. How fantastic is that? 7,034 words. I think that given that that was just an hour in, so we've already gone beyond that, and our authors are doing a fantastic job back there. I need to give a big shout out to you as well, Francois, because you actually completed that totalizer. You filled that in whilst in the middle of an interview as well. I could not do that. That was awesome multitasking.
I tried to it's because I think there's little things we didn't think about, like having both access to certain things and being able to dovetail each other, but that's cool, no problem. So I'm going to hand over to you, Adam, and you can chat to Carol, and then also to Kevin. And then after that, we're going to take a short 10-minute break. So we're not, the stream continues. We will just put a splash screen on in order to show that we'll be back very shortly. And then when we come back, Adam and I, we're going to have a bit of a chat. And then at 11 o'clock, we have you, Anita Foster. So looking forward to that. So yeah, with that, Adam, over to you.
Francois, thank you. And I'm going to bring Carol in, although I'm just staring down at our green room and it looks like Carol may not be entirely connected at this point. So Carol, if you can hear me, then we're ready to interview you. If not, in the meantime, I'll just fill for a couple of minutes because Francois said, "Oh, Francois, you're back here." I was about to start talking about all sorts of nonsense, Francois.
I must maybe put on my Batman mask. I must put on my Batman mask and we entertain. So, so Carol is here, but yeah, guys. So just a reminder, that's usually went out. Kevin as well. Just make sure you leave the Zoom meeting completely, and then where we're doing the writing, and then so that it releases your camera and your microphone, because I think that's the issue. So, but yeah, let's just quickly see. Carol, so just make sure you're out the Zoom session, and then you can go out and come back in again so we can chat to you. But in the meantime, Adam, I think it's going flipping well. Sorry for that.
I've got to say, Francois, technology aside, which is always a little challenge, isn't it? Trying to balance all the various different bits of technology. But I think it's going fantastically. And everyone in the author's room seems to be having a really good time, just demonstrating that when we get creative and when we collaborate, then just something magic happens. And we found this time and time again in all of our collaborations over the last couple of years, haven't we? That doing things together just makes it so much more enjoyable.
Yeah, and I mean that's how. Like I just fondly remember us meeting quite like a year, I guess more than a year ago probably, and you know, we sort of said, oh, well, let's have a virtual beer, and then I thought like this is going to be awkward, you know, but that's how everything starts. It was a conversation. You know, you got to know me a little bit better, I got to know you a little bit better, and now a year later, you know, like a lot of things are happening because of that collaboration and because of that. Yes, there is Carol. So that's the, you know, that's the amazing thing about this. And if there's one good thing for me that came out of this whole, like, you know, just weird world that we live in at the moment, it is that, you know, in some sense we disconnected, but in another sense we got very connected. So I think that is, it's an amazing both sides of the scale.
I think that's exactly right. And, you know, look at the things that over the last 18 months that you and I have each done that we would never have done before. You have tried a mince pie and I have bride. So, you know, ultimately we've shared those experiences as well. And, you know,
and
all
you
of
had
this.
Dwarfs, don't
Oh,
forget the
Durvost, of
Dwarfs.
course. Yes,
Yeah.
of course. I ate Durvost as well. That lasted a long time, that pack of Durvost. I went for a monster pack of it as well. So that lasted all the way through Christmas. So yeah, it's been fantastic, hasn't it? And I think we've got so much more over the next 12 months to share. But Carol's arrived now. The technology is working. How brilliant is this?
I'll see you later.
We'll let you take a break and I'll bring Carol in.
Cool. Enjoy.
So, welcome, Carol Lindsay. How are you today?
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you, Adam, and everyone.
Fantastic. Well, look, great to see you, and thank you for joining me for a quick chat. It's we're now beginning to sort of get into the flow of the writing, and of course, the challenge now is that I'm maybe actually breaking in and breaking your flow as well. So I first want to apologise, but then say thank you for volunteering for this, and tell me a little about just what prompted you to want to get involved.
Well, Adam, Francois asked, you know, if I would be interested, and I jump at the challenges, essentially. You know, I was also asked to judge a separate contest of speakers, but I had to put this, you know, first. So unfortunately, yeah, I had to sort of decline that. And I think it's an amazing experience, you know, for all the authors. It's something new. To me. And I think, you know, just from writing a book, you know, you tend to sort of have one author and their thoughts and so on. And I think with this, it's so diverse, you know, different chapters, you know, different people's input, and there's no right or wrong, you know, so I find it quite exciting. I'm still getting into my book. So I've actually put a whole sort of mind map in place with the intro and so on. So, but yeah, hope to get there soon.
Excellent. And I think you make a really good point, don't you, that we have got so many voices that come together. Then what we'll have will be a really fantastic sort of melting pot of ideas around financial planning. But you mentioned there a mind map. Now, I'm a big fan of mind maps, but tell me how you find the mind mapping process. What's your process for that?
Look, essentially, I don't really have a process. That was just an automatic, well, how am I going to sort of, you know, just think about it? So there was no real pre-planning to today. I had an idea. It sort of came to me a couple of days ago when, you know, the content was, or the chapters were put out there. And I thought, well, what am I going to write about? You know, mindset. And yeah, I thought, well, look, the best way to do it was to just write it out, and there's your mind map, and just start with the intro and try and make it thought-provoking, you know, not just, you know, well, cliched as such. So I want to, and I hope what I'm going to put down is going to be inviting for the reader, trying to bring it across in a different way, and then obviously lead up into the financial planning sort of element. The whole mindset aspect of it. So yeah, it is on paper, just quickly jotting down. I thought I have to put that down in words because you want some words, you know, so, but yeah, that's it.
Fantastic. And so your chapter's looking at mindset. So what does mindset mean to you?
So mindset for me, Adam, it's, everybody, you have to have the right mindset in any sort of situation. But what is the right mindset? How do you approach things, just in life in general, with regards to money, with regards to a financial planning practice, all of that. And, I sort of used a real life story, and this came to me, like I said, a couple of days ago. And I sort of used the word appendix. So the appendix mindset, and you're probably thinking, what am I talking about? So, an appendix is essentially two things, the appendix in your body, and then an appendix in a book. And essentially, if something doesn't add to you, you need to sort of divert it, and cut it off and move forward. But you have to also deal with that situation. So we were out on at the coast the other day. It was actually last week, and while on holiday, I was rushed into casualty to have my appendix taken out. So it all just sort of flowed, and I thought, well, what am I going to write about? And you sort of link to the appendix to a book and also to that mindset. But essentially, although you always want to cut things off, sometimes you need to have that appendix in order to grow, in order to learn. And, so it's sort of a dual thing. So I'm trying to sort of map that all out and how we'll actually put that in this chapter, because essentially those challenges, those hurdles, that thing that you're going through, whether it's, and right now we're all going through a situation with regards to COVID. You can't cut that off. It's there. It's a reality. So how do you deal with it? So, I'm trying to sort of put that all together, that sometimes it is needed or it is there. You cannot cut it off. And so just read my chapter. I'm still busy with that. So we'll get there.
Fantastic. It's a really interesting analogy as well. And I really like the way that you're sort of playing with words. That's the whole point, isn't it? Of when we write, we can play with words. Language is a fantastic tool. And, whether it be in English or Afrikaans or any language, it's just, there's so much opportunity to play with how we actually use words. So, I'm really looking forward to your chapter. I'm looking forward to all of the chapters. Every chapter that I hear about this morning is going to become my new favorite chapter, isn't it? I can tell this is going to happen as we go along. So Carol, thank you so much. I'm going to let you get back to your process then in that case, and we'll check in during the rest of the day and just see how things are going on. But thank you very much, and very much enjoy writing your chapter.
Awesome. Thanks, Adam. Go well.
Have a great day. And we've also very briefly going to check in on Quibus. We've got Quibus Clean here, and Quibus, good morning. I know we're interviewing you a little later on, but we wanted, before we went to the break, because you're writing our third chapter, just to check in and ask you how your experience of this collective writing process is going today.
Good morning, Adam. I can tell you, I'm so excited about what we're doing here. It's going to make a huge difference to new advisors and advisors that is in the business. To put so many authors together, chapters that makes a huge amount of sense. My chapter, branding, personal branding, is one I'm very passionate about, that I like to talk about, write about, and I've no doubt it will help advisors out there to learn and to read how to embrace your personal brand, how to create a personal brand, how to make that personal brand work for you and your clients and for everyone that matters at the end of the day, Adam. So I could not be more happier to write about the chapter that I'm so passionate about at the end of the day.
Fantastic. And what's happening in the writer's room at the moment? Then I can see things furiously going back into in the chat. What have the highlights been so far for you?
Well, what is interesting, we're obviously 14 people in there, and we're talking to each other. We're writing, we're trying to be quiet, but we ask questions, we try to support. So it's very hectic at the moment. And then we have to go out of the room into the interview rooms. So, our brains are not coping only on the personal branding or what we write, but we have to keep coping with interviews and things as well. So it's quite hectic at the moment, India, I have to say, but it's wonderful.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got everybody multitasking, haven't we? So yes, so much fun. Well, Quivers, thank you so much. We'll be checking in with you later. We've got a longer interview where I know Francois is going to be asking you about your writing process. So I don't want to preempt any of that. Just to say thank you so much for being involved this morning and for the rest of the day. And we will chat with you later.
Thank you, Adam. Very exciting. We'll talk to you later. See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, everybody. So that's us for this first section this morning. We're going to take a short break now. We've got so many more interviews, chat. We'll have another totalizer up in around about 25 minutes or so. Just to let you into a little bit of what's going on behind the scenes. Francois was off camera a few minutes ago while we were chatting, so I'm really just filling in here now as Francois races back to get his headphones on. And I think actually he's having a quick snack as well. Maybe Francois is having some breakfast. So how are you doing there, my friend?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Just helps to sit just for a little bit in between. So yeah, they're really, really happy with, I think, how things are going, Adam. I wasn't able to listen out to these two interviews, which I'll have to go back and look at, but yeah, it's amazing.
I think what we're planning to do, are we planning to put together a highlights package of the live stream? So we'll
Absolutely.
edit into also, we'll take you and I out basically, won't we, Francois, and keep all the good bits in. I think that's probably the plan after this. So we'll be able to share this with people.
Yeah, sorry. You and I are not the highlights. We are the renter crowd. We fill things. So we'll
just
take
fill
that
it.
out.
That's exactly it. So we're going to take a bit of a break now, then, are we? And then head back for our next interview guest.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So I've been talking to Anita here on WhatsApp, and she's got a bit of a challenge with her voice because she, it's obviously, like the bugs and the things going around. But so she was just making sure that I'm okay with that, and I'm absolutely sure because like she sounds amazing, doesn't matter what. So really looking forward to the chat with you, Anita, now at 11. And but until so just for the next 10 minutes, so we'll be back at 1:45, I think, Adam. So we're just going to go on a little break just for about 10 minutes. So we will be back. And then in the meantime, we'll just leave the stream going and with a little splash just to say we will be back shortly. And in the meantime, we're going to catch up and see how many words have been written in the last hour. So excited to see the progress.
Fantastic stuff. See everybody later.
Good stuff. Thanks, Adam. There we go.
Hey.
Adam, welcome back. Welcome back.
Well, that was a nice it was a nice break. I've been checking in with our authors in the writers' room, and yeah, everyone's having a great time. It's going
Awesome.
really well. How are you bearing up so far? Because you started very early this morning. It was your last show of the year for this morning, wasn't it? How did that go?
Yeah, it went well. We looked a little bit back on season 2. It was 40 episodes this year. All of the highlights from my perspective. We had some people who joined live in the show to sort of give some of their highlights. So from that point, it was great. It's always an emotional thing. I did a lot of thank yous and things like that, So I joked this morning, I have more crying videos on YouTube than I do have idle ones. But, it is what it is. And but luckily this morning I didn't. I had to hold back. It was there, but luckily I could keep it back. But no, it was good. And I was just walking outside quickly. I sort of thought I needed to share this with you. That because they're busy, that they're busy with renovations here, and it looks like a building site, not just like renovations. It looks like a build site, and I was just walking around, and just thinking to myself, like we're doing all of this, and if I didn't tell people that, they would never even know, thanks to technology, and that's the amazing things, like Crisp. I'm using Crisp to sort of take out all this background noise. We've spoken about this before. And it's just amazing that nobody even knows what's going on. I am cramped into a little corner in my entertainment area where we are living at the moment. So, and it's just it's just another day at the office.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing, isn't it? Exactly as you say, Francois. What we can do with technology. I mean, I just stepped out of my little mini studio here, and went downstairs to see what was going on with the rest of the house. And Andrew said, "Oh, how's it going?" And I said, "Oh, it's going fine." She said, "Where are you today?" I said, "I'm in South Africa." And here am I at a wet, dark morning here in the northwest of England, and yet I'm joining some, just a group of amazing people in South Africa, and that it's still, even 2 years in since we sort of went global and started using Zoom and StreamYard and all this amazing technology to really connect globally. It's still, I still have to just pinch myself really to think, is this really just what's happening? Because it is, we're not quite in each other's living rooms, but we almost are, aren't we? And that is the thing. And yes, when we break away from our sort of sets and backgrounds and all the other things, just normal life is going on around us. And I think you mentioned before things like virtual and augmented reality. I've been working with an organization in the UK to consider producing augmented reality books, like those sort of books that you see in Harry Potter, where the pictures move. And there's so much now that technology is beginning to facilitate that, back when I first started in financial planning 25 plus years ago, none of that existed. It was still paper illustrations, and to get to somebody's house, we used maps, very old-fashioned things, little books with street maps on them and atlases and all of those things. And now technology has facilitated that we don't even need to travel. We can be sat in our own homes or offices and just chat over the internet. It's just unbelievable for me, really, Francois. Coming from the generation that you and I come from, it's just quite remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And you know what I think about, if you think about back then, sort of how things worked. And I was talking to somebody yesterday, I think it was yesterday, the day before, somebody mentioned to me, because we were talking about things, and he said, dude, it was yesterday. You realize, when we got this machine, this computer, it was literally like 2 walls of a machine. It was that big. And it's frighteningly not that long ago. I mean, you say now in our days, if you talk about 80s, 90s, it's not that long ago. Actually, it is the other day, and you see how fast and how much these things have changed. I think, it's just amazing to see where we're going. Look, there's one thing that I do when you do these virtual sessions, which is great. You don't have to explain to anybody where the bathrooms are, where the kitchen is. None of that logistics are necessary. I assume you know where those are, so that saves a bit of time. But I must say, I've been out and about and seen quite a few people over the last couple of weeks, and it's great. This time of year, there's a lot of year-end stuff happening, so people lunches, breakfasts, or just let's just have a get together and just say, just sort of look at the year and then just sort of say, well done, we've reached the end of the year. So that stuff is all great. And I just realized this week, particularly because I had a lot of them this week, is, they will nothing, no virtual reality, no augmented reality, nothing can replace that real human connection you feel when you do get together. So I don't think we will do less of it, but we'll do more of the important stuff like that, I think. So the not so important stuff might be virtual, but the rest, I think things that really matter to people that matter to people, definitely going to be a lot of that still in person.
Yeah, I think you're right. And we were chatting yesterday evening, weren't we? And something that you said really resonated with me. It was only almost a throwaway comment that you made. You actually said, I am so over lockdowns. And I thought, yeah, in spite of 2 years of doing this and, really enjoying it and really enjoying that opportunity just simply to turn on a screen, I totally got what you meant when you said that it is so nice to meet people in person. Or, the other thing that I've really found really quite a joy is a pleasure of having a telephone conversation, Francois. Just that opportunity to switch off some of the senses and just concentrate on voice and to really listen. Because, when you and I are on screen, as we are now, we're multitasking, aren't we? There are other things happening around us. I've got 3 or 4 different apps open just to help with the production of today, and you'll be the same on your screens. And sometimes just to pare all of that back and just to have, 2 voices, 4 ears, and nothing else, and that in itself is just an absolute joy. I'm very much looking forward to telephone calls far more now than I ever used to.
I must just say one thing while we at it before I chat to you, Anita, is I was so looking forward to next year coming to the UK to the conference, and coming and broadcast from there, and now like some new variant, increase in infections, no more travel. I hope it gets sorted by then, because I was really looking forward to that.
Francois, I think that we've gone for the 9th of June. It's right in the height of summer. We are very much expecting and hoping that you will be able to travel. And I think just from nobody in South Africa needs to hear from little old me in the UK, but we've been hearing just how brilliant your scientists have been at just finding this new variant. And I would like to just give a little shout out to the amazing work that people in South Africa have done, and particularly your scientists, to tell the world about this and to actually find it, because the stuff that your guys are doing there is world leading. So yeah, big shout out for that.
Awesome. We'll take it. Cool stuff. Adam, yeah, so I think next step, if you can get the totalizer for us up to date, and then I will talk to you, Anita, for a little bit. And then after that, Adam, you are, if I'm not mistaken, you are then interviewing 2 other authors as well. So looking forward to
Francois, it keeps going. So I'll dive off now. I'll get the abacus and slide rule out and do the calculations, and we'll update our totalizer very shortly. See you soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Cheers, Adam. See you now. All right, so and finally, we've had 2 amazing interviews already, one with Lelani Besaidenout, one with Kim Potgieter, and now this has been my favorite episode from the show last year. So maybe it's because she shares my wife's name. I'm not sure. I think it's just because she's pretty brilliant and she shares my wife's name. So you, Anita Foster, I am going to bring you onto the screen and say to you a very, very good morning.
Good morning, Francois. How are you doing?
I am great. Loving the new hair, because I think it looks different from the last time I saw you when we handed over books and stuff like. Well,
there you go. It's in bits and pieces now. It's one of the few things we can change, because there's no restrictions on cutting your hair, and even if we can't go to hairdressers, there's no restriction on yourself grabbing a pair of scissors and getting it done yourself.
Yeah, sometimes we have to. You just have to say, listen, screw process, screw all the stuff. We just need to get something done. And if that is what is required, then that is what one does. So,
yeah, and sometimes you need to stop Googling and just start writing.
Stop trying to learn how to cut hair. Just cut hair.
There you go.
Listen, Man, it's always an amazing pleasure for me, whether we have coffee or whether I talk to you in a forum like this. It's just always amazing, the energy, all of it. And I'm so excited. Like, really, I get excited about a lot of stuff, but I'm extremely excited about chatting to you about the books that you have written together with Roger Harrop, sort of the process, what made you do it. So there's a whole host of questions I've got. So I don't want to waste any time because we don't have much time. But just first off, thank you for making the time. Thank you for, even though you think your voice sounds like a bit rough at the moment, it actually sounds great. So thank you very much for this morning. So let's start there. Like, I mean, so there's two books that have sort of come out now, almost it feels to me at the same time, or at least I got to become aware of them. The one is called Win, the changing rules. There you go. And then Staying in the Helicopter, which was the one for me, like, I love this. And it's sort of, are these the only two books that you've been a part of writing at this point, or have you written other books
so
before?
far, yes. I've written quite a few articles, been published in other things and so on, but these were the first two books, and I'm planning a third one for next year. I'll see if Roger has appetite to join me in co-authoring, but these were the two published ones, yes.
All right, awesome. So here's the big question. So, I mean, there's this interesting story of how you and Roger got to meet and why things are happening, what's happening. It's always amazing like that. But, I mean, have you always wanted to write a book? Is that something that you walked around with for a long time, or is it something that was spur of the moment? Is it something that, I don't know, Roger or somebody mentioned?
Most things I do is not things or not things that I've always wanted. It tends to be really impulsive and seem like a good idea at the time until I get stuck in the middle of the project and really big regrets, and then a sense of responsibility takes over and I just get it done. But so I've never wanted to be a published author. That's never been on my radar. But I remember winning an RTL Coffee 50 Rand prize for a story that I wrote about baboons and a car in a market and something. My mom still has it on file. That I won 50 Rand for, and that was published in Die Taalgenoot at a really young age in primary school. So writing came naturally to me at quite a young age, and script writing and producing plays and so on. So the writing bug bit me quite soon in life.
Cool. So, what sort of got you to this point to say, okay, now this is the book we're going to write? Just maybe take me a little bit through that, because that's all, just for those people that maybe don't know you yet, and sort of what these books are about. I mean, what led to that? And then for me, it's always interesting to understand, like, why this book. Quite interesting to hear about that.
Sure. For the background on how I got to here specifically, in the previous episode we did, so I'm not going to spend time on that. But pretty much COVID happened. So instead of being able to travel around the globe and being booked for speaking gigs and for advisory gigs and so on, everything shut down, especially in South Africa. It's been different in the UK. It's been more active there, but South Africa completely shut down at the beginning of lockdown. And it's been very, very slow in the events and tourism industry, as we all know. So Roger and I said, well, we've got to keep activity up. Rewriting his books, the previous versions of Staying in the Helicopter and Win, has been on our to-do list for, after 2 or 3 years. And then we said, well, since we can't get together, since we can't really travel, since we can't do all of these other things, let's bring that forward and rewrite it. So the basic outline and thought is premised on the keynotes, the master classes, the advisory sessions we will do, outlined in the book for those who want a quick, easy read to evaluate whether they would want us to engage in person. But being relatively independent-minded, I took it as an outline and then said, well, if I want my name on a book, I've got to put my own stuff in here. So there's been quite a few conversations between me and Roger, him winning some of the debates and me, I might think, winning more.
Yeah, I would definitely, even if I wasn't part of that, I would definitely go with, I think you won more. And if there's one thing, like you said, it's these quick but very practical books, and I've finished 3 books this year that I read cover to cover. So the one was Win, the other one was Staying in the Helicopter, and the other one was A Billionaire Mindset or something like that by Daniel Strauss. Because I also couldn't put that book down for some reason, but it was just like, oh, these are all the sort of next level stuff for me to consider. but I mean, it was so nice to just read a book that you can actually follow and you understand. It's practical. It doesn't sort of just put a lot of things in there just for the sake of having a thick book. I think I'm more of a collector than a reader because I have many books. Yeah, just look at that. It is amazing. I love it. And that actually prompted me because I've been wanting to write a book for a long time. My biggest issue is deciding what to write on. So obviously, like the work that you guys do, these two books speaks directly into that. It also speaks to a particular market. It's not just aimed at anyone, I guess. Am I right in that?
Correct.
It's aimed at a specific reader.
And that would be my number one, or that is usually my number one piece of advice for anyone else who's asked me. I attended a Professional Speakers Association session last year in the dark during load shedding. It was really funny, but we got it done on how to write a book, how to get through that writer's block, because there is a process, and the more you know the process, the easier it is to write. Because I write a lot, it's part of what I do in my company, it's part of what I do for my own business, it's part of what I do for clients. I write a lot. So the process just was a little bit different, but I was used to it. But the number one piece of advice I would give to anyone wanting to write a book is not to first know what you want to write about, but who you want to write for. Because the moment you start writing specifically for someone, it becomes about them. Then it's not a thick book for your own ego. It's not about including, well, what will make me sound clever, what will build my ego, but what will actually help my reader to get from where they are to where what I need them to go in this specific book. And that's the other thing. These books are really thin. It's a 4-hour read. It really is a 4-hour read. And that's by design. It's not because we didn't have enough to say, because as you know, I've got a lot to say. And what is the target audience for this specific book? Where are most of them, and where do I want to take them towards the end of this book? Even if it's a business book, even if it's a book on financial advice, don't write theory. There's enough textbooks out there. The simple things, the human things, the stories, the whole timeline that transports someone from feeling like, well, I need to know this, to I know this now. Let me carry on. Give them the confidence. Not, yay, this author was clever, but yay, I know something now. So know your audience first before you even know what you want to write about.
Yeah. I mean, this thing is all about like the process of writing a book, why you write a book, who you write it for. So that's what this. But I do want to mention this, like these two books. Like there's two things that stood out for me. The one is the amount of stories that's in there. Because obviously, I mean, between you and Bill, there's like, specifically with him, there is so much experience there, right? And so many stories. And he shares those stories, and you are sharing stories. And so it's absolutely amazing. The other thing is alluding to what Adam said earlier in another discussion we had. He was talking about like they're looking to bring in virtual reality or augmented reality into writing books and stuff. And you've started that process because you've got these QR codes that you can go and scan, and then it takes you somewhere to a video or a website or a whatever. So it makes it a lot more interactive. And also that also means you don't have to write such a thick book because you can refer them other places where the content exists already. So it's making things more interactive. It's almost for me like you are trying to convert a book into a TV series or a movie or something. This is sort of that in-between step, let's get it a little bit interactive so they feel there's engagement. And just, I mean, from the feedback you've had from readers, I'm keen to know, like, do they like that? Does it feel like they build more of a relationship with you? Does it bring more value? Have you had feedback on the experience?
It's been very strange. I have expected more feedback because Roger apparently, oh, by the way, I need to give credit where credit is due. The idea for QR codes in the book started with Roger when he did Win, because it's all about how to incorporate simple technology into everyday unexpected things. So that's all him. The sources of the QR codes, etc., that was me, but the idea was all his. Now I lost my train of thought. It was about, remind me, Francois.
So now I was asking about the feedback on the QR
You've got
codes.
feedback.
Yes.
So Roger tends to get quite a bit of feedback on his books, and I have had very little. So if I've asked for it, and it might be part of the South African culture as well, if I've asked for it, I received it. And very often the feedback that I do get is not, oh, that was such a wonderful read, I couldn't put it down. It's like, I read through it quickly, but I want to spend more time with it. Well, I read through it and there was this one thing. So people don't go into the mode of, you are so clever, you are so brilliant, at all. They go, there's this one thing that keeps on bugging me and I need to figure it out. Or once I figure out this, I want to have coffee with you so you can explain more. And then I started thinking about my own book reading process. And I very often don't contact the authors afterwards saying, oh, you are so clever, or you had such a good book. I just focus on implementation. So it's the whole publishing or being published and self-publishing thing, and the thick book or thin book and all of those things. It's this whole ego versus value conversation in being an author for me. So I can say I would want to write a book for ego, so people tell me how amazing I am, or I want to write it for reader value. So if they then never contact me but implement it and see the results in their businesses, I might not know about it, but that makes me happy, because that is the purpose of both of these books and will be for the other books I write.
And those are one of those moments when you're at a conference and some, I want to say weird person, because it's like they come up to you and like, okay, like in South Africa, we're like, yeah, okay, like I don't know you. But then they go and say, listen, like I listened, I hear you say this, or I read this in your book, I did, this is the, and that is really what it's about, Yeah. I think you're right. You can say, they can say, oh, what a great cover. What a great story, what a great structure, like, oh, there's so much value there. But unless they actually go and do something with it, that's where the real stuff lies, I think, definitely. So for many people, it starts off with, if like you author a book, then you start speaking, or you do training and then speaking, and like it's sort of that thing. But you were a speaker first. So my
actually not. I was in business first, and then because I was in business and the way I did it, I became a speaker. And then because I was a speaker, I met Roger, and because Roger had books, and I had to update them if I was to speak about the content. So it's been the other way around as usual for my life. But it's, as you say, usually people start speaking, or they have a book and then they start speaking about the book. In the speaking world, though, it's very often, or that was historically true, you needed to have a book to give yourself credibility. My take on it is my credibility comes from what I do on a daily basis, and actually in how I don't tell the same story that was necessarily in the book, because since I've written the book, I mean, I've been running my business, so there's lots of other lessons I learned. And in this day and age of social media, you also need to remember, if there's something that you then edit out of your book, as we call killing your darlings, you've got social media, you've got a website, you've got blogs. Take them out, reuse them, repurpose them for other things. Don't put everything in the book just because everybody else has. I actually delivered one of the books to a radio show host, quite a renowned radio show host. And I messaged him afterwards saying, have you received it in your intro? Because it wasn't in. And I said, yes, thanks for the pamphlet. Where's the actual book? And for me, that is, I didn't intend to write a thick book for ego. I intended to write a book that people in my shoes who don't have 8 to 12 hours to spend just going through fluff and figuring out what needs to work for me and what is applicable and what was just in there to get to a prescribed thickness. It's about knowing your audience, knowing where you want to take them, and then editing stuff out and leaving it for social media and for website and for podcast shows and so on. You're always going to be creating content. So your book is never going to be perfectly up to date with what you know. And that's where a speaking platform and podcasts and social media helps so much to reduce that bit of anxiety.
Yeah, and it's exciting stuff. I'm just, because one of the questions I wanted to ask you, like, is a book a prerequisite if I want to go and speak? And on the other hand as well, does it mean that if I wrote a book that I have to go and speak? That's the other thing. Because a lot of people will feel, look, I'm comfortable writing, but don't put me on a stage. So it's actually what you want it to be. But something that did come up earlier today is what is quite important is that I think specifically if it's one's first book, and maybe your situation is different because of your experience and being in business, and you've done a lot of stuff and you've spoken, and so you're thinking about how all these things fit together might be a little bit different. For first-time authors, though, often what happens is you get stuck into writing that first book that you don't think about where does it fit in, and often maybe like it's almost like my show, right? You start it because you don't know what else to do, because you are as afraid as everybody else, and you just want to take your mind off things. And that's the only reason why you start this. And then as time goes on, you start realizing where it fits in and what's actually happening as a result of it. That happens and works sometimes. Other times you sort of got to sit back and think, what's the bigger picture here? So if I do this, what is it that can happen or may happen or will happen as a result of this? And do I want that? Or how do I need to do this book so that it pushes me more in the right direction where I want to go? Or am I just putting down my thoughts on paper and sending it into the world and whatever will be? So I don't know, what's your take? Like, what do you think?
Apologies. So in terms of process, for a first-time writer, and I go through this process, whether I write a new article or a blog post or, for myself or for a book or whatever it is, the first thing is to not write, but to think, and just have that helicopter view, pun intended, in terms of what is the story. My kids actually asked me 2 days ago, they were really bored, Mommy, how do you write a story? And I explained to them, they got really confused. So this might not be the most simple, straightforward advice, but to have the beginning in mind. What is my beginning and what is my end? And only then building the middle. So writing as you flow. Before we get to the writer's block, if you've got an idea, type it down. So I use Google Keep for all of my notes. I write everything down on my phone because bits of paper I leave. But if I've got a random thought or a random realization, or hey, this would be a good way to explain it, or let's use that model, I write it down on my phone. That syncs to my laptop, and that I get into a very, very unstructured Word document. Don't use fancy tools and all of those things. They don't help you to write. Writing helps you to write. Sitting down and writing helps you to write. Get all of those loose ideas down. And then when you've gotten to a space where you feel like, hey, an outline is kind of emerging, or I've kind of got an idea, then start your structure. Start the structure of the book before you complete the text. I'm actually working with another client at the moment who's asking my advice for specifically this. How do I structure it? So he will get his ideas on paper and send it outside to someone who doesn't know what the content's supposed to be. And I then spot the outline for him and say, well, in each chapter have this and then that. So these three things across all of the chapters, keep them consistent so your reader has an expectation. So start writing down your ideas, then get them into a structure, and then start completing that structure. And I almost want to say never get stuck anywhere, but we do get stuck. So here's how I deal with writer's block, which is a big thing. Whether you just started it as I want to get my thoughts down somewhere and then it goes nowhere, or I really want to do this because it ties in with my personal branding plan, so I've got to get this done, you will get stuck. So spend time on the book. If you don't know how to write, you've got a cover decision to make, you've got a spine decision to make, you've got a printing decision to make, you've got a distribution decision to make. Writing the book is easy. Marketing the book is ridiculously difficult. There's way more to writing than just writing a book. I really promise it. That's the easy bit. So you've got lots of decisions to make. Who's going to format it for me? Am I going to do an ebook? Am I going to list on Amazon? Am I going to go local? Am I going to sell it to the FPI? Am I going to sell it to exclusive books? So dedicate your time working on the book, even if it's not on writing, because your brain gets used to it being a comfortable environment then. So when you do say, I need to bite the bullet and I do need to write 500 words, one chapter, whatever it is, your brain goes, oh, hang on, I know this. This is a familiar project. Let me connect some clever thoughts.
And that's the thing. It's like just, as you have these ideas, like the way that I like to go about just putting my show together, for example, and it's sort of the same approach that I was thinking about taking. Like if I want to write a book, you sort of get, one, who you're writing for, what is the main message? Because there needs to be a golden thread that I guess goes through all the book. What is the intended consequence at the end of the day, or the result that you're trying to create? And then sort of, if you break it down, I like to just work with bullet points, and then whatever comes to mind, you just write it down. And then afterwards you go read it again and say, no, this doesn't belong here. It needs to go there. This isn't so cool. Let's take it out, that kind of stuff. So that's sort of it. Nobody sits down and writes a book from chapter 1 to chapter whatever, and then all in sequence. You can write this thing. If you get stuck there, go to another chapter. If you get stuck there, and if you just get stuck, just leave it and just walk outside and I think this is the other thing. And I said this to somebody yesterday. I think often we think if we want to write a book, for example, you need 2, 3, 4 months in order to write, 6 months to write this book. But that means sitting down every day writing for 6 months. And actually it's not that. You can write an hour a day, half an hour a day, and just do it every single day. And before you know it, like 6 months, 9 months, a year, whatever it is, it flies by at such a pace today anyway. There's your book, or at least like the draft of the book.
Absolutely. What's been valuable for me in writing these books is not having any experience with writing or publishing a book. Look, we self-publish these books because they are so very, very niche. It would be 5 times the amount of work to try and sell the format and the content and the focus and so on through a traditional publisher. So we just, bit the bullet and took out the budget and self-published. But what helped me was I don't have the habit of conforming to expectations or to norms anyway, but breaking free from that, saying, this book needs to make sense. That is the only thing I want. It doesn't need to be a bestseller. It doesn't need to be XYZ. The process doesn't need to be ABC. There's no right way I'm going to do this. I got to a point where I said, well, I've got to stop Googling how to write and write, because Googling has so many different pieces of advice and, fiction versus non-fiction, etc. Just write. People don't want to buy another cookie cutter. People want to buy what you've got to sell. And if what you've got to sell has been intended and formulated specifically for them, and you've described it that way on the cover and the back cover and the marketing material and the blurbs and so on, then it doesn't really matter how you've gone about writing it. It doesn't really matter how it's structured inside. It doesn't really matter if it looks like nothing else on the market, because in the end, there's so many people and they want advice in different ways. You don't have to be a Warren Ingram. You don't have to be a Cobus Klein. You don't have to be anything but yourself and your thoughts published in whatever format you then decide.
Yeah, that's sort of my last question to you. Like, everybody's got a book inside of them. So whether it's a fictitious story, a real story, or a business thing, or whatever it may be, one, do you believe that's true? Second, should everybody write a book? Like, what are your thoughts on that? I know that's a heavy question, but just
no, everybody does not have a book inside them. I do not have a book inside me right now, but I've got an idea of what feedback is that people are sharing me of what I would want to write. So as I'm going through business and as I'm giving advice, I'm paying attention to these and I'm starting to make notes. So the book isn't inside me. These 2 books weren't inside me. There is no book in my husband. There might be a video, but there's no book in my husband, because people don't all like to write. People don't all like to read. There might be a podcast in someone. There might be a blog in someone. There might be infographics, models. There might be research in many people. Can everyone contribute to the body of knowledge? Yes. In the format of a book? Not necessarily. Do you have to write a book? If you really want to, get it done. If you don't feel pressure. There are so many other ways to get your story and your message and your value out.
Awesome. Jonita, you are one amazing human being. Thank you so much for being here. And I look forward to another coffee, like when we are allowed to do that. So definitely.
Let's do that.
But thank you so much. This was so I've got goosebumps, like literally, like it is just amazing. Like, if I could show you, like I said to Adam earlier, like I've got an HD camera, but I literally got goosebumps. It is just so much value. So thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Good luck. I hope you all feel better very soon. Look after yourself.
Thank you very much.
Catch up.
Appreciate it. Have a good show.
Yeah, thanks, we will. Thanks, Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, so immediately I bring on my good friend, co-host, the peddler of note at Below the Water, Adam Owen. Adam, I see you are on mute, just so you know. But it's time for an update on the totalizer before we talk a little bit to Alice and to Henry. Adam is going to do that. But Adam, where are we after 2 hours?
Well, Francois, everybody's doing fantastically. It's amazing. We should probably have organised a drum roll, shouldn't we? But have you got the totalizer ready to put on the screen? I will announce it. But do you have
of course.
Oh, fantastic! Look at us, we're proper organised now. So our grand total so far after 2 hours is 14,744 words.
Wow, so I must give a round of applause for that. I mean, that's halfway, right? And we like 2/3 of the way in time in.
Yeah, I think everybody's doing fantastically well, and I think this is the interesting thing about this whole process, isn't it? That actually, once you get going, it's not as big a mountain as we imagine it will be. You know, the thought this morning of 36,000 words seemed just almost unscalable, but we're at 14,500 already, so everybody's doing absolutely great. And we've had some fantastic guests so far. We've got so much more to come, and yeah, how good is this?
No, it's just like I must be honest, it's exceeding my expectations. I knew it was going to be fun. Or maybe hoped and sort of knew that it would be, because if you get involved and you get stuck in, it's almost like lawn bowls. I don't know if you've ever played lawn bowls. I don't know what it's called in the UK, but in South Africa there's a roll bowl. So for the South Africans listening, like it's the most boring game south of the sun. Okay, until you get into it and you get to understand it, because 75% of each turn you just stand and watch, because like you only get like 2 throws. But once you get into the whole game and how it works, and like you get so involved, you get so excited that, it's just, it's amazing. But anyway, so it's the same with this. I think the more you get stuck into writing, the more fun it becomes. And if you just, if you start going, like, things are starting to click, you know what you want to say, this is where I'm going. Like once that happens, it's just like, there goes all the words. So it's absolutely amazing. Cool beans.
Absolutely.
Adam, yeah.
Well, I was going to say we're about to get into that part of the day now. We did our initial guests, and we're now getting into that part of the day where the pronunciation of people's surnames is going to start challenging me quite immensely, because, of course, our rather bland English pronunciations of things are nothing as interesting as the way that some of these wonderful surnames that are coming up should be pronounced. So I'm going to do my best. Francois, I think you're going to head into our writer's room and catch up with a few people, and we've got another interview coming up in with you in around about 15 minutes or so. So we'll see you back there, and it's Wouter at that point, I think, isn't it? So
we're going to talk to Wouter Snyman.
Yeah, looking forward to that. But in the meantime, shall I get on our next volunteer writer on screen?
Yeah, I'll see you back later.
See you shortly. And there we go. Let's add Alice to the screen. So we've got Alice Myberg here. Alice, good morning. It is still good morning with you, isn't it? I'm just trying to work out the time differences as well. So good morning. How is it all going this morning?
Good morning, Adam. Yes, it's still morning. It's 11:28 on my side. It's still going well. I'm very nervous. I'm feeling that I'm getting stuck a bit now, but I'm sure I'll get over it.
I think, and thank you for sharing that, because it is it's really important, actually, Alice, isn't it, that we so far we can get very caught up in, particularly I can, people might have noticed this about me, but we can get very caught up in the rah of the whole process. We can be very much in the moment and seeing how exciting everything is. I think what's happening in the background, we can just I'm going to try and mute Francois just for a moment, because I think Francois is actually on in our writer's room, but I think maybe, Alice, you've got the writer's room open. And so if you could just log out of the writer's room Zoom, then, in fact, you're physically moving. There we go.
Oh, just physically moving. That's
an excellent old school response to that. Moving out of the room where the noise is. That's perfect. How ideal is that? Superb. Thank you. I'll let you just get settled there. But as I was saying, we can get caught up in the rah and say that, oh yes, here we go, and there's this words and those words, and everybody's writing. And actually, we should and absolutely can acknowledge the fact that it can be a process where we get into a bit of a lull, and there's a moment where actually the words don't suddenly start coming to you, and that's that's when the real hard work of the writing process starts, isn't it? And I think you're maybe just into that moment now, is that the initial euphoria and those first words might come a little bit more easily, and then we just really have to start pushing through some of those barriers. In marathon running, they talk about hitting the wall, don't they? And in writing, I think that's a similar thing. You can hit a wall. So Alice, tell us a little about the outline of your chapter. What's your chapter about?
Well, my chapter is about getting to know your client and not the money. So having a different approach to, instead of the usual questions you ask your client about their budget and their family and their goals and their dreams. So you start asking different questions, more precise questions, or other questions about do they exercise, for instance. More in asking questions about their money stories, their historical or cultural background, how the family has managed money, so you can get a better idea of their listening that they're coming into when they sit down with you and discuss with you what their money story is, what's the background, where is it coming from, and also can't think now. I'm too nervous.
No, I think that's absolutely fascinating, though, and it's really interesting to hear you say that, and talking about that holistic approach. You know, having a conversation with the whole client, I think is super valuable. And oftentimes we find, with financial planners that I meet along the way, that they don't always do that. They don't always have that conversation with the whole client. It's very easy, isn't it, with our compliance-driven processes where we have to get certain key amounts of hard fact data and all of those other things. It's so easy to lose sight of the fact that there's a whole person there. And they have emotional needs, they have health needs, they have family needs that go far beyond. So when you do that with a client, what are the results?
I mean, you basically get a client for life, because when you go into the meeting, you have a blank slate of paper. You don't go into the meeting with an already listening about what you want to present or advice you want to give. So my approach is more about listening, really listening to, without judging, listening with curiosity, and really trying to understand what the client wants, clarifying what the client wants, what's the end goal, and that money it's not about the money. Actually, it's reaching the end goal that you want. And success is not the same for everybody. Success is different for everybody. I had a client that didn't have a lot of money, and when I asked her what does she want, to do with her money, she said all she wanted is buying a lazy boy chair to sit in. So it's different for everybody. So someone wants to buy his Maserati, but this lady just wanted a lazy boy. So
yeah, and I think that's so nice, isn't it? That just to hear those simple things that people want and are looking forward to, and so much so, isn't it? We can get really easily carried away with competing. You know, when we see what somebody else is doing on social media, and we can see what our friends are doing, or anything like that, and we forget that it isn't always about dramatically and radically making change. Sometimes it is just the smallest things that have the most impact in people's lives. And we do in financial planning, we have the ability to completely change people's starts and change their futures, but also just making the present that little bit special for people. I think it's phenomenal, and thank you so much for sharing that, because it's really great. I mean, particularly from the point of view of our journey, even just so far this morning, Alice. That you said at the very beginning you were quite nervous about this exercise today. This is quite outside of your comfort zone. I know it is, and just to come on screen here and share just those things with everybody, that's just fantastic. So thank you. I'm not going to take up too much more of your time, because I know you want to go back and get writing this awesome chapter. I can't wait to read it. I'll be looking forward to that over the weekend. I'm going to be sat down with a coffee reading our book over the weekend, and it's going to be such a joy. So thank you very much. I'll let you head back into the writer's room now and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Alice. Take care. And next up then, we're going to move straight on. I'm just checking that he's all prepped and ready. He is indeed, my very good friend Henry. Now, Henry, I'm going to have a go at pronouncing your surname. My English accent and word usage is not particularly, what's the word, enlightened enough to probably do this justice. But I'm going to go with Henry Legrand. How does that sound? Was that anything close?
Close enough.
Close enough. Thank you. Thank you. You're very kind indeed. So, sir, how's your morning going?
It's going well. I think I spent the better part of an hour actually just planning on how I want the structure to look at, sort of forming the beginning and the end, and then what I want to tackle in the middle. I've divided it up into certain sections and how many words I want to allocate to each section. And yeah, then I think I only wrote 140 words the first hour.
Yeah, and I think that's something that because you and I have been involved in quite a few projects together over the last couple of years, haven't we? And that's something that I've seen about your process very much, is that you very much do like to plan first. And in many ways, that has a real advantage over the time. And it's, I'm reminded of the parable of the hare and the tortoise in this instance, isn't it? That actually, that element of planning and not racing into just starting and firing off, it's a very different process to the way that one or two of the other authors today have sort of set up. So tell me a little bit about your chapter and what's going into it through all of this planning.
So my topic was how my clients want to work with me. So I pondered a bit about what I want to say in this chapter, and I thought about what's the 5 things that people really want from the financial planners. And so the 5 things I came up is they want to trust you, they want to talk to you, they want you to anticipate what they need, they want you to solve problems, and they want to collaborate with you. And then for each of those sections, I'm just looking sort of at the historical element of where we are coming from, and then where we are now, and then what the person reading the book can do going forward to practically implement some of the things in their own business.
That's really fascinating. And that first point that you touch on there of trust and the historical aspect of that, because our profession has come such a long way, hasn't it? And maybe has a little way to go, but the profession of financial planning the world over has come a long way in trust. Tell me what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, that's the only one I can talk to, so that's about where I am now. But I think that when you look at how you built trust in the past, is you would go into a community, then start with your closest relationships in the community and start working with them. And then on their recommendation, if they are happy with what you have to offer, they would recommend you to other people they know. But I think there's a definite shift in when we are firstly moving to a space where we are not only dealing with the people in our neighborhood or city or community, we are dealing with people all over the country and sometimes all over the world. So how do you firstly establish trust with those people enough to let you look into their finances and advise them on their finances? And I think the important thing is that, because I used the example of this came into our local community, how we engage locally, because we were looking for a plumber, to fix some pipes at our home, and I actually had a recommendation for a certain person, but I could not find them online. So I just used somebody different that I could find. So it's just about having that layer of validation and certain things in place where somebody that might hear about you from a friend can do their own research and say, okay, I'm comfortable with the way this person does things and what their philosophies are and how they think about certain topics that's important to me. So I think the important thing is still reputation, but how you go about establishing your reputation looks a bit different now.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And reputation, you're absolutely right, does look a little different. I read a book that was actually written, in fact, I read it just after it was written in the early 2000s, a chap called Alan Moore, who I met and actually had the privilege to be involved in a little project in back then as well. And he'd written at the time with a co-author about this concept that communities dominate brands. So, and this was at the very early stages of this idea that our marketing is no longer going to be successful if it's simply push marketing. Buy Coca-Cola, which is all marketing was based on previously because it tastes nice or it's good. In the internet age where everybody leaves reviews and how you perform is open to comment from everybody that you interacted with, I think it is very different, isn't it? And so I think you've touched on something really interesting there in that wider trust aspect, because you're right, we can build trust on a one-to-one level. It's how do we build trust on a one-to-many level, not only in our immediate communities, but then the information is out there about us globally now. So that's going to be a really, really interesting chapter. And Henry, thank you so much for being involved today. Thank you for joining in with the process. What are you enjoying most about it so far?
Adam, I think the most enjoyable part was when I sort of had the structure what I want to do, because I think the first part of that hour I sat just thinking, okay, what do you want to do? And then when I figured that out, the rest came a lot easier.
Fantastic. Excellent. Well, Henry, enjoy the rest of the day. We'll be checking in on word counts and all the rest of it later. Really looking forward to reading your chapter, and we will chat with you very soon.
Thanks. Have a good day.
Take care. Okay, so I think it's time to bring Francois back. And Francois, you've got another interview lined up for us.
Yes, I am, and I'm very excited to be talking to Wouter Snyman next. Wouter has also written quite a couple of books, and Wouter has also built a very well-known financial planning business. There are two group of companies here in South Africa. So really excited to chat to Wouter, having gone through this process. And even this morning before we started, Wouter gave a fantastic fantastic input and sort of structure and ideas to everyone that's there as well. So definitely very experienced with this kind of thing. So really excited to talk to Wouter. And with that, Wouter, welcome to this side of what's going on today. This is obviously the live stream and what everybody's viewing, but just a warm welcome.
Thanks, Francois. It's great to connect with you. I mean, it's wonderful to be part of this exercise. It's certainly the first time that I've been interviewed whilst writing the book, so that's a definite new experience.
We try and break new ground, so every now and then, Wouter. So it's a great privilege to be able to do that. And but just I think first off from our side, just a massive thank you for taking a day out of your life. I know you are extremely busy and there's lots going on, and specifically this time of the year, But when we sent out like who would be interested, like you were, I think, the first person to respond back and say, you know what, yeah, put down my name. This is amazing. So what made you get involved in today?
Yeah, Francois, I mean, like yourself, I've got a passion for the industry. I think, we've got a wonderful, wonderful, noble profession. And if there's anything that we can do to help and assist advisors, specifically in some really tough times, I mean, clients are going through tough times with the pandemic and everything that arises around that. If there's anything that we can do to assist, I mean, it's a wonderful privilege to contribute the little bit that we know. And collectively, I think we know a lot more than just what I do by myself. So I'm selfishly in this journey because I'm so much looking forward to learn from the rest of wonderful contributors, each an expert in their area. So for me, it really is a privilege to be here.
Yeah, awesome. And Wouter, so I mean, you have now, I don't know, how many books have you got? I know I've got 2 of your books. Is there 2? There's a third one. I think there was a new one that came out recently. Am I mistaken? I can't remember now.
Yeah, so I've published 15 books now, but 4 books from an industry perspective. Some of the other books related to the industry, but yeah, it's just been a passionate journey. I've been an avid reader since a young age, and well, you can see my background is some of my books library. I just believe books is such a wonderful way to learn. And I had this dream around writing a book. I always joke and say that I was a born free status, so English was foreign to me. I had to write my first little book, which was literally a pocket size with a dictionary. But I mean, I think you learn so much more by teaching, because you've got to get to grips with the topic and form your own opinions. And I suppose that's why I've continued writing books. I've always been challenged. Is there anyone that will read my books and will they find it valuable? Because I can't read or write as nicely as some of the wonderful authors that's in my bookcase. But it's not about that. It's really about each of us have kind of a level of expertise, and we've overcome challenges in our lifetime. And it's about sharing those stories. It's sharing your kind of intimate environment as to how did you maybe work around a problem or the likes. And that's why I've liked the journey of writing books.
Can I take you back to before you wrote your very first book? Can you still remember the process, the feelings, what led to you writing that first book? How did that come about?
Yeah, so I vividly remember it, because I think I wrote the first book. I spent about 10 years writing it. And for anyone that's seen it, it literally is a little pocket-sized book. I think I had about 400 pages written, and then I saw this wonderful story of a guy that wanted to give a very personalized gift to family and friends over Christmas, and he wrote poems. And when I saw that, I thought, okay, I can't write poems; it's not my forte. But I have written this book, and I've been tinkering around it for about 10 odd years, and started to download the book, 400 A4 pages, and then promptly realized that about 380 of those pages were really nonsense, and it was nonsensical. No one would make any headway around it, and I was stuck with about 20 pages. And I got to writing because I really wanted to give a personalized gift to family and friends over Christmas, and this idea of this very small little book came about. So I finished, since I started that process, I finished that first book in literally 2 weeks, and published it a couple of weeks later, self-published and self-designed. And if you see the first book, you can see that it was self-designed, because it was no work of art, but it was something very personal that I could share with family and friends.
And yes, and I think there's such a valuable story. If you look at like all the stuff here behind me, like what I've painted, you can see the first one to the last one. I mean, there's progress, and I think we often get so stuck into, it needs to be perfect, it needs to be right. If it doesn't have, if the cover isn't 100% perfect, and every pixel is not in its place, and the color coding, nothing of that is 100%, then but it's like, I think that's where a lot of the satisfaction is to see like, whoa, look at my first little pocket guide, and you look at the last one and where you are and how you've grown, how things have gotten better, how you get better at saying what it is that you want to say, getting your message across. And I still believe that that's where most of the value is for you as the person writing the book, and learning as you go along, and through that having to learn how do you actually give your message or deliver your message to other people in a way that they can make their own. And I mean, that's the amazing thing. And then I'm wondering, like, is that also a reason why a lot of people, like, I mean, everybody almost writing today, I guess all of them, like, they want to write a book in their own right. Or that's definitely a thought that they have. Maybe after today they go like, no way, I'm not doing this. Or maybe they go, I should have done this a long time ago. But from that point, how do you, is it just sit down and write, just do it? Or is it what's keeping them thinking that it has to be like this master, like just a work of art,
I think our challenge is the fact that mine certainly was that firstly, who would read a book? I mean, why would they read a book that I wrote? And the second thing was I'm not a master linguist. I can't really, I'm not a writer, or I didn't think I was. So these are all kind of ego things that stops us from doing something like writing a book. But it's around any skill set. If you really think about it, when we started the industry, I vividly remember I joined the bank when I left varsity. I did a BCom degree, joined the bank, and they told me I was going to work in the waste department. I was quite confused. I thought maybe they've got the wrong person here. Do they know I've got a BCom degree? The reality is my BCom degree was theory. I mean, I had no skills. I had no practical experience. And every skill set we develop through time and frequency. Anything that we do that's worthwhile. So very few of us will start off by being perfect in anything. So writing a book is the exact same thing. I mean, in our careers, we started almost knowing nothing. And over time and repeating the good habits, we start learning a skill set that we can share with other people. And I think that's the good thing. It will always be hard at first because we kind of in that, if you think about conscious levels, we're in that unconsciously incompetent level. We don't know that we don't know. Now, starting to do something, you kind of immediately understand, okay, then you become consciously incompetent because now you say, geez, okay, I can't do this. And as you progress, you learn how to do it until some people become masters at it. Some of us just become unconsciously competent. So we're good at it. We don't really think about it. And any skill set that we have to develop in the world is really follow those kind of steps. The more you do it, the better you'll get at it. It's simple.
Yeah. So I'm laughing at this waste story because it's the first time in my life that somebody tells my story. Okay. Because I started with one of the big banks way back in 1994. And at the end of 94, beginning 95, and also I was I was in Brandfort of all places in the Blue Bank. I was there, and also as I got in there, like neatly dressed, alles lekker, young guy, like we're ready for this, and then they still had that accountants back then, rekenmeesters and branch managers. Jy het nou nie meer daai goed vandag nie. En ek onthou Elise was her name. She said like to the branch managers, she says, so will I get him started with the waste? And I'm like, I'm seeing myself walking with 2 black bags out the door all day and all day. Sorry, it's the first. I guess you worked for the same bank if we're talking about waste, but it is amazing. It was capturing, just for those people that don't know, waste was actually where all the transaction documents, all your deposit slips, withdrawal slips, those things, when we still had that, it went there. You had to capture it into the computer. Like that's how I got good at just using my keypad and not even looking down when I punch numbers. But anyway, Wouter, like ek het nie geweet ons het iets in gemeen so baie nie. Anyway, let me not digress. Important, I think, from a writing a book. I want to ask you a question in this way. So, when should I write a book, and when should I not write a book?
I suppose there's a saying that said, if there's any doubt, there's no doubt. So if you're thinking about writing a book, write it. I mean, really do. Start doing some research. Obviously around the topic that you're passionate about, that you want to share your knowledge about. I mean, I got delivered. I get lots of people that ask me, come and ask little questions around, should I write a book? And the answer is always yes, absolutely. I mean, books is a wonderful mechanism to get to know people and obviously to learn their journey. I got a book delivered the other day, from a lady that needed inspiration, and she wrote a book around magic happens when you move, and it's a life stories of 10 ordinary brave amputees. So her husband's in prosthetics, and she really saw these wonderful stories of people that brave something like an amputee, and she wrote a book about it. So there's really no topic that we can't write a book about. And I mean, if you just look at Jeff Bezos, one of the richest people in the world, the reason why he started Amazon is because of the fact that there's so many books to read. So that means every one of us has a story that should be told. You should write the book. I'll challenge you to that. And I mean, that's, I suppose, we've got 10, 12, 13 experts in their fields today. I don't regard myself as one of those, but I mean, I'm just privileged to be a part of that journey. But each of these people are passionate about their story, and they're going to share that in a chapter of a book that I have no doubt that will impact people's lives. So please don't hold back. You have something to share with the world out there. Write your book.
Yeah. Okay. That's good advice. Because I also feel like if you feel like doing it, do it. You know?
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's just that because once you've done it, you'll probably do it again. You get better at it, and you'll get to where you want to get. And just do it. And I think the thing that we should stay away from is actually what other people say. I mean, it's a good thing if it's positive feedback and something you can take into. It's like me watching my own shows and then saying, oh, I shouldn't do this, shouldn't do that, and then try and do it better next time. So that's one part, you know, but just do it. Don't let people tell you, oh, there's not a market for this, there's not a market for that. You know, if you have a story to tell, there are people who needs to hear that story and even that insights and that knowledge that you want to share. And I found this often, like, the knowledge is out there. It's not like we've got a shortage in knowledge, right? But your unique way of explaining it and your unique story maybe that links to it or anything like that, that is what makes it click for that person after he's heard the same sort of thing, you know, or around the same thing for many years maybe. So never underestimate your way of doing things. I think that is so important from that. Quickly on self-publishing versus going to a publisher. Have you done both, or do you still self-publish?
Yeah.
What is your
So
view?
I've done both. So the publishing industry is changing dramatically. I mean, Amazon was at the forefront of that with Kindle and the design around that. So where it's very easy to self-publish. I've self-published half of the books that I wrote simply because I wanted my authentic story. So it's not that. So it might not be that great if you've got a good editor and the likes, which is now freely available on international platforms. I mean, it's really easy to do. Traditionally, publishers helped you to obviously edit your script and make sure that the story was relevant and help you design book covers and all those kind of things. All of these you can now do at the flick of a button. It's really simple. So I suppose self-publishing is to a degree the way to go forward. Marketing of books is becoming exceptionally difficult. So if you want to write a book to become a millionaire or a billionaire, watch out. It's really tough to do. A book is really just a mechanism. As you say, I mean, information is freely available. But what a book does, it packages information. That's why, I mean, you and I can do a Harvard, Yale, Oxford, MBA on the information available on the internet, but it's not packaged that well. So self-publishing gives you kind of control over that, where else if you go through a publisher, they take kind of control over your book. And then obviously there is the context of income. I've never written a book to earn revenue of. For me, it was really kind of seed that I sown. That's been my view. But if you do want to earn revenue off your book, then it's most probably a good time to evaluate. Publishing is becoming a tough industry because of the fact that very few books are actually printed nowadays. Most of it's going online, online mechanism. There's still value in books. I mean, I'm surrounded by books that helps me to gather my thoughts around the topic that I'm covering. And I just still love a book that I can touch because I can underline it. I can make notes, and even though you can do that on Kindle, I'm just not that. I don't like it that much. I love physical books. I love the smell of books. I just love books in general. So I suppose that's one part.
Nice. Yeah, and that's a Russell Brunson book. I saw it there.
Yeah.
So,
this what's the topic? Your dream customer.
I must say, Russell is quite good at this kind of stuff. So it is someone that really knows. I mean, if you also see, like, he's one of those guys who's not afraid to test things. And then once he's tested it, he shares it with the world. He doesn't hold back. And I think that's another thing where, sort of when do you say too much in a book? When do you say too little? Because one of the things, like, for instance, I had this thing with Rich Dad, Poor Dad. So it's an amazing book. Obviously, I think the whole world has maybe read that or at least heard of it. But you look at that and then you go, like, it's just what you need to do. He doesn't really tell you how to do it. Because it feels like, he wants you to buy his course and then he wants you to do this. And there's this whole sort of thing. And there's nothing wrong with that because that's the model. And again, it goes back to when I plan a book, what do I want to achieve with this book? I mean, how do you go about that, Wouter? Do you think further down the line, or do you just say, shit, I need to talk to people about this? Oh, I used that word, sorry. But I need to talk about this and I want to talk about this and there I go. So is that, what's your approach?
Yeah. So I love Russell Brunson's approach because, I mean, I maybe just back to him, it's worthwhile anyone listening to this is to follow Russell Brunson. He's a magic person in terms of the value that he delivers. So coming back to that, I get a lot of people to say, I can't say that because it's going to give away my IP, or no, I don't believe in that. I mean, imagine that you write a book with the idea that people either join a course or you become the financial planner of that individual, but you give the second-hand information because you're too afraid to give away your best stuff. That's the impression of you, is that they get second-hand information. Why not give your best stuff? People will always look for experts and someone that they can bounce off. That's what this industry is about, I think, is making sure you give your best. So don't hold back. If you've got a secret, tell it. I suppose Elon Musk is one of the best examples. I mean, he's one of the richest people in the world, apart from being a South African. We claim him. I don't know if he's still seen as South African, but I mean, he put Tesla's blueprints, every single blueprint of Tesla, he put on the internet. And when they challenged him to say, but are you nuts? I mean, you're giving away all your IP and your secrets. And he said, but if I help the industry become more aware of electric vehicles, I'm enhancing my own process. And if they do it better than me, I shouldn't have to be around. I mean, I think that's critical, is give your best in terms of your book. And but never use a book. Just Russell is the best example. I mean, he launched a business called ClickFunnels, and he wasn't that successful until he wrote his first book. And that first book he used as a tool to launch his business. So sometimes, if that's your view, it's a wonderful way to go about it, because you can get something very inexpensive in a lot of clients' hands. If you do an ebook, I mean, you can give that to millions of people. It won't cost you a cent. And that could be a way for you to engage with individuals. Yeah. So sorry, I think I've overstayed my welcome.
No, not at all. This is extremely interesting. I must actually get you on my show, Wouter. I think you and I need to chat with you. But it'll be quite interesting to get more into that. I think, from if you think about it that way, I think Warren Ingram is actually a great example, because when he wrote How to Become Your Own Financial Advisor, I think advisors went like, are you mad? Like, how do you do that?
Yeah.
The amazing thing about a book is that the more value you give, it actually has the opposite effect than what you think it's going to have. So you think it's not, then they don't need me, then they don't, but it's exactly because they trust you. They like what you say, they like how you say it, and they still come to you for advice. It's the most amazing thing. The thing that should push people away is actually attracting the right people to you.
And it's also because it's authentic. I mean, Warren never wrote a book because he didn't believe in the financial advisory process. I mean, he's one of the biggest proponents of financial advice and advisors. He specifically wrote it so that people could get rid of the ignorance around the importance of advisors. And And having a book like that, yeah, I'm sure there's a couple of advisors that thought, what the heck are you doing? But if they just read the book, they would see that he actually endorses the fact that you need good advice. And as much as I'll read a book on how to tune a BMW diesel engine, I can promise you I never ain't going to do it, because it's not my field of expertise. I don't feel comfortable doing it. I'd rather, yes, but I'll be informed so that I could approach the right people and not just go to a backyard mechanic.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Wouter, bye donkey. Really appreciate your time. Thank you for being part of this. Thank you for sharing all your knowledge, experience, expertise, your thoughts. It really means a lot to everybody writing, but also for those of us watching and listening to you. Really amazing stuff. Thank you so much, and good luck with the rest of the stuff. And we'll be checking in to see how far everyone is now. And thank you. Enjoy. We'll chat a bit later.
Good stuff, French. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wouter.
Keep alive. Bye.
Thanks, bye-bye. All right, so then on that, I'm going to be talking to Paula. So Paula Barrow is one of the authors. She is writing about your ultimate value proposition, which is something that everybody is after at this point in time. So what is it now? Good afternoon. Yeah, prachtig. Good afternoon, Paula, and welcome.
Oh, hello. Nice to see you again.
Good stuff. Yes, same. How's it going in there? Because everybody's so hectically typing away. How's things going for you?
Yeah, no, the team and I, we're going crazy there, typing. I think I've reached writer's block, and I'm thinking, what else can I say? I started off with drawing up my mind map, to visualize exactly my layout, what I wanted, and I'm at the stage now. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I've got over 1,600 words. I've got to get to 3,500 by 3 o'clock. So it's a huge challenge, but so exciting, so exciting.
Yeah, it's pushing the boundaries, eh? So, but that's amazing. But tell us just a little bit, what is sort of the core concept around what you're writing about?
Yeah, I'm writing about the uniqueness of having a value proposition, and to me, is having a look at my value proposition is what do I want people to know me about, and for financial advisors out there, I think it's the most fundamental and probably one of the most important things that we need to have is understanding our value proposition and letting the other things and what is about how do they want to place their business with us as opposed to somebody else. So that's what I'm trying to get across. I'm trying to get across the importance of having a value proposition, making it unique, making sure that we understand what our uniqueness is, what makes us stand out against the other financial advisors. Because it's not about, there's many products out there. It's what about fundamentally is what is it that we're trying to achieve and the journey that we take the client on in terms of our service offering.
Yeah, and I guess it's a lot around what is important to the client. And that may become difficult. I know one of the chapters is who is your ideal client, sort of, or getting the perfect client, which is just on he's writing about that. So, what does your perfect client look like and what problems do you solve for them? Because without that, it's very hard to put a value proposition together, because otherwise you try and satisfy everyone. Let's just see. I'm not sure if we lost Paula there.
Yeah, you're 100% spot on, Francois. So I think for me, standing is what is. Oh, am I hear me?
Yeah, it's very choppy. It's a bit choppy. It goes in and out.
Can you see me?
I can. Yeah, it's
Hello?
frozen. So I'm not sure.
Hi, Francois. Can you see me? I'm here.
Let's just go, Adam. So I'm going to bring you in here if you don't mind quickly. So maybe we can see if we can help Paula, but I think it's just the internet connection that's not solid. Because everything else seems to be fine.
We'll look to try and get Paula back later on, Francois, I think,
Yes,
because sometimes we do get these little internet glitches. You caught me there just partway through our totalizer. So I think that we're just gathering our totalizer data at the moment, but it's looking good. There's been definite and significant progress. One of our writers has actually passed 3,000 words already this morning.
Whoa.
So how awesome is that? That's amazing, isn't it?
That's
So,
amazing.
so I think that what it might be worth us doing, because we were planning to take a break now anyway, weren't we? So if we maybe go and sort out the technical gremlins, and we'll work out our totalizer, and when we get back later, we can give a full totalizer update, give some of our writers a chance to grab a spot of lunch as well, and then later on, you're back with an interview with Quibus.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that one. So getting into a bit more detail. Quibus has written quite a few books as well. And he's a very well-known social media personality, but also very well-known financial planning personality. Recently won the Harry Bruce Award, which is like a lifetime achievement award. So really looking forward to talk to Quibus about all of, like these books. And I know he's busy with a fourth book. And, it seems like once you start, you can't stop. It's almost that kind of thing. Once you get into writing books, I'm really excited to talk to Quibus. So let's do that. So let's grab lunch. We will then be back at about 12:35. So that's about a little bit less than half an hour, about 25 minutes from now, I think. Yeah, so about 12:35. We will put it up on the screen just so that people do know, and then we can see if we can sort out Paula, and then we'll bring her back for a quick chat.
Fantastic. See you later.
Cool stuff. Thank you very much. All right, so I guess we're back. Let me just quickly take these things, get them right. And then my co-host, Adam, I hope your lunch was good. And that
It was
enough
brief.
time.
I've been looking at all of the pictures of everybody's lunch that they've been sending us through. All of our writers have been sending lunches through. Look far more spectacular than mine, Francois. Yours looked interesting.
Yeah, it's biltong. So it's the big brother of the droewors that you enjoyed earlier in the year. So yeah, it's the big brother.
Nice. So I think it's probably time for us to check in on the totalizer, is it?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you so quickly if you want to chat to Paula, and then just as I bring Kobus on, I will quickly share the totalizer as well. But maybe we can see if it's now better with Paula, if that tech is sorted. So can I ask you to take care of that?
I will let you go and drive the graphics engine in the background, Francois. I'll bring Paula back in now, and we'll have a catch up and see you in a few minutes.
Cool.
Hey Paula, let's see if we can get this show on the road again. How are you?
Hi, Ed. Sorry about that earlier. Obviously, a technical malfunction from our side with my Wi-Fi, but sorry about that. But I'm back.
It's just fantastic that we can be speaking. You know what I've found really quite bizarre as I sort of re-entered the UK. This is sort of almost for me like international waters being sat here, because of course I've been chatting with everyone on the in the Zoom room where we have our writers' room and all of that good stuff, and so we've been doing all the time checks, haven't we? And all of the time checks are 2 hours ahead of where I am here in the UK. So I was convinced it was my lunchtime when I left a couple of minutes ago, and only to find that for everybody else it's still mid-morning, and that was quite a bizarre experience. So I feel back at home now. This actually now feels home. So I'm back on the right time. I'm back on South African time. So great to see you.
Great to see you. But I heard from Francois that you recently had some droewors with us. So that means you were in South Africa, or somebody posted some to you?
Oh no, I ordered some. We had a challenge. So Francois had never eaten a mince pie, and I had never eaten droewors. So we exchanged and challenged. I've got to say, I think I got the better end of things, if I'm quite honest. So it was very enjoyable. It lasted a long time as well. That's a nice thing, you see. You know, a mince pie is over in a couple of minutes, isn't it? Well, droewors, you can make that last. So it was great. So how are you finding the morning anyway?
Well, the mornings have been a little bit of sweating and nervous wrecking. I'm trying to put your words together, trying to understand what it is that I want to convey and write and share with the readers. So initially, I mean, I'm working with some fantastic people that have actually are published authors. So it is nerve-wracking. I haven't published anything before, so it's nerve-wracking. And then, you know, you and Francois do have us on a speed limit, and every now and then we've got to clock in how many words, and then I'm thinking, oh my word, I'm actually so behind. But it's been absolutely fun. I must say I'm actually starving, having a look at what the rest of the team are busy eating. People are giving and posting beautiful pictures of different food. And I'm sitting here and chatting to you, Adam, so I'm sure your mouth's also watering. But from my side, it's been an interesting morning. It's been a fantastic morning. And it's, you know, what's quite nice about it is everybody's just trying to calm everybody down. And it's nerve-wracking because we've got this wonderful challenge that we want to write this book between 9 a.m. this morning and 3 p.m. And the way we're going, I have no doubt that we're going to achieve this challenge. And I'm looking forward to being part of that.
Fantastic. Now, I don't want to keep you too much from your lunch, but do tell us a little about your chapter and what's going into it.
Yeah, so my chapter is about your uniqueness in terms of your value proposition and understanding your own value proposition. And I'm writing chapter 7, so it is a build-up of all the other chapters before mine. And it's probably also an important chapter because, you know, you've got to understand what is your brand. You've got to understand what is your service offering to your clients and who is your client. So it's putting that all together and then having a snapshot or a catchy phrase, I would say, in terms of documenting your value proposition. And so I'm trying to write down what is a value proposition, what it actually compromises of, and then importantly is how do you live that that value proposition to not only to yourself but to your clients and your staff. So that's what I'm hoping to achieve. I'm not sure if I'm on the right track at the moment, but I'm trying to get there.
I think it's a really interesting topic as well, isn't it? Because so many planners that I meet, they get wrapped up very much when they first meet a client in the compliance element of the things that they have to tell the client, and it's important that we do. And each territory has its own compliance rules, but sometimes you can lose the real important thread. And that narrative of your value is super important. And they say, don't they, in the absence of value, then all we can focus on is price. And so understanding how you can project that, and if people get their value proposition really locked in, if you really understand it, then it's something that you can then use in all of your communication, isn't it? You can use it in blogs, you can use it when you on your website, it can be everywhere. You can roll it into articles and even into a book. So I think it is such a vital chapter, and it will sit so nicely right in the middle of the book there in chapter 7. It will sit there so very well. Yeah. So what are you looking forward to then as we go into the afternoon and the run into the end of the process?
I think for me, what I'm looking forward to is obviously I'm at that stage where I'm busy. My chapter, I'm in the middle of the chapter right now. I've got to just over 1,600 words. I need to get to just over 3,000 words. So what I'm looking forward to, and you've actually just unblocked something that I was struggling with, is how do you actually discuss the importance of being compliant, but actually taking and considering the client's experience, the client journey that you're taking the client on. So that's what I'm looking forward is how do I discuss that, and how do I capture that in my writing.
Fantastic. There you go. You see, we had a moment of collaboration right there on screen live for everybody.
You've been my little fairy godmother that's given me a little bit of thinking to actually go ahead and what I'm going to put into my book. So not to my book, into my chapter. So thank you, Adam.
Paula, thank you. I've been described as many things over the years, but that was the first time I've been described as a fairy godmother. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. And I'll see you in a little while, I suppose.
You have a great afternoon. We'll see you later. Thank you. So, Francois, I'm now officially a fairy godmother, so I don't know quite where to take that, but I think it's time for another interview.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to this one, but that's quite a thing to digest over lunch. So good luck, Adam. We'll see at the end what you think about it. But yeah, now it's my privilege to welcome to, I was going to say to the stage, but to the interviews, none other than Kobus Klein. So Kobus coming to us live from, because you're doing that work from anywhere thing, which is absolutely amazing. Kobus, a warm welcome.
Hello, Francois. Nice to be here. Absolutely.
Yeah, awesome. And you know what I really love? Like, I've seen the pictures of your setup there and everything. It's so cool. You always have the South African flag or something South African that you incorporate into the environment in which you do your things from anywhere. So, I mean, what is the drive behind it? Like, is there, what is your reason for doing that? Because it's something that I noticed with everything. You do that.
You know, to be honest with you, I'm one of those loyal South African people. I mean, we've gone through tough times, our country. I mean, we had apartheid and all the bad things, and then we had the unrest, and now we have COVID. But this nation is such a strong nation, and it's called the Rainbow Nation for a reason. I mean, we've got so many cultures and people here, 55 million of different people. But the South African flag, I actually travel the world, and there's no more beautiful flag and color schemes for me than the South African flag. And I just feel proud when I have this thing with me. If I go to Zanzibar or Italy, wherever, the flag always goes with me, and I hang it out of my window or on my balcony. It's just something I love. I'm just proud of this country. It's an amazing country.
Yeah, and the socks, eh? Don't forget the socks.
And I've got the socks on. I've got the socks on. I can show you, but it's going to be difficult.
Awesome. Kobus, yeah, I mean, you've also got a couple of books, 3 of them under your belt, and you're quite far with your 4th book. And it's quite a process. And I know you have this goal of writing these 5 books that you want to write, all centered around not necessarily a theme, but all sort of incorporating the thing of mastering something. So it's been quite a journey. I think your books have been hugely popular as well, and a big help to the profession. I think it has a significant impact. But I mean, when you decided to write these books, what was it that got you to say, okay, Kobus, like you want to write 5 books, like this is what I'm going to do? Just talk me a little bit through that thought process, and then what got you to do that first book.
That's an interesting concept, because I was always very good on social media. It took me years to get there, but I was good on social media. And because of my brand on social media, I was asked to come and talk in different places in the world about financial planning or personal branding or any one of those things. But I always felt I'm missing something, because when I went onto a stage, onto a main platform, instead of in front of 10,000 people, things like that, there was always people speaking on those platforms that had a book, that could refer to a book. I said, but I'm missing something here. Why don't I have a book? And I always wanted to have a book. I believe there's a book in all of us. We all can write a book. We just need to start. Doesn't matter what we want to write. It's about starting that book. And therefore, I set myself a goal to write 1 book. That's where I started, actually. But to get to write that book is so difficult. You need to, because you're too scared. And you need to not be scared. And some people came along my life, and I just said, this is the thing to do. And I then started writing my first book. And that first book was about the 9 P's to professionalism. How can we uplift the status of our profession? How can we go from an industry to a profession? And I started to write. And actually, it started difficult, but it became easier as I went along, because I decided to write something I'm passionate about, something I am purposeful about. And that makes it easy. So my advice will always be to write your first book on something you love to talk about, you love to write about. And that's where I started. And then I decided, well, that was not too bad. I got it done. And I then set myself an objective, and I set that objective in 2017 to write 5 books. And the 5 books would be around the theme, as you say, of mastering the. I never knew what those masterings were going to be, but then we had RDR, and then we had something called crypto and blockchain and Bitcoin. And I just thought Cryptomania must be a nice title. And then I started writing about mastering the crypto. And so I'm busy with my 4th book, and it's really about branding, accelerating your brand. So this chapter I'm doing this afternoon about personal branding obviously fits into my whole book and so on. And I'm so happy that this opportunity is coming, because the problem is I'm not finishing this 4th book at the moment. I got stuck between COVID-19 and the coronavirus and looking after my clients. So I hope this starting to write again is going to allow me to finish this book very soon, hopefully in the next 6 months or so.
Yeah, it's awesome, Kobus. And I mean, what has this done for your brand? I mean, you already built quite a good following on a place like LinkedIn specifically. You are well known in the industry because you're extremely involved in all aspects of it. I mean, you put yourself out there, you volunteer a lot. So you have or you had a very solid brand already. But if you look back at this, I mean, I know this for you as well, is you give away these books like, as gifts and as things. So that's your whole thing, is get the information out there and educate and help and have an impact. But I mean, what has this done for your brand? Could you see, like, yes, I had a good brand and a solid brand from my perspective anyway. So I don't know what you thought about your brand at that stage, but what impact did this book and then the second and the third book have on that?
Your brand is never established. Your brand is never finished. It's a process. And therefore, you need to always build upon your brand. Doesn't matter what platform, what media, what social media, what form you're using. And I call it, you have to then embed your brand. And I believe my books has helped me to take me to those next level, not only as a speaker or as an author or building that branding or as a financial advisor at the end of the day. But it's created that embedded thing. So the first book embedded that brand, embedded myself as an author and as a speaker. The second book helped to take it a step further. The third book really was fantastic because it was the topic of the year, the topic of the decade, if I can say that. And I'll never forget when I wrote that book, I actually launched it on the 1st of April, April Fool's Day. Not for a specific reason, most probably, but I wanted to make a point out of it. So I believe it strengthens your brand, but that's why I also said I'm going to write 5 books, because you can never become arrogant. You can never become bigger than the game. You can never say, I've got this fantastic brand, because there's always somebody new that wants to have a bigger brand. And to me, the brand is not to be arrogant. The brand I'm creating is a brand for our profession. It's a brand for converting, transforming our industry into a real noble profession. And I'm one of a small group of people that believe so strongly in that, and we hope so many more people will come aboard. And that's what these books are doing for me a lot more.
And I'm keen, Kobus, if I look at the books that you've written, so apart from the crypto one, which sort of appeals to both sides of the coin, then if you will, if I may steal
Yes.
that one. So because it appeals to consumers or clients as well as the financial advisors, whereas your other books are more aimed at the financial planning profession. Have I got that right?
Correct. 100% spot on.
And your reasoning?
And it is
Your
because,
reasoning for that?
obviously my first book was about the profession. It was about me as financial planner. It wasn't about that strong belief to be an advocate for our profession. And I wanted to put it out there, but it's also a manual. And that's why it's free or complimentary. It's a manual to young advisors or senior or in-betweeners, whatever you call it, because it covers so many topics, what I call the 9 Ps. And that is why I put it out as a manual, as a profession. RDR was obviously regulations, and I don't only talk about RDR, I talk about coffee and poppy and all these things in that book. But it was one of those books that I spent a lot of time writing articles on. And here's another secret: eat the elephant bit by bit. Eat the elephant bit by bit. I wrote 23 articles on RDR over the last couple of years. So why would I not take all those articles and combine it into one book? Therefore, my second book was the easiest one that I actually put. Then Cryptomania came. Now, as an advisor, as a financial plan advisor, we cannot advise on unregulatory products. Call it the cryptocurrency or crypto assets. We cannot advise. Therefore, I didn't want advice. Therefore, I decided the only way I'm going to educate my clients is to write a book about cryptomania and cryptocurrencies and blockchain and alternative coins and all of those. Because then I could issue the book to my clients as a gift. They can then make an informed decision on both sides of the coin. And that's why I wrote Cryptomania. My next book that I'm writing now, Accelerating Your Brand. I mean, I just love personal branding, social media. It's all about that. And I think that's going to be exciting. The 5th book, do I know what it is? No, I've got no idea what my 5th book is going to be. I first want to finish my 4th book.
Yeah, you can go mastering the first 4. So you can maybe do a summary one.
Actually, that's a brilliant idea. Mastering how to write a publication or a book.
Yeah, you can, absolutely. And Kobus, but I think it is interesting because it's quite different from what the other authors that I've spoken to this morning have done. All of their books were aimed at I'm going to call it their target market, or their ideal client, or their perfect client, or the people that they want to reach. You, on the other hand, didn't do that. You wrote for your profession. And you say because that the biggest driver and reason is your passion for the profession, and also the fact that you position yourself as an advocate for the profession. So it's quite interesting that you took another route to build your brand in that sense. But then if I may ask you this, like, from your client's perspective, I mean, surely it drives perception from their side, of who Kobus is, how strong your brand is, how much they can trust you. So, but that was quite a different approach. It's almost going this way instead of, while everybody else is going this way directly to the client. You went this way because for you, it's about the profession. If we make it better for everybody, then everybody benefits, including the clients. So has there been benefit from that side through to your client base as well, and obviously attracting clients, etc., although that wasn't your main aim with the books?
No, but actually, Franco, as you will remember, you interviewed me July 2020, if I remember. And that interview was called How to Turn Your Clients into Advocates. Because if you turn your clients into advocates, they do introductions. But before you can turn your clients into advocates, it's about your value proposition, about your beliefs, about your code of conduct and ethics. And I just believe that if I have a strong brand, if I wrote books, not necessarily what the financial advisor must do and all these things, but specifically linked to our profession. Because I want to say to all our advisor friends out there, we're not into competition with each other. In this country, based on the pure taxpayers, based on the pure amount of long-term advisors and wealth advisors in this country, there's 275 clients for each of us. We don't need more than 275 clients, to be honest with you. So to me, it's never about the competition, but it is about differentiation. But most importantly, it's about making your clients proud of you. They must feel proud to be associated with you. And the more I'm on LinkedIn, the more I'm on social media, the more I publish books, the more I use broadcast WhatsApp messages and Profile Me and all these tools. What does it build? A personal brand that your clients love and adore you, and they will never leave you under any normal circumstances.
I think it's an ingenious way to give back, Cobus. And one of the things that I've learned about you, because I mean, you and I knew of each other, but we never knew each other. And then I got to know you when we did the podcast way back in 2019. Like, you were the second guest on that podcast of mine. And then we started forming a relationship. And the one biggest thing that I always tell people about you, because I had one perception in the beginning, and then as I got to know you better, like, if I don't think there are many people, if any, in this business or in this profession that walks the talk like you do. The amount of time and effort that you volunteer, the amount of time that you give back, how you give advice, how you help so many people, and people don't see all of that always. Now and then we see you do virtual coffees and, you talk here and you do that, but there's so much more that you do. And I think, giving back in this form as well, because now you leave for something there that even if Cobus is no longer, there's a lot of wisdom there and a lot of things that will still impact the profession going forward. So I think, just from my perspective, to say, well, thank you for what you are doing in that regard. And again, I think Wouter and I spoke about this now earlier, is you don't mind sharing. You hold nothing back, and I think that's where the value is. It's where we miss out sometimes, that share everything. It's the same we do on the show. Like, I share every single thing I know. I've given it all away. It's what people do with it at the end of the day that does matter. But yeah, I don't know. From a sort of this writing a book experience, Cobus, like, I mean, what has this been like for you? I think Adam chatted about this a little bit earlier for you. I know you way past the amount of words, and now you want to sort of cut them back a little bit and make it more concise. But I mean, what has this experience been like for you, and why did you get involved with this? I'm quite keen to hear, like, what made you say, yes, I want to do this?
Well, firstly, Francois, as you mentioned, we've known each other for a long while now. I have the utmost respect for what you've done for our profession by giving back and sharing. And whenever you asked for somebody to put their hand up to support PROpulsion, everything you do, my hand will go up first, because you have changed my life over the last 22 months, when it's been very difficult, very shocking with us dealing with clients in the profession, how we get our lifestyle right, what we do every morning when we wake up during lockdowns. So it's made a major change. And therefore, when you ask for writers for this book, and I like the idea of putting a financial planning book together for financial advisors, not for clients, I couldn't say no. But I had an ulterior motive, if that's the right English word for it. I got stuck. I got author's block, or writer's block, what you want to name it. Not because I wanted to get it, not because I don't know what to write about, because personal branding is what I love. But I could not get there. And therefore, what I decided to do was get involved with you and 12 other authors, if I want to call it that, to write this book, to get myself motivated, myself inspired again. And I can tell you, I feel as I'm here at Sun City looking out on this beautiful view, working from anywhere, I feel excited. I get goosebumps. I know I'm going to finish my book, and I've now set myself a goal. Before 1st of April next year, I will launch this 4th book of myself. And that's thanks to you. Otherwise, I don't know if I would have finished my 4th book.
It's awesome. Yes, Cobus, bye-bye, donkey. Thanks for your time and for being a part of this. It's really a privilege to have you and all the other authors involved in this. But thank you very, very much. And also, again, congratulations on your Harry Brews life. I want to call it a Lifetime Achievement Award, because that's exactly what it is. I think it's well deserved. I said to you on the WhatsApp when I saw you won it, that, or you was awarded it, because I don't think you win it, you get awarded. And I think that's the big difference. If you win something, it means you outworked someone else. But this is where people took notice, and they see, and you've done it consistently over a very long time. And I don't think there's a better recipient, more deserving recipient than yourself. So huge congratulations from all of us, and very happy to have you as part of our community.
Thank you, Francois. I want to end off with my fellow advisors and anybody listening in to say the following words. This profession gives back to us a huge amount. But therefore, if it gives back to us and creates a lifestyle for us, it's time for us to give back to this profession. And therefore, use your personal branding, use your social media, use any means to talk on behalf of our profession, our designation, and do what we do so well. Thank you, Francois.
Thank you, Kobus. Enjoy and say hi there to your wife as well. And thanks that we can steal some of her time. But I'll chat to you a little bit later.
Thank you.
Cool. Bye-bye. All right. So, Adam, I'm going to bring you back onto the stream so that you can chat to our next author, which is Jeff Noble. And a very noble person he is. I guess he's heard that a million times. Sorry, Jeff. And but yeah,
before we do we have a totalizer? Because we haven't.
Yeah, that's what I just wanted to say. Before I do that, let me just first show the totalizer, because we are really doing well. Now, this was as at 12 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. So there's already a new one due, but because of lunch and all of that, there we go. Just look at that. 20,304 words after 3 hours. That's way ahead of schedule. We should have been on about 18, I think, around about now when we're halfway. So really going well, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the latest numbers now. But Adam, I think it's going well.
I think it's going fantastically, and we'll find that we're getting into the real heart of the writing now. So we wouldn't expect the numbers to keep quite going up exponentially. The R number of our writing process is going to go down a little over the next hour or two, I think, as people begin to hone what they've written and get to the end of their chapters and think about how they wrap it up and leave the reader with an action. What is it that we want our reader to do with each of these chapters? So we'll find now the next part of the process is really just getting it finished and wrapping up. So I'm really excited to check in very shortly. But in the meantime, and first, we've got some more of our awesome writers to catch up with.
Yeah. So I just want to mention, if I can, Adam, just quickly. I'm sorry, I haven't let you know yet, but I've got another special surprise guest that I'm going to interview at 1:30. So, and you don't want to miss that one. So really excited for this one. It was just messaging back and forth, and then I said, but I need to interview you. So I've got a surprise guest at 1:30. But anyway, with that, over to you and Jeff, and enjoy. I'll be back soon talking to Razan.
Excellent, superb. Well, such a live show that we have a surprise guest. It'll be a surprise to me as well, everybody. So can't wait for that. And in the meantime, though, Jeff, how is your day going so far? Oh, Jeff,
I think it's going all right. I'm fighting with my internet connection, so I hope that you can hear me.
There was a little glitch at the start, but we can hear you absolutely fantastically right now. So let's press on, because it's a delight for you and I to meet. You and I. So I'll give that a moment to catch up. And Jeff, we might have lost Jeff. Look at this. I'll ask Jeff, can you hear us? I think we may have lost Jeff.
Just go again. I've just killed my.
I think what we're going to do, we'll give Jeff a moment to see if we can sort out the internet connection. And in the meantime, waiting in the wings, because she is a consummate professional, as Francois du Toit has wandered off somewhere. I'm not quite sure where Francois has gone, but waiting in the wings, we have my very good friend Razan. Razan, how are you today?
Hey, Adam, I'm all right, and you? It's quite hot today, I must say. A day to be thinking and writing and steam coming out of your head. It's quite a hot day.
Absolutely, and it's a very juxtaposition here in the UK, because of course, as you're enjoying lovely warm weather, we're at the other side of things. So yes, as I was sat in my garden when we were having all of those live chats in our summer, and you were all busy freezing in South Africa, I was feeling quite smug. but the boot is very much on the other foot now. I've been looking at everyone's lunch pictures, and everyone's outside with braai and everything. It's just fantastic to see that our authors are having such a great time today. How's it been for you so far this morning?
I think it's been quite it's been a little bit of a challenge putting all your thoughts together, because as you're writing, you're thinking other things, and it's just coming in, and it's a little bit of a jumble. But I think things are taking shape slowly but surely, and I'm hoping to reach the target. I'm just about halfway, so I really do need to motor towards the end, and really hoping to make it. But it's been very exciting. I mean, the collaboration, the photos, just seeing how everybody approaches the same task in a different kind of way is always very, very nice, and it's a great learning experience.
Of course. And you yourself, Razan, you look at our profession through a slightly different lens as well within our author group. So tell us a little bit about your chapter and also what your perspective is bringing to it.
Okay, well, so I am talking about getting your message out there. And I think from my perspective, we work with so many financial advisors. We see what they all do, and we see a lot of the same thing. So the unique perspective really, is that we do see that there's a little bit of a discontent in between what advisors sometimes think should be said just because other people are saying the same thing, and for me, as a consumer, what we really want to hear. What we really want to hear is often not something about a fear-mongering type of message, or do this or else. We actually just want to be heard and understood. And I think looking at from the other side around is when you really get to spend time with your audience, or get to know your audience well, and you understand what it is that motivates them, what it is that they fear, what it is that they struggle with, then you have a better idea of how to communicate with them. So I'm quite passionate about that kind of stuff, and I think in my chapter there's a lot of that will be coming out there in how to get your message out there to your audience in an authentic way that's going to fall in a way that they're actually going to hear.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And I'm fascinated to hear then, when readers read your chapter, what actions are you hoping that they'll then go and take?
Am I allowed to give it away?
A little bit. I think we can plug the book. I think if nothing else, Razan, on this show, we can definitely plug our own book, can't we? I think that's absolutely fine, yes.
I definitely think we need to, and I think deconstruct is a word that's been overused, and it's been you've heard about deconstructed food, and everybody's deconstructing everything, but we do need to swap around and look at swap around and look at things from a different lens, or a different perspective from somebody else's shoes. And I think the easiest way to do that is for financial advisors, if they think about somebody that they engage with on a professional level, say they're redoing the kitchen or whatever it may be, how certain types of things make them feel. If they see ads for certain type of homeware, and it's just been Black Friday, it's like, buy this, buy that. How does it make them feel? Does it make you feel like I want to buy, or does it make you feel like this is too much, I can't handle it? So I think what needs to happen is just a reversal of roles, and just a switch in the way that they look at how they communicate with their audiences.
Yeah, that's really interesting, because I think when you think about the perspective that people look at something with, it can be very different, can't it? I was looking at a financial planning practices website here in the UK a couple of weeks ago, and there was an awful lot of information about them. There were lots of fantastic pictures about their planners and their team, the hobbies and interests that they had. So there was a lot of authenticity in there, but it was almost to the complete exclusion of anything about the client. And so what I couldn't tell from their website is who they actually want to work with. And I think that's really important. What are your thoughts on that?
I think you're definitely spot on. There is a lot of genericism in I think the messages that are put out there, and I think from a consumer point of view, we see it, we get it, but how does it apply to me? We know that personalization and hyper personalization is something that's really, really on the up curve and something that people are going to be looking at. And niching in and honing in on a specific type of person whose values align with yours is really where you're going to find the sweet spot in exactly what it is that you're going to say and how you're going to get it out there. I mean, if we talk about something and we relate and our values and our thoughts on it align, from there comes a connection, a trust connection, or a transaction, or whatever it may be. So it is, I think, the content really is, there is content there, there's context there, we know what you do, but how does it apply to me? That is a big question.
Absolutely. And, I know that I really ought to let you head back to your writing, but you said something there that has really tweaked my interest. You talked of hyper-personalization. So how might an advisor sat listening to this today or watching the highlights video back, how might an advisor or a planner actually begin to think about hyper-personalizing their message?
It can be something as simple as just when you're sending somebody a message, just putting their name in the beginning of the message. Hi, Razan. Hi, Adam. I think when you're getting a mass message. The statistics has definitely shown, and I have spoken about this before, that people were communicating directly more and more often. It was actually exponential. They expect that to continue, but I think the demand of the quality is so high that they expect a personalized experience. And there are a lot of great tools out there to do that. There are a lot of type of, say, email products that you can use that would in the reader, if they read the email, they click the button, it'll take them onto a track, whether they're male, female, or what kind of demographic. It'll show them a different kind of picture. This I only learned recently that's even possible, but there is a way to do that. It's just going to take a little bit more time to do, first of all, because you have to do your research, you have to go look at the platforms and tools that are available, but they are out there, and then start investing in those. Because what you could do is possibly you could, instead of sending massive amount of messages or communications out, you could actually niche that to a smaller audience, but probably get a better response and also a better return.
Fantastic. And it's been an interesting and jam-packed 2021. But what are you looking forward to in 2022 for the financial planning community in South Africa?
Speaker Influencer Program. Looking forward to that one. Number one on my list.
Absolutely. And we've been doing some interesting things with the Speaker and Influencer Program this year, haven't we? So we've selected our speaker volunteers now, and I've had a little look at the list, and it looks like an amazing list. But a number of the people on that list, so it does look like an awesome bunch of speakers, doesn't it?
No, it definitely is. It's an incredibly strong lineup, and I don't just mean a strong lineup in terms of experience, and a really strong lineup in terms of heart and passion. They truly love this industry. They have a lot to say. They have a lot of value to add, and they really have a lot to give. And I honestly can't wait to hear what they've got to say. And in the year going forward, 2020 we were just kind of finding our feet. 2021 we kind of started getting momentum, and now I think in what we can look forward to in next year is really, really a more targeted approach. We now can see what worked and what didn't work, and I think as a community, the financial planning industry is really coming together. The voice is becoming stronger, and a universal voice goes a long way, opposed to a lone voice. So I think it's going to be allowed here next year.
Fantastic. Oh, I can't wait. Yes, very excited for our global conference in May, and all of our fantastic South African speaker and influencer volunteers at that. And yeah, we get that off the ground very shortly. So we'll be meeting everybody, or I'll be meeting everybody for that very first time. So that's going to be great. Now, I notice that Mr. Francois du Toit is back in the room. I'm not sure whether or not he's, oh yes, there we go. We can bring you on screen then, Francois. So Francois's back. How's it going back there in the writer's room, Francois?
It's busy. Hello, it is on. And yeah, I'm trying to sort of get the numbers together just to give us a new totalizer, because I'm keen to see where we are now, almost 4 hours in. So yeah, but there's still like just two needs to report, and then I'm ready with that. But other than that, yeah, I think it's just like it becoming a sweat room now, or steam room, I guess. Getting that first couple of words is okay, but now it's like, oh, okay, what else?
I think you could call it a writer's sauna, something more or less along those lines.
Yeah,
I think you
can.
can.
On the virtual table.
Yeah, I think you can feel the tension as I ping in and say, we're getting to the next totalizer sweep now. Can everyone start sending their numbers in? You can feel that sort of tension ramping up. It does have a feeling of a deadline to write against, doesn't it? And so it is a relatively unique experience writing this way. And we are very much seeing that people are enjoying it. We're hoping people continue to enjoy it. But the output, when you forge something in that sort of intensity, it's often amazing what the output is. So it'll be so great to see our finished book. But Razan, we should let you go and get back on with writing. Thank you so much for joining us today and this afternoon, and we'll catch up later when we do the final word counts and everything else. But yes, just have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, and both of you have a great day. See you later.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, Adam, I must say it's going quite well. Like most of the authors are over 2,000 words. There's a couple that's still below that, but it's very close to 2,000. And then we have people over 3,000, and there's even one over 5,000 words. So, people are cracking on.
Fantastic. And I think that, what we're noticing now, of course, it's actually getting a little bit trickier to drag them out of the writer's room for interview as well, isn't it, Francois? We're finding that they're far less responsive when I message and say, could you pop along for your interview at some point? And I think it's heads down and typing furiously away right now. So you and I have got 10 minutes or so until your next surprise guest, which is indeed a surprise to me as well. So in those 10 minutes, I thought it might be nice actually for you and I just to chat about the plans that you've got for next year and in the Propulsion Pro community, because it's now it's beginning to develop into a quite a movement, Propulsion Pro. So maybe we can just take a few minutes just to chat through what 2022 has in store.
Yeah, so 2022. I said to somebody yesterday that I don't know if you and I spoke, but I also spoke to a couple of people yesterday saying that, because everybody's saying we're just waiting for this year to be over so we can start next year. And it's it's interesting the impact of that has, because it's just a mind thing. You can start over today if you wanted to. You don't have to wait for the 1st of January, because the reality is that there's no difference between 1 January and 31 December unless you do things differently. So there is absolutely no difference. And I think what's been on my mind a lot, I maybe want to start talking about, what was our vision this year for Propulsion Pro, and maybe, where did we get to? And so we launched in March this year. Can you believe it's almost 9 months, ago? Time flies absolutely. We've done multiple challenges. We've done multiple CPD events. We've got our power hours that run that's exclusive to members. There's so much that we sort of content that we created. And I think the biggest message I'm trying to get out there is two things, like what are we trying to achieve, but also then what are we all about? And for me, Adam, and this is, from my point of view, why you and I work so closely and well together. And also, you know, you look at what you guys are doing at NextGen over in the UK, there's a lot of similarity and there's a lot of synergy, because education and personal growth is at the top of the list. And for me, that is always what I've been about. It's always what PROpulsion Pro is going to be about. It's about producing the best quality content that we possibly can for our members, but also then, you know, like, and you can also attest to this, right? Like, how many training programs have you put together that you thought this is, and this isn't about training programs, but you put together content and it's the most amazing thing you've ever seen in your life, and you think this is going to change the world, and then very few people actually go out and do something with it. I don't know if that's also your experience, and then you sort of, all this work, but, you know, people are not implementing. And I think that's the big part which we brought with PROpulsion Pro, all these challenges that helps people implement what we actually share and what we teach and what we show them. So it's actually taking them by the hand and saying, if you participate in these challenges, this is what we're going to do. And then you actually implement and start seeing value. And hopefully, like today, it's a catalyst to then do things on your own and to keep going. And that's really, I think, where the huge value is from a challenge, what we call a challenge perspective. But it's all just about, you know, growth. It's about sharing. It's about supporting one another. It's about having a safe space where you can come and talk, ask your questions, because you can't go onto LinkedIn and go like, oh guys, I don't know how this works, or I have this client that does this. Can somebody please help me because I've never dealt with this before? You can't do that on a place like LinkedIn. But in PROpulsion Pro, you absolutely can. And you look at how the members help and give advice and give input. Carl van Vuren is also one of the authors. He asked a very good question around business insurance the other day. And like the amount of feedback he got and the inputs and that no legal advisor has been able to answer, you know, I think he got his answers in the community. So that's what this is about for me. This is about, it's a way for me to support more advisors and to help raise the bar for the profession, because that's our tagline, raise the bar. And that's really what that is about. So yeah, and I mean, I'm keen before I go into what we're looking for 2022. But Adam, from your perspective, I mean, you've been along for the ride since day one. You saw, I mean, you helped create the platform and setting it up with our brand colors and all that stuff. You know, I mean, what have you seen, like when we started in March and where we are? I mean, like, what are some of the things that maybe stood out for you that you thought like, that's quite cool, you know?
That's a really good question, Francois. I think for me, I mean, it's so nice to see all of the challenges and the input, and you're right, the sharing. But for me, the really nice thing to see, because I dip in and out, don't I? I'll come along to things and then maybe not see everybody for a few weeks, whereas you're chatting with everyone almost every day. But it's actually the development of friendships as people have got to know each other through these challenges. And this is the one thing that a day like today does. There will be people in the writers' room who have met before, but then there'll be others who maybe don't know the group quite so well. And when you go through an experience, and these are all fun experiences, you know, none of this is life and death, of course, but when you go through an experience that has a level of intensity where you've collaborated and created something together, then it's very difficult not to befriend the people you've been through that experience with. And that happens in PROpulsion Pro as the community all the time, because, you know, everybody's sharing, you're going through these experiences together, and you're learning about each other. And because I do dip in and out from time to time, and so I won't see everybody for a few weeks, it's really been fascinating and really, you know, just an absolute joy for me just to see how the relationships have developed over that time. From those very early power hours where people were a little bit unsure, a little bit nervous maybe, and particularly we were all new. Nobody really knew anybody, to the point now where it's very difficult to get a word in edgeways, if I'm really honest, is it, when I join groups and things, because the conversation is really vibrant and new people are welcomed and they join in straight away, and that's just the power of what a private social network based community can do. That you don't get that on a LinkedIn or another platform. It does need to be something where people can share in a safe space, and that's what's been created in PROpulsion Pro.
Yeah, and yeah, so now it's such a good add-on to go into 2022, because what I just did yesterday, and I'm going to do one in the Free State and one in Cape Town now when I go down there, is we're actually getting people together for breakfast. So this is like an end of the year breakfast that we're doing. But you know what I saw yesterday? Because it's obviously like you come if you want to, if you don't want to or you can't, then that's fine. But the people who were there, how they connected, and just it's almost like they're friends, and it's the first time they meet each other ever in person. It was the most amazing thing to actually witness yesterday. And I must say, I got some great messages afterwards of people say that was so amazing to meet this person and that person and be able to talk to them. And it just feels like you know each other, but you haven't ever spoken 2 words to each other before, and I think that sort of demonstrates what we are building at PROpulsion Pro. And we are very careful in the way that we do build the community, because like we set out, we said, well, after a year, if you remember, if we have 75 members, we'll be very, very happy. I think at the moment we're on like 42 paying members. And, so we could still get there by March. Lots happens in January and February usually. But we're growing, and I would rather grow slowly in that manner than go full out and have exponential growth, explosion almost, and then, it doesn't deliver on expectations, one. Or secondly, that you get people into your community that is not good for the community, So I'm very, very particular around that. I'm very vocal around that as well. So, and that's what the great thing has been, like the right people are finding us. So yes, they come through referrals, but yes, there's also people that join and think, I don't know this person. And then you phone, you like try and find out why did they join. I'm always interested. And it's just amazing, they resonated with what we're saying, they resonate with what we stand for, and then became members. So I think that's the most amazing thing for me. Next year, what do we want to do? We are setting out, like for me, it's still creating the best, most relevant content, having the most engaged community. I think that's very important. I think that's something we need to work on a lot this year, is getting up the engagement and people being active. I must say on the platform, we can see some stats, and 87% of our members return. So in other words, they visit the platform once a month at least, so they are there. And that's absolutely amazing, because you don't find that often, that's the case. And that's what I enjoy about this. But then, so next year it's membership growth, slowly but surely. It is having the relevant content, but then also putting on a couple of events somewhere during the year and making this a true hybrid community. So we are going to have things face to face when circumstances allow, and then we will do things virtually as well. So the whole community is not hedged around just being an online community. The online platform is just where we are able to connect and communicate and engage anytime, however you want, whenever you want. But it's also about building an offline community that people really can help each other and stick together and think through things and sort of push through difficult and good times for that.
Fantastic. And I think we're probably at that point now that we have, he's not quite such a surprise guest now, because there's a ticker at the bottom of the screen telling us who is about to arrive, isn't there? But I will head off and see if we can do our next totalizer sweep, add those numbers up, Francois, and we'll be back shortly with that. But I'll hand over to you and your almost surprise guest.
Thank you very much. So cool stuff. I'm just going to bring him onto the screen because I can't wait to speak to him, and that is Igno van Niekerk. Igno, welcome.
Hey, Francois, how are things on your side?
Yes, man, it's been a fantastic. I still got goosebumps. There it goes again. I can't show anyone on the camera, but it's been an amazing day, Igno. When we set off to do this write a book in a day thing, I was part of something like this last year with Adam and his team, and it was amazing to be writing and all of that, but running this thing and being here and doing the interviews with different people that's written books before, and it's just an amazing day for me. You know, I wish the whole world could see this. That's where I am. But how's your day been?
Well, I think I've hopped in and out just here and there, so I have some vague idea of what you're doing. It's fascinating how these things happen on the fringes, you know, sort of for some people, or that moment that's your focus. For someone else, it's a fringe. For someone else, it's a non-event. And I think that's where we are. And I've listened to one or two Kobus talking about branding, other people talking about other things, and thinking, and I think that's probably the biggest challenge we all have, is to how to come into more focus, not be on the fringe and not be a non-event, even if there is an event.
Yeah, I laughed. Like one of the guys who's writing, I'm not going to mention his name, but like we talk quite often, and he went like, so what he does is like if things gets too hectic, he will switch off all his notifications and take off all the personal stuff off his phone and that kind of stuff, just to be more focused. But now he missed a lot of the communications around the write a book in a day. And it's like, you know, and that's, I think, where FOMO comes from. It's like you miss that one thing and you go, oh, what else did I miss? You know, so, but it is like that. I think it's such a challenge, just how do I stay in the know? I don't have to be physically involved in everything, but how do I know what's going on? You know, sort of when there is something that could be to my benefit, that I then pay more attention to it when I'm so busy with all this other stuff. And sometimes I think, I know you can tell me, like, I think you and I can talk hours about this. It's just this other stuff that's happening. It's sometimes day-to-day stuff. It's operational stuff. It is just work stuff. You know, you don't get time to just step back and see, but what else is there? And am I still on the right track? And, you know, things like that.
Yeah, 100%. I think having had Black Friday, for instance, you can't check all the specials. And then, you know, sort of 2 days later, you see something which you've always wanted and you missed that special. And you think, damn it, why didn't I just check that one? And I think it's the same kind of thing, you know, sort of what do we take notice of these days? What do we focus on? It's a huge challenge. And I think talking to the topic that you're having today, having a book out there is very often something which is present when you can't be there. So in terms of branding, it's something that you've got out there that can talk on your behalf.
Wow, what an insight, Igno, because like that hasn't come up today. And I think that's such a valid point and such an amazing point. But let me just explain why Igno is here, right? So apart from the fact that Igno and I go back like before my birth, I think. So we've been friends for quite a long time. We don't get to speak every day or every week or every month, you know, but we always keep contact, and we used to work together at one of the insurance companies. But Igno is this prolific storyteller. He's a photographer of note. He has written a couple of books. He's built a board game. Like Igno, jy is net 'n man van vele talente, and you just do all sorts of different things, which is just always, and that's the one thing that if I think about Igno, apart from the fact that you're extremely interesting to me, is just that you're a man of many things, and you are able, you know so much, and you're interested in so much, and you love so much. I think that's the stuff that stands out for me, for you. So when you and I were just, I mean, you just sent me a message saying like, this is quite interesting. And I thought like, I never thought of asking you to talk to you. You've written books. So I took the opportunity. So thank you for being here. I want to get into like, I mean, you've written books on photography, if I'm not mistaken. We've spoken about a little bit of the things as well on one of the episodes last year, where you spoke about where you look through a lens and like, what do you see, that kind of stuff. But I mean, for you, you know, what was it like writing your first book, and what sort of got you to write your first book?
Just Francois, I think, you know, sort of the first thing with our first book is we always postpone it. For some reason, it's that lack of confidence. We don't believe we can do it. You don't see yourself having a book out there. You had an English teacher like I did in Standard 6 who told me how terrible my one essay was, and the ones that were average you forget about. And then somehow the hunger gets bigger. And I think we all, each and every person listening to this, have some kind of a creative thing that needs to come out to the world, your voice. I think Stephen Covey talks about finding your voice and inspiring others to find theirs. And a book is one way of finding your voice and being out there. And for me, what happened was I traveled a lot, and I started, you know, getting really bored with the television. And I had this idea of a very quick story, you know, sort of, I wanted this kind of Ken Blanchard book, you know, so it's just very short. Photographer, teach the person that we all go out into a landscape, we all frame certain things in a certain way, then we need to focus, and, you know, sort of. And then I started working with a writing coach, and he said, but bring in your history, passion, bring in your, and I thought, yeah, I'll bring in that, but I'll just keep myself open. And I think, Francois, if I have to quickly summarize my learning, the first thing was talking to someone, you know, like I had a writing coach or a mentor who helped a great deal. It doesn't have to be a paid person, but someone who's honest with you, to say, listen, this might not work. Your family, your friends, your close buddies, they're all going to tell you it's awesome, you're writing a book, you know, you know, sort of, it's out there. And for me, there were two people that I really, really would like to suggest to anyone. And that was the person who guided me, who was willing to say, no, this is not working. And the second one was my proofreader, who was horrible. She was a Mrs. Rottermeier, you know, sort of, and it, like from Heidi, it was hell. Every time I sent the book, I would pray, I would go for walks in the garden when I had to Skype with her. But when the book came out, you knew there were no mistakes in it, because, you know, she would say, you've got a comma in here, why do you have a comma? And I'd sit there and I didn't know, I just accidentally added a comma, I thought a comma would be a good idea. And she would say, but why the comma? And every time I'd be, and by that time you'd start considering every comma, every full stop, and those kinds of things. And I think it's crucial. If you are working on publish on demand, it's easier. You can change before the next edition. But if you're like me and the book comes out in full color and you pay for it yourself, and there's one spelling mistake, and you're going to know that for the rest of your life, it's going to live with you. And I think with the same with insurance, with the same with any salesperson, you want to sell something you're proud of. And if you know, no other person needs to know, but if you know there's a comma missing or a spelling mistake, just like it's hard, Francois, so I really suggest finding the people who can say to you, listen, this is not working yet. I mean, it will work. They must never lose confidence, but they must convince you to lift your standards. If you haven't lifted your standards through the writing process, you haven't spoken to the right person.
Yeah, I think that's such valuable and valuable tips. And I want to ask you, so there's a couple of people this morning that have referred to a writing coach. So just tell me just quickly, because I haven't asked any of them, like, what does that person actually do? Is it just honest feedback, or what kind of guidance do they give? Like, what is their role?
Francois, I was lucky. I used Dorian Haroff, who I've known for a year. I think every person finds something else in a coach. It's like Rassie Erasmus carries water. Someone else does the fitness. You know, sort of each coach has his her own way, and you need to find a coach that works for you. What Dorian did for me was, he sort of let me go. It wasn't like in next week, because you get that coach who guides you to say, by 2 weeks, we need so many words, which is what's happening today almost. It's a managing coach. He just sort of brainstormed with me every time. And so it was very much up to me as to where it was going to go. And then it asked questions. So he didn't say what the story would be, but he would give insights and say, but this might not make sense to the normal reader who doesn't know photography, that kind of thing. So I think it's someone who stands outside your story, because you, in your story, you know what you're talking about, but you forget that there are people standing outside your story, or outside, the philosophy or wisdom or the branding or the sales techniques that you want to share. And that person can be those innocent eyes. I think the writing coach is, in one instance, someone guiding you, but in another instance, almost your ideal reader, that avatar who reads and says, well, but I don't get this, or what about that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah. So apart from the photography stuff that you've written, you've also wrote a book, Light on Leadership, which was quite, I think that was the first book. Wasn't that your first book? What was your first book?
Yeah, that's Light on Leadership. I think it's this one, sort of that.
Yes.
And it's photography and leadership combined, and
yes.
And for me, once again, Francois, what stood out with this book was, I was happy I'd done it. When I went to the graphic designer and he said, Igno, so where's the photos? I said, there's no photos. It's a nice little sort of story. He said, no, but, sort of, he didn't say it in this way, but he said, what I associate with you is photographs. So if you need to, and this was the graphic designer. And then he did a brilliant job. I mean, he was absolutely brilliant and absolutely ruined my bank account. But I'm so glad I used a graphic designer, because otherwise, if I can give one tip for anyone who'd like to self-publish, for instance, your book must never look self-published. Find a designer. It's not a uplifted Word document. Find a typographer. Every font counts. The texture of your pages count. Oh, there's Johan Vosloo. What a brilliant, one of the greatest writers in the world. I was his English teacher in grade 12, and he wrote the best English essay which I've ever read. So yeah, and so whoop whoop, Johan, there you go. So Francois, the pages have got certain textures. For instance, if you've got a texture that is sort of very glossy and that the font is difficult to read, it messes up the whole book. It looks like a textbook, and it doesn't look like a storybook or a business book or whatever the case. Make your book, and I think that talks to what Kobus was saying, part of your brand identity. Make it something different or special that talks about you and your message. Yes, I can talk a lot when I want to. Eh?
I love it. I love it. I love it. And here's a question I haven't asked anyone else as well. So now this obviously depends on the type of book you write and the topic. I guess that's extremely important. But how important is research when writing a book? Because there's two ways of writing a book in my mind. I haven't written a book, let me just be clear about that, but I've written quite a lot of articles, and I've written a lot of things that have also not gotten very good marks in my life. But be that as that may, it seems to be a Free State problem because I'm also from the Free State. So you have this, on the one hand, a book that I write from. I sit down, I write from what I know, from my heart. That's what goes in there, pretty much what I do on my show. But then on the other hand, you may be writing something where you require research. So my question is, should you always be doing research, or can you just sit down and write something and just get your thoughts down on paper and structure it in a way that tells a story that has a golden thread? I mean, what is your take on that? Or does it just simply depend on the type of book and audience?
Francois, research can be a wonderful way of procrastinating. Because, I love reading. So I can read so many books about writing books and reading books, that kind of thing. So one of the things is research is important. It depends. I mean, if it's a doctorate or a thesis or something. But what I love about research in the business books that I read, in the books that I read, is the research has been done, but it's not obvious. I don't want to read an MA thesis or a PhD. I don't want to be a lecturer. I hate those things. None of us are running to university libraries to buy books. We go to Exclusives, we go to Bargain Books, any of those brands, and we get the books that we like. So no one wants to know, they've got it. University is the only place. It's actually crazy where you do all the research and you throw the stuff on to turn it in, so they check that you didn't, do copyright. But if you know what you're talking about, you've probably done the research, but then you put it in a story form because everybody can buy into a story. So I was reading something early this morning and about Francis and Crick, who found, I read all these weird things about the genetics and how they mapped the genes. And it started off where they walk into the bar. Now, I love that, to see this, the people walking into the bar announcing what they found, and the writer would say something. And it was the real bar they'd gone into. It was like that. But I can see it happening. If I read a thesis, I cannot see it. I battle to even understand it. And I've read many of those myself. And I think it's the only purpose for those things are for universities. And let me rather be cautious as to what I say about that. But it's not for general, reading. It's if you really have a passion for something and you want to know everything about something so that eventually you know nothing about anything, that's what you do. You go into research. But beware research. It's a very much a way to procrastinate and not write. So I agree with you. Write your story, put down your thoughts, and then add your research as you go along. But make sure you have a target for an amount of words per day, like today, or per week, or per day for yourself. Because Anne Lamott says it so well. Her brother had this research project for school. It was Sunday evening, and like many of us, he didn't do anything. And then he started crying, and he had to talk about all the birds in the area. And his dad just said, do it bird by bird, my son. It's too much if you look at the whole, but if you do it bird by bird, and I've learned a book comes word by word. It's not paragraph by paragraph. Those people writing now, it was easier this morning. And now there's some flow, now you've said what you wanted to say. And now you're actually cutting out stuff. And now you have to find more. And that's awesome, because it's never about the brain, it's about the bum. If you can sit on your bum, you can write a book. Sort of, it's people say you have to be a genius. No, you need a bum. Any genius without a bum cannot write a book.
That's amazing. Igno, thank you so much. I really love always talking to you. Thank you so much. I see Adam is going. I'm going to bring Adam onto the screen, if you don't mind. I see he's like clapping his hands in the background. It's such fun listening to you, Igno.
Adam? That was so much fun. That was absolute gold. I'll be watching that back many times. So yes, that was superb.
Thanks, awesome. Adam. And maybe in passing, I can say something. I love to talk about these things, but the War of Art, you might have spoken about the book earlier. I might have missed it, but Stephen Pressfield talks about the War of Art, and it's lovely. He talks about the resistance. And we all have resistance. If I get up, sort of when I need to write, I would go and find a snack or have a cup of coffee or arrange my desk. The resistance is often the people we love, sort of the people who let me take my family out for dinner or whatever. And they love what you do and they will support you and they will not sort of be your critics. But any person can write a book if you've got a bum and you can beat the resistance. And the resistance is what you break down in a session like today. You're saying, okay, we're all together. If you feel the resistance, we're going to check the word count. So that's a kind of motivation. And I love that because you're breaking the resistance on behalf of many people. But Pressfield's brilliant. And I remember when writing Light on Leadership, I was consistently reading that book, which was also a way of procrastinating, but it forced me back to realize, okay, so this is the resistance, And yeah, so lovely work that you guys are doing. I kept track as my day was going on and absolutely enjoy what you're doing. And I think it's a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. And thanks for putting it out there in the industry. And Francois, you mentioned what you do, but always appreciate your work and the way in which you do it. And Adam, great to meet you online like this. So have a lovely day, guys. I'm so sorry the 15 minutes flew by.
No problem at all. And you are two guys who should know each other. Let me just put it out there live on air. So, Igno, just, thank you so much for agreeing to be on such short notice. This is literally off the back of your saying, like, this seems quite interesting. And I thought, like, how did I not think of you? And then now you can see why you were supposed to be a special surprise guest. And thank you so much for always just being Igno. You are an amazing person. So thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody. And thanks to Johan for his quote of the day, which he put out there, Johan. As your English teacher, cue you. Oh, there you've got it prepared. Thank heavens. I was just concerned for a moment because you were a star English student. Bye, guys.
He did remedy the issues.
I saw. No, at least there's, he's still what he was. He's brilliant.
He is, absolutely. Thanks, Igno. Have a good afternoon. We'll chat soon. Bye-bye.
Guys.
Bye. All right, Adam. So I know we're a little bit early, but I see Louis is also in the studio. So I think there's one. I'll phone quickly. Just there's one amount or one number outstanding. Then I've got all the numbers for the totalizer. I don't know if you had anything, but then we can give an update on that. But so with that, I'm going to hand over to you, Adam, and you can chat to Louis.
Absolutely, Francois. Yes, thank you. I've just popped our current total in the chat for you, so you can go and do the amazing graphics next. So yes,
cool. Let me just start up the machine. Yeah, sure.
Everyone's doing fantastically. See you in a mo. And Louis, you were waiting for your lunch to arrive. Did it arrive okay and safely in the end?
Thanks so much, Adam. It has. It's the fuel to carry me through for the last 500 words.
Superb. 500 words to go, and well done. And yes, I've just had a sneak preview of our current total, and it's remarkable the number of words people have been able to get down on pages so far. So tell me a little about your chapter. Well, in fact, no, let's take a step back, Louis. Tell me first of all why you were so keen to get involved in this process.
So Adam, for me, the idea of contributing to a book was quite challenging. I find it quite difficult for me to put down my thoughts on paper. I find it much easier to converse or to record audio. And I thought, okay, this is a good opportunity to maybe stretch myself a little bit and force myself to sit down, work on one thing for the day, which is already a big challenge, and hopefully at the end of the day have something of value to show for that time.
Fantastic. Excellent. And yes, of course, we know you from audio and podcast and all of that good stuff. So you've had quite an exciting 2021. Tell us a little bit about some of the things that you've been doing.
Yeah, so the highlight for me was the birth of my daughter, which I think, for any parent would be a highlight. And that during that time, I've been so fortunate to be talking to people in the financial services profession and people engaging around that, right? And it has been wonderful just during a time of lockdown, during a time of COVID, to be able to connect with people across the globe who have the same passion. And the one thing I hear people keep on saying is that I'm here to help my clients. And so hopefully that would come through in my chapter as well.
Fantastic. Oh, that's superb. And so tell us a little more about your chapter. What are you focusing on, and what will be the call to action in these final 500 words?
So when I saw the topic, I look to the future, I automatically got excited, because I think for a lot of people, the future can be daunting and the future can be scary. And we hear that from our industry colleagues, we hear that from our clients. And so what I'm trying to do in this chapter is to break things down a little bit and get people in the mode of getting excited about the future, right? Things are improving, although it might not feel that way. You have a chance to create a positive future for your clients, and that is a calling that no other profession has, maybe doctors, but I would argue that financial planners is probably the closest person in your client's life to craft a positive future. And so the chapter unpacks a little bit about how I see that. What are the times that you can do it? What are the risks? And then also, what are the benefits from that?
Yeah, that's really interesting. And well, let's play around with a little futurology then in that case. So if I was to give you a time machine and you were to go only skip a little way into the future, let's maybe think 5 years into the future and in terms of our world of financial planning. Now, I have to say, I do and would entirely understand if I had given you a time machine. I'd understand you not necessarily skipping 5 years into the future just to see what's happening in financial planning. But let's imagine that it's a time machine that can only do that, because there's many other things you'd probably want to go and find out about, I'm sure. But what do you think you would find in your on your arrival in the future financial planning 5 years from now?
That's a very interesting question. And I think so my approach in the chapter was a little bit more different. It was around, instead of looking at what will change, what will stay the same, and how do you get your clients to be thinking positive? So when we think of financial planning 5 years to now, I think it will be like most other service providers, hyper personalized, right? We'll have a standardized process, but you will get to know your clients on a very intimate level, almost be, immediately available to assist them and act more as a thinking partner than this expert in the room trying to make predictions. So part of what I'm trying to unpack is why people see us as these experts, right? And I think that goes for a lot of fields where we find comfort in that security. And there's a big risk, right? Because oftentimes those experts are completely wrong. And so getting to a point where the financial planner is actually setting themselves up for success, controlling the things that we can control. So 5 years from now, a lot can change. And I think we're in that position now to steer the industry and actually craft that future that would be beneficial for our clients, instead of leaving it up to anyone else to just create that idea of what a financial planner should be. We can start taking control. We can say, hey, this is the profession that we strive towards and we build towards, as opposed to just leaving it up to chance.
Yes, Lou. Yeah, I really like that. And you hit on a phrase there that I'm fascinated with, which is this idea of a thinking partner. Tell me more about how you see that manifesting itself.
Yeah, Adam. So it's a phrase that I borrow from the Financial Transitionist Institute. And it's an institute that was created by the Sudden Money Institute, and it works with people going through major life transitions. And what the idea of a thinking partner is really a sounding board when someone has to make major financial decisions. Because during those times, we often see our clients derail completely from the plan, and they make mistakes that take years to repair. And so during that time, the idea is not to take away their decision ability or take away that power and control, but to help to show them what the impact is of those decisions, right? Painting this picture and getting them to a point where they don't feel alone in those decisions. Ultimately, we are not responsible for making those decisions, but by giving some of the work back, I think you can empower your clients, right? Especially the ones that might be afraid of finance. And the finance industry and financial planning specifically, I think has for a very, very long time excluded clients from that journey. And so now is the time to start bringing them along on that journey. And a thinking partner is a lot more digestible than a technical investment expert. You might need someone at that point, but I would argue for most of the time, being there to help someone to make better quality decisions is what we can control, not the outcome, but the quality of those decisions.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic concept. And as you alluded to, it does take away the pressure of always having to be expert and, or at least portraying ourselves as such. And, it's something that we see, isn't it? This asymmetry of knowledge doesn't help build trust. It actually oftentimes will make the client more nervous and doesn't help them open up as much. So this idea of sitting alongside a client, I think is it lends itself to quite a visual appeal as well. When you visualize that happening, it's just one of those phrases that just captures it perfectly, I think. So that's really interesting. And well, we probably need to let you get back to you. I could talk to you for hours, Louis, but we probably need to let you get back to your final 500 words. So what have you enjoyed the most about the experience and today, and what will you take from it?
So for those that haven't seen the behind the scenes, we have a Zoom group going on, and you have people doing the same thing at the same time. It's strange. I didn't expect that to be the part that actually brings a little bit of a commitment, but just knowing that someone else is also there going through the same creative process is strangely quite appealing. And it was a ton of fun, getting to know people from South Africa that share the same passions, being able to support you and Francois through this journey as well, I think is wonderful because we're bringing that community closer and closer. The thing that I would take away is that actually you just have to do the work. And Seth Godin continues to say this, just sit down and start writing. Don't think about all the excuses that you have not to do it. And when there's a deadline looming and you break it down into small pieces, it actually becomes digestible and you can just actually start producing it. So yeah, thank you. I think you managed to help me get over that mental hurdle of starting to tackle written content.
Fantastic, and thank you. Well, Louis, we will let you head off to find that call to action in the final part of your chapter. Have a great rest of afternoon, and thanks so much for participating.
Thanks, Adam. Cheers.
So we'll bring Francois back in. Have the graphics elves been working hard, Francois, for our penultimate totalizer? There'll be this one and then just one more on the show. So is it ready to go?
It is. And without any further ado, I don't even think, I'm wondering if I have got something that's going to go somewhere. It doesn't look like it, but so I think what we could do is just maybe do something like this.
There we have it, 27,682.
How's that? Yeah, slowly but surely we're getting there, Adam. But still some way to go. And I think it's getting harder and harder, as we mentioned earlier. Let me just take it down. So it's getting harder and harder because much have been said, and maybe a couple of people, have got more words than what they wanted to. Some have got less, but you know what? There is still an hour to go as we speak. So into the last hour. And I'm going to keep this to suspense to see at 3 o'clock whether we have this, or do you think we should do a midway 2:30? totalizer and just see where we are half an hour before the end.
I think we might do. Although I've got to say, our rather amazing writers are beginning to get a little tetchier with me when I'm going in and asking them for their numbers. If I'm really honest, they're getting into the real sharp end of writing now, and one or two of them have alluded to the fact that they are very much head down and in the midst of it. So it's really it's really fascinating to see. And Louis mentioned this, didn't he? That that level of accountability that this entire process helps with is really powerful. And people, our team today are really caring about producing something good and not just producing something now. The initial excitement and that adrenaline from all of those hours ago has now really turned to people just doing the work and really getting focused with it. So it's been a great experience so far. We've got, as you say, just about an hour to go. And I think we were going to take a little break, do a quick recap and consolidation, weren't we? And then head back shortly and to go into that final session.
Yeah, I think who do we still need to interview? It's Carl van Vuren. I know we also need to do David Cobb. David hasn't been on.
Yeah, we've got Kevin as well. So we've got a few people to pick up on interview in that final hour, if we can. Cool. And if they're available, if they're not too busy furiously typing away to hit our 3 o'clock finish point. But yes, we've still got more to come. So if we take a break now, and we'll head back shortly.
Yeah, so we'll be back at 2:20. And so we're going to take about a 20-minute break, just regroup in the back and just check in with the authors. And then we'll be back at 2:20, so in 20 minutes time. Until then, I will chat to you soon. So we'll be back at, that says 14:30, sorry, that should be 14:20. So the lovely amazingness of live. And there we go. Thank you very much for those of you watching. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know I've gotten some messages, people saying I'm popping in and out. And that was always the idea, is that you shouldn't sit here for 6 hours. If you do, fantastic. We really, really appreciate it. But also, just popping in and out and see where we are and listening to the interviews and the progress and all of that. Thank you for being a part of this. Deeply appreciate it. And then I'll see you back at 2:20. Just like that, it is 20 past 2, and we are back. So, yeah, this is the last stretch for Write a Book in a Day today. And what a journey it has been. And Adam, I mean, from your point, like, what an amazing day so far.
Well, Francois, I've got to say that break probably came at the wrong time for me. I've just entered now that adrenaline drop moment where, you know, and I haven't even written anything today, have I? We've just been having fun, but just reached that adrenaline drop moment where it's like, oh, my brain has told the rest of me I can relax now, and so actually we should have probably just pressed on through, shouldn't we? But all in, I've been chatting with our amazing writers in the writing room there just while we were on a break, and they're all furiously writing away and doing brilliantly. So yes, we are in the final stretch, another 40 minutes or so of the live stream. I will do one more totalizer at the end, and yeah, how cool has it been?
Yes, man, I'm telling you, it has like way surpassed all my expectations. You know what has been one of the most fun things about this, apart from doing all the cool stuff on this side of the screen? It's really the chats that's going on in the WhatsApp and how people are sharing what's happening, and, you know, just like, see what I'm like, this is my lunch, this is my workstation, this is my, like, I really love seeing that kind of stuff. So that's the amazing part, things that I didn't thought of when we put this together that might be very special, and it's absolutely that. So where are we, Adam? Like,
well, we have two more interview guests to come on. I think we aren't able to catch Kevin. He's been furiously writing as we've gone along, but we've still got Carl and we've got David to wrap us up with our interview guests. So I think you're going to take away an interview with Carl. Carl needs to get back to furiously finish off his chapter as well. So he's been really gracious to let us drag him out of the writing room to do this. So yes, so it's Carl up next.
Yeah, so before I put Carl on the screen, like, just the totalizer as where we are right now at 2.
We have an interim totalizer, don't we? Of course, yeah, yes. There's me.
Yeah. Let's just set the scene and just where are we? So, well, this is where we are. So we smashed, as you put it, Adam, through that 30,000 word limit or that 30,000 word count. And I love how you said to the guys, listen, we're going to ask you one more time before the end, but I promise to never, ever, ever ask you again what your word count is. But almost 30,400 words, and we have 1 hour to go since we did the totals for that. So just amazing. And I think we're going to get there. We will get there.
I think we will. I think there are some people in our writers' room that I've known already, and then there are some new friends that I've met. But given that all I've asked of those new friends for the last 6 hours, Francois, is how is your word count going? I'm not sure whether or not we will bond for life at that point. I think they will be glad to see the back of me at the end of this, but they are doing a sterling job. I'm going to go and ask them for one more word count very shortly, and then that'll be me done for them. So we'll see in a few minutes.
Yeah, happiness. It's going to be me and Carl, and then you're going to chat to David. All right, so Carl van Vieren, welcome to this side of the screen, or this side of today. And how has it been going?
Well, Francois, you said I looked nervous in the beginning and stressed. Geez, it's much worse right now.
Oh no.
The word count isn't quite where it should be. But we're working furiously, and we are getting there slowly but surely. It's an amazing experience being here and being a part of this.
Awesome. Why did you get involved, Carl? What was it that got you to say, like, geez, this is something I would like to be a part of?
Francois, I've been in the industry for many, many years. It's 30 years this year, and I do believe that it is still one of the greatest professions out there. And any advice or any input we can give to young financial planners wanting to come into the industry, I think we can really add value to them. You know, you guys have spoken a lot about how things have changed in the industry, but at the end of the day, it's still about, wow, we are involved in our clients' legacies. And no matter which way we do it, whether it's online or in person, or I mean, computers can't do that. So yeah, I wanted to give my little bit of input into this book as well.
Awesome. And talking about legacy, that's what you're writing about. I live my legacy every day. That's the title of the chapter. Just what are you writing about? What is the core concepts that you're trying to convey there? And yeah, just give us a bit of insight into what to expect from your chapter.
Francois, I think financial planning is a complex world on its own. It comes with many challenges. One should be able to define your own legacy, because I run my practice on helping business owners define their legacy, grow that legacy, protect that legacy, and plan the ultimate succession of that legacy. And you know, a legacy is living a life of significance, which we should all strive to. And if we can not just guide our clients, but live our own personal legacies every day according to our core values, and to be involved and live a balanced life, not just chase figures or numbers all the time. Really live a life of significance. I mean, it means so much more.
And what has been the biggest takeaway? So, or the big, like almost most, biggest aha moment, or like something that you're taking away from the process today, like anything that has stood out for you?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I need to have a look at my own life again and make sure that, am I really living my legacy every day? Because if we go back and we say, and we go to bed at night, and before we fall asleep, we just review our day and see what difference did we make in anybody else's life today, whether it be a client, whether it be a cashier who's really not having a good day and just making her smile. What difference did we make today? And, really strive towards that again.
Yeah, and it's the small things in life that makes the, I guess a big difference in someone's life. Maybe insignificant to you or me, but then the person on the other end, just feels, wow, that was amazing. I didn't expect. So yesterday, I took my team out for a end of year lunch, and I don't know why I did this. Like it was. Like I stopped at this place. It's there in Sandton, so I'm not a Sandton person. But so we were there and got to the place, and just this guy that came to me to sort of obviously at the gate, and I said like, "Sheesh, man, but you got a great smile." And then like there was no parking inside. I didn't know. He says to me, "Young, there's no more parking, but I'm going to make special plan for you. I'm going to bend some rules." So he took me down to go and park downstairs in the parking area where the residents and stuff park, which was now an unintended consequence. I mean, I didn't know that, but it also shows just be kind. You never know what that means to the other person, and I think that's such an important thing, and that's part of one's legacy is like, how do you want to be remembered? Because I guess like, how would you define legacy? I mean, if you think about it, Carl, you mentioned a little bit earlier, it's sort of leading a life of significance, but how would you just define legacy? Because it'll be different for everyone.
Francois, I think defining legacy is, or legacy can be defined as determining what is important to you, determining what a significant life means to you, not to anybody else. Because if you are living that significant life, or living according to your core values, then every day you are going to be happy. If you plan your day around living those core values, not just production, making a difference every day. I've actually drawn up, I've got a quote, excuse me, looking at my other screen, but that's there's Ernest Becker. I've got a quote from Ernest Becker that says, "What man really fears is not so much extinction, but extinction with insignificance." Now, living a life of significance doesn't mean achieving huge things. Yes, it helps. I mean, most of us are competitive. We really want to be known as being successful, but define success. And if you can really be true to yourself and live to your definition of success, then you're living a significant life. Success isn't all the stuff. Yes, there's nothing wrong with stuff, but if you're chasing stuff and it means that to the detriment of everybody else around you, then you're not living a legacy. Then it's not a significant life that you're leading.
Yeah. I want to add on to that. So we're busy with the renovations here at home that, like I've mentioned earlier, but our whole house fits into my garage. Like everything we've got is in there. And that's quite a sobering realization, a sobering moment when you stand there and think, like, freaking hell, you work yourself half to death for things that fit into a garage. Like, and it puts things into perspective, actually. And I think it's exactly what you say. It differs from person to person, and it depends on what's important to you, whether you then reach success or not. Because, and that's why it differs, because what's important to me is not important to you. So I also guess that there's going to be a lot of synergy and connection with the very first chapter of the book, which is Who Am I? Which is written by Hannes and Ignatius. So I think that's going to be great to sort of more to the latter part of the book, then also bring all of this together and say, well, how do I live a life or live my legacy every day? So, Carl, just from my side, thank you very much for being part of this. Moenie stress nie, there's enough time, you'll get there. Just enjoy the last part. Don't let it hold you back. Just go for it.
Thanks, Francois. Thanks for the opportunity, and we're looking forward to finishing up.
Yeah, lekker. And to see, I'm so excited to see the final outcome of this. It's going to be absolutely amazing. But thank you, Carl. I'm going to let you get back to writing that last bit, and good luck. We'll chat soon.
Thanks, Francois.
Thanks. Bye-bye. All right, Adam. So before I let you talk to Mr. David Kopp, which is I love the title of his chapter, like raising the bar for the profession, because that's literally what Propulsion Pro is about, but it's also what David Kopp is about. So that is what I absolutely love about it. It's the most perfect match, I think, so that's great. But I quickly want to share just a picture that we took this morning just before we started of all the authors, and there they are. So Adam and myself there in the corner, and we've got Kobus and Alice and Razan and Carol and Carl, and we've got Hannes and Wouter and Paula and Henry. Louis got 2 thumbs up, Jeff has got 2 thumbs up, and David was rushing in his car towards this thing called an avalanche of writing a book. But there, big smiles. Kevin there at the top, I almost missed Kevin. So just again to every single author that is part of this today, I can't say thank you enough. It's absolutely amazing what you guys are doing, and I am so excited to see the impact and the results of all of this commitment and giving up your time for this. Adam, with that, geveelde woorde, as we would say.
I was going to say, Francois, they all looked so young then, didn't they, as well, 6 hours ago? I bet they don't look like that now.
They don't. I'm going to hand on over to you,
fresh-faced and excited about the whole process. If we were to take that photo again, I'd be wondering what they'd be looking like right now. But they've done amazingly well. So, well, let's get one of them on a screen then and see how he is looking after all of that. So, I've got the great pleasure of interviewing Mr. David Kopp as our final interview guest today. So, hello, David. There we are. We've got you there. How are you today, sir?
I was on mute. I'm good, thank you. And yourself?
Yeah, very, very good indeed. It's been such a fun day. So, David, you've got the anchor leg really of this. You're bringing the baton home in the various chapters, and your chapter of Raise the Bar. So, tell us what that is really meaning to you, and what you're looking to try and achieve with this chapter for our readers when they actually get to it.
Yeah. So as a starting concept, I'm trying to explain what we mean by a profession. So I think, we all talk profession and raise the bar at a profession, but do we actually know what a profession is and how it is different to an industry? So as an introduction viewpoint, maybe a little bit dry, but things that get me excited is what is a profession? What is a profession all about? And what does it mean to be part of a profession? So that's as a starting point. Then examining those characteristics, and particularly looking from a South African context and trying to answer the question, is financial planning actually a profession? And the short answer is yes. The long answer, you'll have to read the book to find out about.
Fantastic. Already leaving us on a cliffhanger. You see, that's consummate professionalism there, David. I like that a lot. So you've had an interesting day, though. I was going to ask you about your process, because you've been on the move for part of this as well. So you've been weaving in writing your chapter with other activities. So talk us through the process that you've gone about to put this chapter together.
Yeah, so the nice thing is, and I think maybe something that we are missing in the current environment, is that time in a car when it's just you, yourself, and your thoughts. So I had my voice recorder on while driving to do the presentation. Luckily, the presentation was all about the profession anyway, so I got to test some of the theories talking to people. But riding there in the car, it allowed me to think through the process, and then the hour trip back home, and have your voice recorder on and actually jot down some of your notes, which I think in the world we're living in right now, where we moving from one virtual meeting to another, we sort of don't have that time to just get inside our own heads and think about what we do. So that was quite a refreshing thing to say, well, let me think about what I'm going to put down, make some notes while I'm driving. So again, using technology is fantastic. You just put on your voice recorder and talk to yourself. And talking to a recorder is not the first sign of insanity. You're not talking to yourself, you're talking to a recorder, and then coming back, listening to the notes, and then just distilling them and getting down and writing.
Absolutely, and it's been quite a reflective day in many ways. We've looked back a little over 2021. We're looking forward a little to 2022, and we're doing this pivotal activity right in the middle of it. So, from your point of view, David, what are you most looking forward to in 2022?
So what I'm really looking forward to, and this might sound strange to most listeners or readers, I'm really looking forward to us really being able to bed down some of the regulatory changes that have been discussed for nearly 7 years in South Africa, because one of the aspects that we're getting to is the regulation and the legislation actually starting to recognize us as a profession. And again, one of the conclusions that I'm talking about is that is probably the element that is lacking for us as financial planners. If everyone knows that being a doctor is a professional, not many people know that we as financial planners ourselves are a profession. And I think part of that is when anybody can hold themselves out as a financial planner, there is just going to be mass confusion. Most other professions have protection of their professional titles. And that's the one that I'm really looking forward to being able to bed down in 2022.
Yeah, that's really, really, really interesting. And I think that was such a David Kopp answer as well, wasn't it? What are you most looking forward to in 2022? I should have known, shouldn't I, really?
It's quite sad when you're excited about things that put most people to sleep. But
no, I think it's in all fairness, it's really important, and you're entirely right that we are still, and we forget sometimes, we are still a very young profession. financial planning is younger than I am, and that in itself is quite a sobering thought when we think how far we've come, how far we've got to go, and also that understanding of how we bring value. And something that has been talked about a lot during the course of these chats today is really that personal nature of what we do, and actually driving that real core personal element of communication. How important do you think it will be as the new regulations are embedded that actually planners get out there and communicate that in a personal way?
So again, I'm giving away some of the tips, but the reality is, as a profession, we cannot rely on anyone else to spread the word for us. We have to do that as a profession ourselves. So it is incumbent on everyone who believes in what we do, who believes in financial planning, to spread the message about what it is we actually do. We're not policy salesmen. I think it's quite hard to list what we are, because we're psychologists, we're a shoulder to cry on, we're coaches, we complexity removers, we are obstacle removers. There's so much that we actually do. And I think a lot of where we have come from and growing out of an industry which was born around the need to distribute financial products, for a very long time, we've almost been coached and put together to say that our value is in the products that we deliver at the end. And I think the shift and the change that I've seen over the last probably 10 to 15 years is there's been a massive shift to the value that we deliver is the advice, and the product is just something that gets tacked onto that at the end. And again, one of the things that, when we look for a silver lining of what's happened over the last 18 months with the COVID environment and the pandemic, other people outside of the profession have started to recognize that what we do is the advice, and the value that we offer is the advice. So talking to my regulatory colleagues around the world, without a doubt, most of them saying the regulators have started approaching them and saying, we now understand the value of advice and what advice does. So that's a massive silver lining and a massive push for us as a profession.
Fantastic. And we're approaching Christmas. And so at Christmas time, we begin to think about gifts and what gifts we may give. And also we begin to wonder what gifts we might receive. So if you had the chance to give a gift to the financial planners of South Africa this year, what would it be? And if you were thinking what would be on the top of your Christmas list of a gift from the financial planners of South Africa back, what would you like it to be?
Sure, you asked the tough questions, but off the top of my head, I think if I could give a gift to the financial planners, I would give them an easier way of conducting business. So I also understand the complexity of actually running a financial planning practice and the risk that we actually face as financial planners. We are probably one of the most regulated professions. And there is a lot of hoops and compliance things that we have to go through. And my gift would be that if we get it right, that the legislation changes in such a way that the consumer protection is not gone, but the ease of us being able to do business and do what we are supposed to be doing, which is interacting with our clients. If we could get that right, I think that would be a fantastic gift to give. And to get, I would say that everyone start changing your language. Start standing up and being proud of who you are. Being a financial advisor, being a financial planner is not something to be ashamed of. We are a fantastic profession. We do a hell of a lot of good work. And we should be standing up and shouting about what we do so that everyone starts understanding it and we start changing the perception of what financial planning advice is about.
Fantastic. I thought you were going to say a purple lightsaber, but that was a much better answer.
Yeah, thank you. The purple lightsaber won't go, mister.
Superb. Well, David, thank you so much. I'm going to let you head back to wrap up what sounds like it's going to be an absolutely amazing chapter. Thank you for spending the time with us today. It's always a delight. So, and what a great guest to wrap up our interviews today as well. So thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Adam, and appreciate it.
Okay, let's bring Francois back in then. Francois, we've only got a few minutes to go. The clock continues to tick. How's it looking in there?
Yeah, no, it's frantic, getting there. So I'm too afraid to ask for a word count. I don't want to be thrown with a cell phone via a WhatsApp distribution message or something. So, but yeah, they are quite busy and getting there. I am excited to see where we are at this point with the word count. But yeah, no, I think it's going well. Yeah, I just shared the author picture to make them aware of how awesome things were this morning when we started. So maybe some last come on, let's do it. We were all going double thumbs up and all of that. So yeah, good stuff. How amazing was that interview with David, eh? I really love the questions you asked Adam and also his answer. I think, saying that if they would like to make it easier for advisors and planners to do business, I think that's top of everyone's list. I don't know, is it the same over there in the UK? Is it hard to do business with all the regulation, or are you still fairly easy to do? What does it look like over there?
No, I think if we were to give a gift to financial planners in the UK, it would be exactly the same one. The ease of regulation, lowering of cost, giving people the opportunity to spend more time with their clients and less time doing all of the other stuff. It's always tricky, isn't it? It's finding the right balance, and that's probably always going to be the case for financial planning. Is we have to find a balance between recording what we're doing and making sure that we're protecting the consumer from a systemic perspective in terms of the processes and compliance, but actually spending the time with our customers and with our clients as well. So yeah, I think David hit the nail absolutely on the head. If we were to ask, that would definitely be right up there. The other one, I think, in the UK would be really significant. I think our planning population would like the gift of retirement. If I'm really honest, I think that we have a succession challenge in our profession right now. We didn't recruit quite as many people as we needed to over the last 20, 30 years. And I think many planners are ready to hand over the reins, but just don't quite have the people to hand the reins over to just yet. And so I think that that's going to become far more to the fore. I don't know if that's a similar situation in South Africa, is it?
It is. And you know what's interesting? So just by the way, Kevin is going to join us for an interview just now. So he is here. The big thing is that I see many advisors, like in practice, bring in younger blood, younger people, even somebody just from outside, whether experience or inexperience, doesn't matter, but they bring a younger person into their business with the full intent of putting a succession plan in place, handing things over to them, that kind of thing. So to start that process, but they find it so hard to actually then see it through and to let go. That is the hardest part for them. Thinking that let's just say you have 200 clients and that you're only going to work with your top 50 clients and hand the rest over to someone else, be it immediately or over time, in a process. It seems to be something that I don't know why it's so difficult. And if we can figure that out, the other thing that we are seeing in South Africa specifically is that we have a lot of older financial planners who's been in practice for a long time. At this point, almost get tired of all the regulation, get tired of all the requirements, the complexity and all of it, and they merge their practices with other bigger financial planning services providers. So they then move their books there, that they get a succession plan in place, they work until they literally fall over or until they do decide to get out, and then that business takes over. But it's not, so I see more of that than actually bringing younger people into their business and have a succession plan within the business and let their business continue. They rather sort of join a bigger business at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is one of the things that we learn from a little exercise like this today, isn't it? That the one thing that our profession is incredibly good at and should do more of, on the big scale as well as on relatively small scale, like our exercise today, is collaborate. We need each other. And we can't operate in a vacuum or silos. We actually do need to reach out and work together and solve some of these big challenges together. And look at what we can do in just a short space of time today, and with just a few of us. Imagine if everybody was mobilized to solve some of those big challenges of our profession. But I think that we have what has now become a bonus interview, because we weren't sure we were going to get him, were we? We weren't sure we were going to get Kevin, but we've been able to get Kevin at this very last minute. So should we invite Kevin onto the live stream then as our bonus interviewee?
Absolutely, and there he is with a big smile.
Well, hi Francois, hi Adam.
Hey Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
I finally did it.
Fantastic, man. And you still got all your hair.
Like I said in my WhatsApp chat, that I prefer peace and quiet, no interruption when I'm doing something. So yeah, please understand that I've been maybe ignoring everyone's message.
You got to do what works for you, Kevin. That's perfectly fine. Adam, you're going to chat to Kevin, and then I'm going to look at the last word count and then get everything ready, and then I'll be back.
Absolutely, Francois. I think that sounds like a splendid plan. And Kevin, it's a delight to see that you're looking almost as happy and fresh with the whole process as you were in our original photo this morning. So well done for that. But tell me a little bit about the process that you have followed today then to get your chapter, to get through your chapter.
Adam, thanks. I think that when Francois asked whether anyone would like to join in this initiative to write a book, I just put my hand up, and then I was over the last few days I was interacting on the community network, and I posted on some of the topics. But I said to Francois is that if there's any topic that no one actually will be writing, then he's at will to assign me that topic. He actually gave me this one about I'm always learning. So yeah, and I think that probably Francois also knows me, that I always want to learn and things like that. So this is kind of something that I'm also passionate about. So the process I went through, that even though I was thinking about maybe starting writing about it earlier, but I only know the topic like this morning. So I started writing at about 9 o'clock, and I think the process I went through was that I first had a bit of a kind of a start the introduction, and I think that what Volta said about this kind of structure helped me. So he said about kind of the introduction and the conclusion, and you have something in the middle, and then maybe using some quotes. So following what he said, I got a couple of quotes, and then also because of my background with a Chinese. I'm originally from Taiwan, so I think about my learning, and also I have some quotes from Chinese proverbs, and Confucius says, if you like to add a bit of a my type of a flavor, then I think it's just also the outline. So the kind of the outline I follow is that to say, if a financial planner is to read this chapter about learning, what can I give to that person? Why is the need for us to continue learning, and how do we go about it? What do we learn? Where do we learn? And how do we go about learning? And then also that how do we have a plan, and how to reflect on what we learned, and actually implement some of our learning. So this is kind of the outline I have initially. Now I just putting the meat under each kind of the subheading, and then doing quite a bit of research, I would say, because I think that in order to, I would say my chapter is kind of providing resources to the financial planner out there. Maybe some of the more experienced financial planner, they already know a lot of these points or resources. But especially for the younger and the newer financial planners, I hope that this could be a resource for them to think about their learning, identify areas where they'd like to grow further, and then maybe one day, if they are still early on in their career, maybe one day they want to have their own business, and what do they need to think about? Where do they need to grow in order to be ready to have their own business or to have their own team? So yeah, that's a kind of a process I went through, and yeah, and then I thought I could write quickly, but I think that after having done this, I realized that actually the timeline given to us is actually is good. So I could manage with this kind of pace. So yeah, and I always wanted to write a book and publish, but I haven't got to that. So I think that having seen Francois' initiative, I just say, okay, that's my chance of doing it, and commit myself. So thanks very much to Francois and you for making this possible.
Fantastic, thank you. And so your chapter's focusing on learning. So I'm interested to hear what's the most important thing that you've learned to you this year, and maybe what are you hoping to learn more about in 2022?
Wow, okay. What have I learned this year? I think this year is certainly about tenacity and perseverance, because I think that this year, going through still in the midst of COVID, and we all had to continue how we adapt, how we continue to interact with our clients, going the virtual route, and also supporting our clients, going through many of our clients going through some tough time, and also managing the team. I think that's really what the words that came to my mind. And going to 2022, I think it's about continue to think about what's going to be relevant in the environment, as we see that with the new variant Omicron, we thought that more and more people get vaccinated. We are probably getting more back to normal, but it turned out not to be yet. We don't know how big the challenge is with the new variant, and yeah, we need to continue to understand what's happening around us and adapt. But I think that if I can put it that way, I myself and many of my clients, I think a lot of people are kind of sick and tired of coronavirus, and we want to move on. So I think that we kind of the kind of a thinking I have is that to say goodbye to COVID and have a fresh start in 2022, and that's how I like to kind of position myself and focus on that, and help the clients to turn around and focus on what we can do, what's in our control to make the best of 2022.
Yes, definitely. And you make a really interesting point, focusing on what we can control, because as we've learned, haven't we, there are so many things that unexpected things that we just don't have any control over. There are things much bigger than each of us. Yes. Indeed. And I think that's it's a really nice message there, isn't it, to focus on what we can control, and that if we can all take that into 2022, celebrate the resilience of the financial planning profession and all those around us, our clients as well, and be kind to each other. That would be a good year, wouldn't it? That would be a nice thing to do. Yeah. So from today then, what do you take out of your experience today? What over the weekend, when you sit and reflect back on it, what will make you smile?
Well, I think that I can probably say to people that have done this, it's a challenge, and I must say that I don't, as a person, I don't particularly work well under time pressure, but I made it. I was excited coming into this challenge, and to have done it, and I hope that what I've done, and together with the other authors who are. And there are many of these authors that I'm sure that they have the experience and will be doing something better than me. But I think collectively we we hopefully it's going to be quite valuable to financial planners in South Africa, but also maybe elsewhere in the world. That can be something that can help everyone to continue to improve and to continue to professionalize our profession.
Kevin, that's brilliant. Thank you. Thank you so much for your efforts today. I've been watching your word count go up quietly as it's been going along, and I know you've been head down all day. So sterling effort. Thank you once again. Thank you for joining us, and have a great rest of day. And I think I can probably now bring Francois back in, and we might even be close to our final word count. So Kevin, thank you once again.
Thanks, Adam, and have a good.
There we go. Oh, sorry, I accidentally cut Kevin off there. I was a bit sharp on the on the remove from live stream button. But Francois, we're at the end of the live stream. So have we been able to gather together our troops and find that final word count for at least this live stream part of the day?
Adam, all I can tell you, it is so close. I just got the final 2 numbers in, literally. So busy generating the values and getting the screenshot.
I'm quite nervous to see this now, Francois. I've not been nervous all day, and all of a sudden
I'm standing here like
a moment of tension.
Just a second, because now also the other problem now is, sorry, I did not do that correctly. But yeah, I mean, what an amazing journey. And I'm so glad that we got to interview every single author today as well. They deserve a big, I don't know what, like bottle of wine or something. Just go have a braai and just enjoy what has been accomplished today, because, whether we made the word count or not is actually besides the point. It is what we were able to put together, how we've been able to come together, how different people with different thinking and different opinions and different frames of reference and different experiences has come together and wrote one book. That for me is mind-blowing. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, I think it is astonishing that the team have come together and worked as a team, been brilliant throughout the day, put up with me berating them for word count numbers on a regular basis. We've dragged them out and interrupted their flow for interview. Some will carry on writing past our live stream close, of course, because it's write a book within a day, not write a book in 6 hours. So there is a little time to finish off, and the word count will continue to tick up gradually after this. But yes, we had a whole photograph of smiling faces, and I'm just glancing into the Zoom room at the moment, and everyone's just come back on camera, and you know what, they are still smiling, Francois. I'm looking at some. If I could show you this, it would be a delight. There are happy smiling faces, and yeah, I mean, mostly it looks like it's relief for quite a few of our lovely gang there, but also, just joy and celebration, because this is a big achievement. So have we given it a big enough build up now, Francois? Are we ready?
Yeah, I know. I guess I can now confirm or deny. And now what I'm doing is I am sending it first to everyone on the WhatsApp group, which is now gone through. And this is our word count as at 3 o'clock today, and we did it.
Look at that, 38,762.
Look at that. I knew it. I called it before we started this morning. We will do it. They will do it. Like not like you and I were talking and having fun and all sorts of stuff. And I'm sure they also had fun, but they did the real work. So just a big, I think, round of applause from both myself and Adam. Really well done. For those of you who feel like you're not finished yet, please finish it as long as it's today, because as Adam said, it is write a book in a day. But yeah, just thank you very much to each and every single author. Adam, to you, thank you so much for being a part of this and for being the driving force and also like a mentor and a guide and, all that good stuff to get everything done. And I can always brainstorm with you and ask you and sort of come up with ideas and things. And so just thank you very much for everything that you do for us, and hopefully we can also pay some of that back, or at least pay it forward as well, if we can't pay it back. But I don't know, any last words from you?
Well, yeah, Francois, you and I, in many ways, have had the easy job today. We've just been able to have fun, chat with people. The team who have written have done incredibly well, but there's got to be somebody who holds all this together, and that has been you from the very beginning of the project. And you were the one that was sat there late last night, just putting together a totalizer. And that type of stuff, just finishing off those final small things that just make it what it is. So on behalf of all of our writers and everybody in the Propulsion Pro community, just a big thank you from all of us as well. So yeah, well done on today, and a really great year as well.
Awesome. Yeah, I really enjoyed every single moment this year, I must say. But yeah, this if you ever seen a team effort or a team in like doing things together, collaboration, this was it. So a big round, last one for all the authors. Every single one of you did a fantastic job. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for volunteering your time, your effort, and all of that. Really, really appreciate it. And we look forward to see the final product at the end of the day. But on that note, Adam, I guess it is time to, I almost said to let go, but definitely time to go for that matter. And I just want to make sure I am on the right thing here. And with that, I'm going to play us out with a Propulsion jingle. But thank you very much. Have a fantastic weekend. You and I will still chat and we'll still check in with the authors. But for everybody that watched, thank you very much for your time. Popping in and out, we really appreciate it. Have a fantastic weekend. And until the next Write a Book in a Day challenge.